Whitehall, 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most important and baffling cases.
These are the true stories, the plain, unvarnished facts, just as they happened, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names have, for obvious reasons, been changed. These broadcasts are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research on Whitehall 1212 is by Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter for the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. The voice you will now hear is that of Chief Superintendent John Davidson, who is in charge of Scotland Yard's famous Black Museum.
I'm sure I don't know whether a woman's stockings come in pairs. That is, shaped separately for right and left foot as shoes are. And I fear I shall never know or remember if I do. However, I do know that this one was for the right leg. And I remember further that its color was described as dream dust. Why, I'm sure I don't know. Looks a sort of a light khaki to me. Now, this pattern is not woven into the nylon or whatever it is that women's stockings are made of. Let's lay the stocking out flat here so you can see what it is. There, you recognize it? That's right. It's an impression made in greasy mud of a tire, a motor car tire. Now, the people who first saw it were quite justified in believing that the young woman who was wearing the stocking had been struck and killed by a motor car. She was struck, but the motor car didn't kill her. I'll ask Chief Inspector Patrick Bull here to tell you all about it. Now, Mr. Bull, if you please.
About midnight on the 15th of August, 1948, leading fireman Horace Bertram Adler of Kingston Fire Brigade was driving alone on Somerset Road, Wimbledon, on his way home from a meeting of his Lodge of Freemasons. It had been raining all evening, and on a particularly badly illuminated section of Somerset Road, Adler was startled to discover what appeared to be a body lying in the muddy road ahead of him. He applied his brakes and approached it cautiously, halting his car, which was a Humber saloon, about 5 yards away, and dismounted. The body proved to be that of a well-dressed young woman. She was quite dead, and a cursory examination by the light of the headlamps indicated that she had been struck by a motor car. Police from the Wimbledon station were summoned, measurements were taken of the exact position of the body, and leading fireman Adler was released, it being obvious that his car had had nothing to do with the accident, if indeed it was an accident. The body was taken to the Wimbledon mortuary for further examination. I arrived at the mortuary about noon of the following day, the 16th. It was still raining, and I wasn't happy about the assignment. I said so to David Brown, the police surgeon.
Oh, don't tell your troubles to me, Chief Inspector. I'm supposed to be off duty today, too. But yesterday was the day my relief chose to sprain an ankle playing tennis. So here I am. Tennis at his age. And don't raise a row about coming in here at noon. I've been here since 8 a.m.
Pity for both of us to have to be here.
What else are you going to do on a day like this? Might as well work.
Well, here we are, working.
And the other people from the yard have been here since the crack of dawn.
What did they find out?
Not much. So far, nobody's been able to identify her.
Well, it's a hit-and-run case, of course.
Obviously.
These her clothes?
Aye.
Pretty good clothes, they seem to be.
Well, she was well dressed enough.
Is her purse?
It's empty.
Oh.
No, there's not even a lipstick in it. I expect that's one of the reasons you're here.
Eh?
Well, robbery isn't usually one of the concomitants of a hit-and-run case.
You think she was robbed?
It's not my business to make deductions, old boy.
Isn't there anything in her pockets or anything?
I haven't looked. Your man says there's nothing. What pockets a woman has.
And nothing to identify her either, of course.
You can see for yourself.
Laundry marks.
Well, your man says no.
Well, there must be labels.
He's calling Selfridge's now. There's a label in her panties there.
Where? Oh, here. I doubt he'll trace it. No other labels?
You said her shoes. Selfridge's, too.
Where are her shoes?
There.
Oh. Well, if she had an account at Selfridge's...
And if you're lucky...
We'll see what we shall see.
Said Sherlock Holmes.
Yes, quite.
Well, it's my opinion you'll need him.
These her stockings?
I don't know, Chief Inspector. But the one she had on...
Muddy.
It was raining last night.
Looks like tire marks on this one.
Well, that's what your man said.
They're not from that car the fireman fellow was driving. The chap that found her.
How do you know?
Only he was driving a Humber, the report says. These tires would be too small for a Humber.
You are a detective, aren't you? That's what your man said.
Did he?
I said they'd be something like an Austin 7 or a Morris Minor, one of those wee cars.
I'd agree.
Well, what are you looking for now?
See if there are marks on her dress. In a hit-and-run case, there are usually paint marks from the car, or if a lamp hit her, there might be splinters of glass that could be identified by the laboratory people.
Well, there aren't.
Eh?
I said there aren't.
You don't mind if I go over the dress carefully, do you?
Quite all right with me. But you'll not find anything.
How do you know?
The first place, your man admitted he couldn't find anything.
I think the laboratory can.
I doubt they can.
Why not?
Because she wasn't killed by being struck by a car.
Well, now, she was found in the road. There are tire marks on her stocking.
I suspect those marks are accidental.
I doubt that.
She was murdered elsewhere and brought here to Wimbledon dead.
Shall I give you my Sherlock Holmes hat?
Come over here and have a look.
Well?
Now look at her, Chief Inspector.
Those marks on her face were made when her head struck the roadway.
No, Chief Inspector.
Or by the car when it struck her.
No. Look at the right arm here.
Those look like bruises made by fingers.
I rather think they are.
Oh.
Now, lift her other arm. Easy. You see?
Blood, well, that's...
No, there, where it's dried, on her body.
What's this?
There, Chief Inspector. In the second intercostal space, if you'll observe carefully, you'll note that an edged instrument has been introduced, which has severed one or both of the superior intercostal arteries.
Which means, I take it,
that she was stabbed to death.
This message for general circulation. Information required. Any person having knowledge of the name and movements, July the 14th or 15th, the following female person is urgently requested to notify Chief Inspector Patrick Bull, CID, New Scotland Yard, W1, at once. The woman's age, about 30. Reddish hair, brown eyes, height about 5 foot 2 inches. Weight 103 pounds. Last seen wearing the following clothing. Black dress. White blouse. What do you call that stuff her blouse is made of?
Nylon jersey, sir.
White nylon jersey blouse. Red artificial flower.
Rhododendron. Cerise rhododendron.
Cerise?
Mm-hmm.
Cerise artificial rhododendron on left shoulder of blouse. Large white open work hat. Lace gloves.
Ecru.
All right. Ecru lace gloves. Transparent. Platform shoes. What do you call that color?
Oyster, sir.
Revolting. Stockings, ecru?
Dream dust, sir.
Dream dust?
Dream dust, sir.
Right, dream dust then. And carrying a large purplish handbag.
Cyclamen, sir. Cyclamen, I mean.
All right. Put down cyclamen. I only hope people will understand what we're talking about.
Women will, sir. There's only one thing, sir.
What's that, Miss Sears?
Was she really wearing an outfit like that? With red hair?
And green cami knickers.
Beg your pardon, sir. Cami knickers haven't been worn in England since before I was born.
Oh?
And her lingerie is possession, sir.
Good Lord, no. Well, write it down. I must have been mistaken. The first day, the 17th of July, that my description of the dead woman's remarkable clothing was received by all stations in the Metropolitan District, for all policemen to chuckle at me, the first day it was published in the London daily newspapers, I had a visitor.
Good afternoon, sir. I should like to speak to Chief Inspector Patrick Bull, if you please, sir.
I'm Chief Inspector Bull, madam.
Oh, how do you do, sir? I come about the advert.
Advert?
The one in the Express, sir. The one about the ladies' clothing.
Oh, yes, indeed.
I seen her, sir. I saw her.
Oh, you did? And you recognized those clothes?
That I did, sir. Quite fashionable, aren't they?
What's she done, sir? Is she on the jam lout? I always thought
I'm
that
sure
she was...
I don't know whether she's a shoplifter or not, madam. And where did you learn that term?
Now, look here, mister. Don't think to put your great fat hairy hands on my shoulder. I come here to give you some information you was asking for. And might I explain that you ain't got nothing on me? Nothing at all, kind sir.
Well, I'm sure I beg your pardon, madam.
Granted. I was asking a civil question. What's she wanted for?
So far as we know, madam, she's not wanted for anything, I assure you.
Would you just as lief not call me madam? My name is Miss Hildebrand, Hortense Hildebrand, if you must know. I sell newspapers on the corner of Inner Park Road and Parkside, Wimbledon, sir. That's how I happened to see this advert of yours, and thinking there might be a bit of spare cash in it.
There's no reward offered, and, Miss Hildebrand...
Well, in that case, I may as well be back to my work.
I am prepared to offer...
£1, I'll take it. Thank you.
Well... Now perhaps you'll tell me who this young woman with the extraordinary clothes is.
I don't know who she is, I'm sure.
What?
Now, sir. I don't know what her name is. But I see her quite often near my corner, and I seen her the day before yesterday. The 15th, just like it says in the advert. Having knowledge of the name. I don't have any idea of the name. And movements, I can describe them to you as of 10:30 on Monday, July the 15th as ever was. And I was talking to her for 4 or 5 minutes just before it started to rain. And to that I'll take my oath.
Go on, please, miss.
Hildebrand, Hortense Hildebrand, sir.
What did you talk about?
Lord love you, sir, I couldn't get my mouth open. She done all the talking.
What did she talk about?
About money, sir.
Money?
And men, or a man, I mean.
What was his name?
She didn't say, sir. But he was trying to borrow some money from her, she was saying. Said she wouldn't find her giving money to a man. Not her, she said. Not a wooden threepence, to which I agreed.
Yeah?
She showed me her handbag. Oh, that gorgeous cycleman one in the advert, sir. And...
Yes?
She must have had £50 in it, sir, as well as about £1.50 of hard money.
I fair goggled at it. I haven't seen that much ready money since my aunt died. She had 2 insurance policies.
Will you tell me more about this young woman, please?
Well, then it started to rain, and she said, oh, bother. But the man came up.
What man?
The man that wanted to borrow the money, I expect. So she says, good night, Miss Hildebrand, and I hopped in the van and they came away together.
What's this about a van, please?
Oh. Well, it was a little van. It looked like it had been, Morris Minor or an Austin 7 with a van body built onto it. And it was green. I could see it was green.
And did you see the man?
No, sir. I couldn't see him.
You're sure it was the woman described in the advertisement?
Lord love you, sir. I see her at least once a week. And I couldn't forget them clothes, could I, with that red hair?
Well, thank you very much, Miss Hildebrand. You've been of great assistance. I'm sorry you don't know her name.
No, sir, I don't. I hope you get her, sir. I never liked her looks.
What did you say she'd done?
She's dead, madam.
Oh! Lord love and duff, the poor thing. Who killed her?
Which was precisely what I wanted to know, I reflected morosely as Miss Hortense Hildebrand waddled out the door of my office, mopping up tears. Well, anyway, I had our unknown victim located a short time before she met her death in the neighborhood of where she was murdered. But the green van... Sounded like the title of a song I remember from my youth. My Diane of the green van. Yes, seriously now, there must be at least 10,000 green vans in London. Then the door was pushed open again, and Miss Hildebrand was back.
I remembered something else, Inspector.
Oh, and what this time, Miss Hildebrand?
About the van, sir.
What about it?
It had a shoe on it.
A what?
A great shoe. Like you wear on your feet. Painted on the side.
Well?
So all you have to do, sir, is find a green van with a shoe on it, look inside, and there'll be your murderer, sir. That's all.
What would you think that a shoe painted on the side of a delivery van would indicate to you? That's right. Someone who deals in footwear or repairs it or... In the telephone directories of Greater London, there are 276 pages devoted to the practitioners of the profession of St. Crispin. The number of shoe shops, bootmakers, cobblers, cordwainers, and dealers in leather findings is astronomical, and amongst all of them, there are probably 3 who operate a small green delivery van with a shoe painted on its side. I contemplated suicide. But I found myself seated in a bombed-out cellar that had formerly housed a famous pub, along with John Davidson, the Black Museum man, and David Brown, the police surgeon from Wimbledon. I drank beer, Brown imbibed ginger beer. John Davidson, not to be outdone, drank both.
Shandygaff, my friends, is pure nectar, and that brochure.
Well, you can have it, sir.
I'll take my beer bitter.
And my ginger beer unadulterated by it.
You boys have no imagination.
My imagination staggers at the thought of interrogating every person in London remotely connected with boots and shoes.
And saying, what colour are your vans, sir, to each of them?
Well, somebody will say green.
By the time we get to him, he'll probably have it painted amethyst.
Have you started looking for the owner yet, Patrick?
This morning, sir.
No results, of course.
I've heard of none.
How many of these people will you have to see?
About 40 billion, roughly.
Seriously?
Well, I reckon actually about 10,000. Perhaps 11. Don't you think so, David?
12, I should think, at least.
How many are there in the Metropolitan Police?
Not enough.
I just finished reading Sir Harold Scott's report.
How many?
15,647, including 67 pensioners and 122 auxiliaries.
That many?
Well, that was last December 31st. I should say we've gained a few since then.
That includes chief superintendents,
police surgeons,
chief inspectors.
All sorts of persons who couldn't be expected to go around knocking on doors and asking questions.
Signalers, laboratory technicians,
motor car and motorcycle drivers.
Well, see, only half of the full 15,000 are effective to you. 8,000.
At that rate, if my guess is correct, about the number of people to be called on.
Each one would have only about a call and a half to make. Oh, that's not such a tremendous job.
Especially when you're sitting here drinking ginger beer.
Well, don't you feel better, Patrick?
It isn't quite as simple as that, sir.
Nor as hopeless as you thought, is it?
Well, sir, I must admit. But what if that wasn't a shoemaker's van?
Set your mind at ease about that, Chief Inspector.
What do you mean by that?
When you telephoned me about the shoe business idea, I popped down round the corner and borrowed a shoemaker's knife from the cobbler.
And?
I tried it on the wound.
Oh, did you?
It just fits. So I rather suspect that our killer used the shoemaker's knife, too.
Has your cobbler a green delivery van?
Have another shandygaff, sir.
How's your advertisement going, Patrick?
Only the one reply, sir. Miss Hortense Hildebrand.
And she doesn't do so well on names, sir.
No, she didn't know the girl's name nor the name on the shoemaker's green van.
Too bad you can't find the girl's name.
Might save us a lot of trouble and effort.
How?
Some of her friends might have an idea who the man is. The man with the shoemaker's knife.
Oh.
You know, those clothes of hers...
How a woman dressed like that could escape notice wherever she went.
Fantastic.
I could tell you how clothes like that might escape a great deal of attention.
How, sir?
How, sir?
Well, if they were worn where other women wear clothes of the same general appearance...
Where would that be, sir?
No. Let me make myself clear. I'm not an expert on the kind of clothes worn by...
By whom, sir?
Music hall performers.
A music hall performer. Of course. Neither of John Davidson's ideas was as easy to work out as they first appeared. If I could be permitted, I think I should have to say that there's many a slip betwixt an idea and the relic of a crime hung on the wall of the Black Museum. But John was right, as I must admit he usually is. It took many days of hard work to ask about the green van of all the names listed in the telephone directory. I would have been inclined to give up and start afresh, but Miss Hortense Hildebrand knew what she had seen and was quite vocal about it.
I know what I saw, Governor. I saw the red-headed girl with the artificial rhododendron climbing into the little green van.
And drive away, she said.
And drive away. But I don't know her name, sir.
On the 26th day of our quest, after 3,165 firms had told investigating policemen that they either had no green delivery van or had one of the wrong size and general description, I received a telephone call from a constable who had been making inquiries in Putney.
Is that Chief Inspector Bull, sir?
Yes, it's Bull here.
It's Constable Beeler here.
Who?
Beeler, sir. Constable Beeler from the communications room.
Yes.
I was assigned to go out and ask questions, sir. A great many of us have that job, and
Yes.
I found him out, sir.
What's that?
Yes, sir. He's a Mr. Colfax, sir. Colfax. He's a music hall proprietor here in Putney, sir.
Putney.
Yes, sir. The woman's name is Sheila Colfax, sir. She's his daughter, and...
You mean the dead woman?
Yes, sir. Now, I asked him, sir, if he knew who killed her, sir.
How would he know who killed her?
Well, I don't know, sir, but I thought I'd ask him.
What did he say?
He said he didn't know, sir.
Well, bring him in here.
Yes, sir. He doesn't want to come, sir.
Why?
Well, sir, he hasn't seen hide nor hair of her for 2 years, he says, and he don't want to see her now. Isn't that right, sir? Yes, he doesn't want to see her.
Why?
Him and she's estranged, sir. They don't like each other.
Look here, Constable. Ask the gentleman where he was on the night she was murdered, the 15th of last month. Don't alarm him.
I know where he was, sir.
What? How do you know?
He was in hospital, sir, with his legs broken. He's still in bed here at his home. He was hit by a tram, sir.
Thank you, Constable.
Beeler, sir. PC 317, A Division.
I'm afraid we don't live right, I thought. That door, which had opened such a little way, closed with a dull thud. And Constable Beeler and all the others went on with their questionings about the green van with a shoe painted on its side. The 22nd day passed. The 23rd. 24th. At 4 p.m. on the 25th day, Mr. Fox was announced. He came in and sat down.
Sidney Fox, Chief Inspector of the Fox Shoe Repairers, Tottenham Court Road. I'm your man.
I think you'd better explain, Mr. Fox.
I have a green delivery van.
Oh?
It's a Morris Minor chassis. It has a large shoe painted on each side panel.
So?
I could show it to you.
Well, I'd like to see it. Where is it?
In the firm's garage on Charlotte Street, just off Tottenham Court Road. We don't use it anymore.
I should think you wouldn't.
Oh, it isn't that. It isn't what you think.
Oh?
No, sir. We haven't used it since Lionel left us.
And who's Lionel?
Lionel was our delivery man.
And where is Lionel?
Well, he told Harry he thought he'd go to Spain.
Who's Harry?
My partner, my brother.
I wish you'd be more frank with me, Mr. Fox. Why is this Lionel going to Spain? Did he leave your employ of his own accord, or did you discharge him?
Well, I'll tell you, Inspector. Lionel stole, let us say, embezzled, a sum of money from us, a considerable sum.
I see.
I finally set a certain date for him to return the money he had taken or be turned over to the police.
What was that date?
The 15th of July.
I see.
He did not return it. Well, he didn't even come back to the shop.
But Harry told me Lionel had assured him he'd have the money that night. He knew where he could get it.
He didn't say where?
No.
How had your brother seen him if you hadn't, Mr. Fox?
We always allowed Lionel to keep the van at night. He and Harry both live in Euston, and he always drove Harry home at night and back to the shop mornings.
Where did he keep
He kept the van in his own garage.
Is Lionel married?
He had been. Well, the next day...
16th.
Yes. Harry drove in alone from Euston. I said, where's Lionel?
Where was he?
Did a bunk, Harry said.
Oh?
Harry said about 6 in the morning, Lionel came to his house and waked him. Said he was sorry. He got some money, but it wasn't enough. Told Harry he was leaving. Going to Spain, he said. Couldn't stand the disgrace and all that. Said the van was in his garage. Here are the keys. Bang over, he's off.
And what did Harry do?
Well, he went over to Lionel's garage. There was the van all freshly washed and...
Washed?
And Harry drove it in. We've kept it in our own garage ever since. If Harry wants a ride home, he can buy one.
And where was this Lionel going to get the money to repay you, Mr. Fox? The money he didn't get, so he washed the car so carefully and went away to Spain.
Well, from his wife, I suppose. His former wife. We saw her quite often.
Oh?
Daughter of a rich theatre owner in Putney.
What was her name?
Colfax, I think.
Come along, Mr. Fox. Let's go and have a look at your green van. And so we found the green van. It had been carefully washed. Not carefully enough, though. There were bloodstains in the cab, and David Brown proved they were the same blood type as that of the murdered woman. And hidden under the seat cushion was the late Sheila Colfax's smooth leather wallet with £70 in it. Not enough to give to Sidney and Harry Fox. There was a bloody fingerprint on the leather. It wasn't hers. And out in Lionel's garage where the car had been, the good Constable Beeler found a knife. A shoemaker's knife. Just like the one David Brown had tried on Sheila Colfax's body. The blood on it was her blood type, too. Oh, yes, and we found Lionel. He was hiding in the garage with a great tin of biscuits, a round of cheese, and a jug he refilled daily from the tap, he told us. The first thing we did was check his fingerprints with the one on the leather wallet. They matched, of course. So we arrested him. And when he'd shaved off his guilty accumulation of beard, he was brought to trial. It took the jury 15 minutes to bring in a verdict of guilty. And he was hanged at Wandsworth before the first frost.
And a curious thing. Upon a thorough examination being made of the body of Sheila Colfax, it was discovered that she had been in the last stages of cancer at the time of her death. She would have died of that dread disease in less than 4 months. Perhaps she did have reason for wearing those fantastic clothes.
Heard on Whitehall 1212 today, Horace Braham as Inspector Bull. Others in the order of their appearance were Harvey Hayes, Pat O'Malley, Beulah Garrick, Lester Fletcher, and Guy Spall. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. Every 20 seconds through the year, a fire breaks out in the United States. These fires kill 11,000 persons each year, disfigure for life or severely burn thousands more, and destroy $7 million worth of property. Protect your homes from fire by following these simple rules. Don't smoke in bed or throw away lighted cigarettes. Clean out closets, basements, and attics. Any place where old newspapers, magazines, and inflammable materials are liable to accumulate. Remember, don't gamble with fire. The odds are against you. Follow the campaign of the next president on NBC.
Saturday Night Theatre, Dead Man's Bay. A play for radio by P.M. Hubbard.
Dear, he ought to be in by now. Peter, is that you?
No, Letty, it's us. May we come in?
Oh, hello, Janet. Hello, James.
Hello,
I'm
Letty.
sorry, I thought it was Peter.
Oh, my dear, isn't he back yet?
No, but I expect him any moment. Come in, have a drink. James, you know where everything is, don't you?
Oh, yes, of course.
Oh, it's worrying for you, darling. It's blowing quite hard outside. James was saying...
Nonsense, Janet. Letty's lived long enough in the island to know bad weather when she sees it. And I may be a chair-borne sailor now, but I have been to sea, and with Peter. What are you having, Letty?
Oh, sherry, I think, please, James.
Sherry, right. And the usual for you, Janet?
Yes, please.
Peter handles small craft as well as anyone I've ever seen. He always did, even at school. I always think if they hadn't tried to put him in something bigger, he might have stayed on in the service. I don't think he'd ever have made a peacetime sailor. Ricky's a different kettle of fish.
But Ricky's a marvel, Jim. You're always saying.
As an administrator, yes. I don't know what I'd do without him. I've never been at sea with him, but he's got a first-class record or he wouldn't be where he is.
No, indeed.
As yours, Letty.
Oh, thank you, James.
Janet.
Thanks, love.
But if I had to get caught in a blow somewhere between here and Alderney, and something of Seamew's size, I'd rather have Peter in command than Ricky. Well, God bless us.
Cheers. Yes.
He's made a wonderful job of Seamew, you know.
I haven't been out in her very much, to tell you the truth.
He'll be laying her up for the winter soon, won't he?
Well, it depends to some extent on the weather, but he generally gets her in about now, yes.
Oh, there can't be much more in but do, surely. I mean, most of the visitors have gone, haven't they?
Well, it's not only the money, you know, Janet. Peter runs Seamew because the sea means everything to him. He'd run her at a dead loss if he had to. As it is, he's not doing at all badly with her.
Oh, I know what it is, coming a bad second to the sea. I've been a sailor's wife longer than you have, darling. Not that one minds being home comforts when they do come home. Oh, one can't really compete.
Oh, I know.
Of course, I've been lucky these last 2 years with Jim at the establishment, however much he growls about it. But I'm glad Peter's doing well with his boat, and I'm sure the extra money's well.
Oh, it certainly is.
Is he still doing trips with the Dorset Arms people? What's the name of that little man who runs it? Benton?
Benton, yes.
Ah.
He gives Peter a lot of business, fishing trips and short cruises, that sort of thing. They pay very well.
I don't care much for that man Benton, I must say.
Well, I wouldn't make a bosom friend of him either. I don't think Peter would, but he's a useful connection if you want to run a charter business. His visitors have the money to spend, and Peter charges them pretty steep rates for what they get.
Oh, it's blowing up a bit, you know. I think you're marvellous, Letty, darling. I'd be having litters of kittens myself.
Peter's probably been on his moorings and tidying up this last half hour, so I don't think there's any call for one kitten, let alone a litter. Now, come on, Janet. Sorry we missed Peter, but he's always a difficult man to catch.
Yes.
Let us know when he's packed up for the season, and we'll invite ourselves in for a meal.
Yes.
No, you come to us, Letty. Just you and Peter. And then you and I can have a proper natter while they talk about the good old days before they married.
Janet.
Oh, what?
Come on.
Oh, well, you know what I mean, darling. All right, Jim, I'm coming.
Thanks for the drink, Letty.
All right.
Give my salams to Peter.
Yes, I will.
Oh.
Goodbye.
Come on, dear. Wasted enough.
Have they gone?
Oh, Peter, did you have to come in through the kitchen? Didn't you want to see them?
Not particularly. Oh, I'm fond of old James, but Janet slamming is more than I can bear.
Oh, she wasn't slamming. She was being sympathetic as one sailor's wife to another. Of course, she overdid it a bit. But James shut her up, and I was sweetly reasonable.
Well, I don't like you having to be sweetly reasonable to your friends. Not about me, I mean.
What do you expect me to do, then? Burst into tears and say I'm worried stiff? Janet would love that, if that's what you want.
What do you have to be worried about? You talk too much, Janet and James. Or has little brother Ricky been having a go, too?
No, of course he hasn't. In any case, you know my views on Ricky. Nor has James. You ought to know him better than that.
Yes, well, I didn't imagine James would, but Janet's different.
What's the matter with you, Peter? It's not like you to be so touchy. Well, if you want to know, yes, I am worried about you. About us, if you like. I don't like the way things are going with you.
I see. And what way do you think things are going with me?
I don't like all this business with Joe Benton.
What do you mean by all this business?
I don't mean the legitimate business, the fishing trips and so on. But that's not the whole story, is it? You're running stuff in for him, aren't you? And you've been doing it for some time now on quite a scale. That's what he really pays you for.
Well, good God, we can use the money, can't we?
Oh, we use it all right when it's there, but systematic smuggling can be quite a serious business if you're caught. It's not like the odd bottle of brandy in your briefcase after a holiday in France. It's making a business of it they object to. Not even that, Peter, not really. It's Benton. I don't like him, and I don't like your getting involved with him like this. I feel it's all a bit degrading. Well, I'm sorry, but that's how I feel.
Now, look. You say being in the odd bottle's all right. Well, good God, we've both done it at times.
Yes, I know that.
What's the difference if I bring in the odd cask or the odd case? Who am I doing down? Her Majesty's Customs and Excise. If you've got a conscience about doing down the Exchequer, I can't honestly say I have, not considering the pension they pay us. Nor, if I may say so, has that highly respectable and splendidly prosperous father of yours.
Oh, here we go.
He may disapprove of his shiftless son-in-law, but who pays that large car he rolls down here in? Ultimately, unless I'm very much mistaken, the Inland Revenue. And God knows he could afford to run it himself.
Oh, for the Lord's sake, lay off poor Daddy. He doesn't disapprove of you, but you do rather cum the Navy with him at times, don't you? Anyhow, I can't say I've got much of a conscience about beating the customs either. I just don't like your doing Joe Benton's dirty work for him. I feel you're selling yourself somehow.
I'll tell you what I'm selling, Letts. My one commercial asset, my professional skill, my seamanship. It does happen to be about the only thing the Royal Navy left me to sell. I can't be too choosy about who I sell it to. If Seymour and I are good enough to beat the customs between us, well, we ought to be able to capitalize on it somehow. It's quite a game, you know.
Yes, and you enjoy it. You enjoy every minute of it. As I said to dear Janet just now, you'd still run Seymour if you didn't make a penny out of her.
Perhaps I would.
Well, I don't think I'd mind the Robin Hood Act if you weren't making money for Joe Benton. And the fact is, of course, that it's not a game. It may be to you, but it's not to the authorities. Well, I'm terrified that one of these days you're going to get caught.
Look, to be honest, I don't care for Joe Benton myself. Well, of course he's on the make, but I know what I'm doing. I think I can handle it, and him. If things look like getting out of hand, I can always pull out pretty quick.
You sure?
Well, of course.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Anyway, the season's pretty well over. We can take another look at it, if you like, next spring. In the meantime, for heaven's sake, stop worrying about it. It isn't worth it.
Oh, very well. I hope you're right. Anyways, you say the season's over. Well, I must get some supper. Oh, Mr. Benton, good evening.
Good evening, Mrs. Robertson.
Do you want... Oh, here's Peter now.
Hello there, Peter.
Hello, Joe.
Well, if I might come in for a quick word, that is, if I shan't be disturbing you, Mrs. Robertson. Shan't be long, I promise you, but if it's inconvenient...
Come in, Joe. Lady's just getting supper, but if you won't be long...
Well, 10 minutes, if that's all right for you, Mr. Benton.
Ample.
Well, what's on your mind, Joe?
Well, it's just this. I want you to manage a Guernsey run for me.
Guernsey?
Just St. Peter Port and back. It'll have to be within the next day or two. I wouldn't ask it as late in the season as this, but it is a bit urgent.
It is a bit late in the year for a run like that, you know. I was thinking of laying her up, as a matter of fact. Is it really all that urgent?
It's necessary, Peter. You'll have to take my word for that.
I see. Well, so far as I'm concerned, it's pretty necessary to keep myself alive. It wouldn't help you much if Seymour went down with all hands, not to speak of any cargo she may be carrying. Given the reasonable weather report, I'll consider it, Joe, but not without.
I can make it worth your while, Peter.
Now, look.
It's been a good season, and I don't mind going a bit over the usual odds for a last trip.
Meaning what?
Well, say, a couple of hundred.
A couple of hundred?
It's worth that to me.
You're getting to be quite a big businessman, aren't you?
I said it was necessary to me. But I want to make it worth your while.
Well, nothing's worth drowning for, Joe. All right. I'll do it.
Good. I felt sure you would.
When do you want me to go?
Within the next 48 hours, I think. I'll let you know.
All right. I'll be in touch with you tomorrow. When we know a bit more about conditions. That suit you?
All right. But I'm counting on you, Peter. Well, now I'll take myself off before your loving wife actually throws me out. Why does she dislike me so much, do you suppose?
I think it's just an instinct she has.
I see. Well, I never was one to cause trouble in the home. Till tomorrow, then. Don't worry, I'll let myself out. Night, Peter.
Good night.
Well, what does he want this time?
Oh, he wants me to do another run before I lay her up.
What?
I said I'd think about it.
Oh, well, I suppose if it's only a coastal run, but it can blow up at this time of the year.
Well, I haven't committed myself. I'll see what the weather's up to and then decide.
Where does he want you to go?
Huh? Oh, well, he talked of a Channel Island trip. But
He wants you to do the Channel Islands run now?
I said I'd think about it.
Well, why didn't you just tell him to go to hell? Or can't you do that?
Oh, for God's sake, leave this for me to settle. I'll deal with Joe Benton my own way, but you must leave it to me.
I know how you deal with Mr. Benton, Peter. It's not your way at all, it's his. That's what worries me about the whole business.
Look, lay off, will you?
But, Peter, listen.
I can't help what you think. Just lay off, please, and let me settle it.
Very well. Supper's ready, if you want it.
All right, all right. Oh, to hell with everything.
Hello?
Oh, Mrs. Robertson?
Yes?
I wonder if I might have a word with Peter.
No, I'm afraid you can't. He's not in. He went out after breakfast. That is Mr. Benton, isn't it?
Yes. I wonder if... I wanted to see Peter rather urgently, as a matter of fact.
Yes, well, he did say something about getting in touch with you. I thought perhaps he'd gone out to see you. Well, if he hasn't, I'm afraid I can't say where he is.
He hasn't, no. Do you know when he's likely to be in?
Oh, lunchtime, I expect?
I see. I wonder, could you ask him to ring me as soon as he gets in?
Yes, very well, I'll tell him.
It really is urgent, Mrs. Robertson.
Yes, all right. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
And to hell with you, Mr. Benton, so far as I'm concerned. Wind dropping all the time and clear weather coming up from the west. Oh, that means he'll go. Can't trust it, not this time of the year. Oh, well, if wishing for a gale gets me a force 3 breeze, I'd better not start wishing for a calm.
That's no way to behave at this time of morning.
Oh, Ricky. Oh, I didn't hear you come in.
Staring out over Dead Man's Bay and talking to yourself in a doom-laden voice. I must say that you look very nice doing it. Anyone your shape should be encouraged to lean out of windows.
I wouldn't expect you to call it Dead Man's Bay. It's all West Bay to the Channel pilot.
Dead Man's Bay has worked for its name.
How do you mean?
Well, you've seen St. Mary's Churchyard. Must have been murder under sail, with a southwesterly blowing into the race. There was a whole troop convoy once. They counted 230 bodies on the beach.
Oh.
They put 17 officers in one grave in the churchyard and the other ranks where they could dig them in. And they always come ashore in Dead Man's Bay. What's upset you, Letts? Brother Peter been hitting the bottle again?
Nothing's upset me. And I wish you wouldn't talk about Peter as if he was a chronic alcoholic.
I don't want to talk about Peter at all. Come sit down. It's not much of a life for you, this, is it?
It's my life. I chose it, and I can handle it.
You chose Peter. But we said we wouldn't talk about Peter. You didn't choose this damned island, not with winter coming on and nothing but the gulls for company.
Oh, nonsense. It isn't St. Helena. There's an A road into England, and one doesn't even have to pad it along the top of the bank as one used to do.
And you're younger than I am, damn it. And still as lovely as they come.
Oh, lay off, Ricky. You're an unprincipled little bastard, aren't you? I sometimes wonder if Peter knows just how unprincipled you are.
And what good have Peter's principles ever done him? Or you, for that matter. Damn all what I can see. And even old Peter's not above keeping pretty queer company at times.
Well, I suppose you mean Joe Benton.
I do.
What makes you describe him as pretty queer company? Do you know anything about him that I don't?
Oh, I don't expect so. One hears things, but it's all a bit vague. I've hardly met him myself. I can't afford to patronize the Dorset Arms much. Only he's not liked much, I'd say, locally.
Well, we none of us like him, but he puts business in Peter's way.
All right. I know. Peter's old enough to know what he's doing. In that sort of way, I suppose he is. In other ways...
Peter's got more value in his little finger than you have in the whole of your elegant body and swollen head.
Thank you.
Oh, I know you've got a degree, your little miracle of efficiency, but I don't trust you a yard.
Thank you again.
I suppose somebody must, or you wouldn't be in the job you are. Hope to heaven they know what they're doing. Oh, now, let me get on with my chores. You can stay if you want, only don't bother me. Peter won't be home till lunchtime anyway.
But what have I done to deserve this?
All right, Ricky, I apologize. I'm feeling a bit low, and your line of approach was unfortunate. All the same, I think you'd better go.
All right, I'm going. But sometime when you're feeling less doom-laden.
Can you tell me where Mr. Benton is?
He was on the phone a moment ago, sir. I'll see if I can find him for you.
Thank you. He is expecting me.
Oh, I think perhaps... Oh, yes, there's Mr. Benton now.
Oh, yes. Joe. Good morning.
Ah, there you are.
Sorry I couldn't make it sooner.
I've been trying to get hold of you, but your wife wasn't very forthcoming. Come into my office a moment, will you?
Yeah. Oh, I looked in to say I'm afraid it's no go. It's really too late in the year to make this particular passage. Oh, it was a good offer, Joe, but, well, I simply can't undertake it.
I see. Look, Peter, I don't think we can discuss this here.
Well, I don't think there's much to discuss, is there? I've told you.
I think there is.
Look, Joe, I've thought this thing over, and I really have made up my mind.
No one else made it up for you.
What do you mean?
Isn't it a demonstration of independence, just to show your wife?
No, of course not.
Well, whatever it is, you'll have to think again, Peter. I need that run made, and I need you to do it for me.
Look, Joe, I'm sorry to disoblige. We've had an interesting partnership, and I've enjoyed it tremendously, but I just don't think this is a feasible proposition. You'll have to accept my decision.
And I can't persuade you in any way?
I'm afraid not, no.
If it's a matter of money...
No, the money's fair enough. I just don't want to make this run now. I regard it as an unreasonable risk.
I see. I'm afraid, Peter, you're not in a position to say no.
It's for me to decide what I'm to do with my own boat.
Oh, certainly. Only you can decide. But I don't think you realize what your position is. It's a fairly tricky one.
All right, I suppose it may be, but, well, that applies to all of us, doesn't it?
Oh, certainly, but it applies to you as much as to any of us. Perhaps more.
What do you mean?
What sort of goods do you think you've been handling this past year or two?
Dutiable stuff, obviously.
You think you've just been running liquor and tobacco and so on?
So I assume.
It never occurred to you it might be something a bit more valuable?
Well, watches, perhaps. It wasn't my business to ask, and I haven't.
And your conscience is reasonably clear, is that it?
Not overburdened, I admit.
Oh, for heaven's sake, be your age, man.
What do you mean?
Think what it's entailed. All this organization, the contacts, the passwords, the offshore dumping and collecting, the money you've been getting. Damn it, do you think all this has been paid for out of a matter of dodged duties? You can't be so much of a fool as all that. Or if you are, no one's going to believe you are. It's not much good acting the honest, simple sailor when you're up for dope smuggling.
What?
Yes, even your best friends won't like it much, and the jury won't wear it at all. No, this is serious, Peter. Now, look, it won't go on much longer because this particular line has just about outlived its usefulness and will have to be packed in anyway. But for the moment, you've got to do what I say.
Dope. You bastard.
Now, listen, Peter. If you will make this run within the next 24 hours, tomorrow night probably, that will be the end of it. In that case, there will be nothing for you to worry about. If you don't, you will pay the full penalty for what, in your innocence or your folly or whatever you like to call it, you've been doing this last year.
You absolute bastard.
Well, are you going to make this run, or aren't you? Well, Peter?
Yes. Oh, yes. I'll go all right.
Ah, that's better. Now, I'll be in touch with you again very shortly. In the meantime, there should be no need for me to repeat what I've said about your position. There's nothing you can do, and I think the more you consider the matter, the more clearly you'll see that.
Oh, Peter, your friend Benton was on the phone. He requires your presence. Peter, are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right.
Well, what about Benton? Did you see him?
Yes, I saw him. I told him I would, and I did. There was no need for him to telephone.
Oh, well, that's all right then. I wish... Oh, well. You are doing this Channel Island run, are you?
Yes. Tomorrow, probably.
I see.
Well, what about lunch?
Oh, yes, it's all ready. I'll get it. You get yourself a drink while you're waiting. You look as if you needed one.
I'm all right, I tell you. Still, I'll get myself a whiskey.
You know what it is, Letty, darling. Having a husband in a hush-hush job of this sort, one has to be madly discreet.
Yes, of course, Janet, but I can't see Jim discussing his work with anyone outside at all. Not even you, although, of course, he knows you wouldn't say anything.
Well, of course he does, darling. But I'm bound to gather a bit of what's going on. I mean, from odd things he says. And I can't help being worried. And I thought, I know you wouldn't breathe a word.
Oh, no, of course
but
not.
But poor Jim has been worried nearly out of his mind. And I felt if I could only talk to someone about it, you know what it is. And, of course, I can't talk to anyone, so I thought I'd talk to you about it, darling. You don't mind, do you?
No, of course not. This is something new, is it?
Oh, yes, quite new.
I mean, it's not just routine worry, someone being difficult or something like
no,
that.
No.
Because in any job of that sort, well, there must be snags that probably drive him half round the bend at the time, but aren't really serious.
Oh, no, darling. It's only, well, only since yesterday, really.
Only since yesterday?
Yes, he came home very late, looking like death. And, of course, I asked him what was wrong. Well, I mean, one does.
Yes, one does. They never say, but one always asks.
Well, he shut up like a clam and said there was nothing wrong, and what made me think there was. And I said, well, I thought you were worried, darling. He said, no, of course he wasn't worried, and went on looking as if he'd seen a couple of ghosts.
Oh, poor Janet, I do know. I've had some of it, you know. And not very long ago, either.
Really?
Anyway, what happened then?
Well, then he went out again almost at once, and heaven only knows what time he got back. I was asleep. And then he went off early this morning, still looking like death.
Oh, dear, I am sorry.
I couldn't bear it to be anything seriously wrong at the establishment. It would break his heart. And then 10 to 1, he'd be given a ship or posted overseas or something. And of course, it has been nice these last 2 years having him settled ashore, although I know he gets restless at times.
Well, I'm sure it's not anything like that. Of course, it is worrying for you. His not being able to talk about it makes it worse.
Yes.
Does he... has this sort of thing ever happened before?
Never. Of course, he's cursed the people at the establishment. Well, you know what these boffins are.
Mm.
And then if there's a technical hold-up, he's got to get things straightened out and keep the program on course. But he's not going to feel himself involved like this. This is something which is right under his skin. That's what worries me.
Oh, I know, Janet. You're thinking of security, and that's bound to be worrying.
Yes. Security is Jim's responsibility all along the line. And, of course, if it is security, it's the last thing he can talk about. And all I can do is to make him eat when he does come home and ask no more silly questions. But I felt I'd burst if I didn't talk to somebody. I hope you don't mind.
No, of course not. But you're quite right. There's nothing one can do.
No.
Oh, you haven't seen Ricky, have you?
No, and in any case, he's not the sort of person one can talk to. And if it's something to do with security, he'd be right up to his neck in it, too. And he couldn't say anything any more than Jim could.
No, I suppose not. I was only wondering... Oh, well, anyway, do try not to worry, Janet. I'm sure whatever it is, James is more than capable of riding it out.
Oh, I do hope
and you're not
so.
going to stop him worrying. That's what he's paid for, after all. But it won't help him if he sees he's got you worried, too. Especially when there's nothing he can do to help you.
Oh, I know, you're quite right, darling. I'm sorry I burdened you with it. I must fly. I suppose there's a chance Jim may be back. More coffee, Jim?
No, thank you, my dear. I must be getting back, I'm afraid.
Oh, but...
Yes?
Oh, of course, if you must. But couldn't you manage just to sit for another 10 minutes?
Well, all right. 10 minutes, if it'll be of any comfort to
It's
you.
not me, Jim. It's you. You look tired, you know. I mean, you know I never interfere, but it's no good cracking yourself out.
I won't do that. It's just that we're a bit occupied with something at the moment. But I don't want you worrying like this. It doesn't do any good, you know.
I know. I'm sorry. Letty was saying...
Oh, when did you see Letty?
Oh, today, as a matter of fact. I was up that way and dropped in for a natter. You know me.
Peter there?
No, only Letty.
And what was she saying?
Oh, only that wives were too apt to worry over their husbands, and husbands didn't like it.
Letty been worrying herself?
Well, yes, I think she always does a bit, don't you?
About Peter?
I suppose so, yes. It's nothing she said, only what I gathered. I'm sure she needn't. Peter's the rock of ages. Underneath, I mean.
You think that, do you?
Oh, Jim, of course. Ask any woman.
I'm not asking any woman. I'm asking you.
But why ask me? You've known Peter longer than I have.
I know I have. But when it comes to a man's being the rock of ages or not, I think a woman's judgment is always of interest.
What, woman's intuition? I didn't expect to find you buying that one, Jim.
Well, let's put a straight case. Letty could have had Ricky, couldn't she, if she'd wanted him? She's nearer his age. He's a clever chap, sure to be successful when he puts his mind to a thing. And attractive to women, surely.
Yes.
But not Peter. Peter's no beauty. Look, here are two brothers. To a girl of Letty's age, as she was then, I mean, one seems to have everything. But does she go for that one? Oh, not she. She goes for Peter, who hasn't even a career. Oh, well, he had then, I suppose, but... Anyway, why?
Why what, Jim? I'm sorry, I'm a bit behind.
Why did Letty marry Peter and not Ricky?
But I've told you Peter's the rock of ages, like you, Jim, don't you see?
It doesn't sound very exciting.
All right, not very exciting, perhaps, but solid, don't you see? Dear, that doesn't sound very complimentary either. Safe, sound, predictable.
You think Peter's safe, sound, and predictable?
Of course he is, underneath, I mean. I know what you're thinking. I've seen you looking at him when he's bored and fed up and lifting his elbow a bit. But you said yourself you'd rather have him in command than anyone else if you got caught in a blow. It's the same thing, isn't it?
I wasn't thinking of seamanship. Or was I? Perhaps it is the same thing. To some extent, anyhow. What about Ricky, then?
I don't know, Jim. I really can't put my finger on it.
Not solid.
No, not solid at all. No. I mean, I've got nothing against Ricky, you know that. But you asked why Peter and not Ricky, and that's it. I mean, if I'd been Letty, I'd have done the same.
Only now she's worrying about him.
Yes. But I think for him more than about him. Anyway, I said you needn't.
Then why is she, do you think?
I don't know, I tell you. I think in her place I'd be worrying that he was worrying about himself.
And why should he worry about himself?
Mostly because she's worrying about him, I expect.
Oh, dear. Let me see if I can work that one out.
Hello, Letty.
Oh, Ricky. I was just going out. What are you doing here this time of the afternoon?
Must you go out, or can I come in for a while?
What, now?
Yes.
Oh, well, yes, all right. I must go out sometime. There's no immediate hurry. Come in for a bit anyway.
Thanks.
Well, I didn't expect to see you, of all people. Oughtn't you to be holding the fort up at the establishment, now of all times?
Why, now of all times?
Well, I gathered there was a crisis of some sort brewing. But perhaps they haven't told you, Ricky. I expect James is managing it on his own.
Where did you get this from? Janet, I suppose. I shouldn't take Janet too seriously if I were you, not on the establishment's affairs. She knows nothing and would say anything. All the same, she ought to learn to keep her silly mouth shut. What has she been saying, in fact?
If Janet has been indiscreet, I'm not going to double her indiscretion by repeating it.
Damn it, Letts, this is serious. I'm responsible for security under James Hardwick, and I have a right to know.
Then I suggest you report to Captain Hardwick that you have reason to believe his wife has been guilty of a breach of security. That's if you have reason to believe it. Well, you mustn't rest it on anything I've told you.
I wish I knew how seriously to take you, Letty.
Do you? Well, that's something we have in common, at least. I wish I knew how seriously I ought to take you.
I wish you would manage to take me a bit more seriously than you do.
Poor Ricky. All those looks and all that ability, and yet somehow no one ever takes him quite as seriously as he takes himself. Is that it?
Look, Letts, do you know what it is we do at the establishment?
No, I haven't the faintest idea. For all I know, you may be doing confidential welfare work for the illegitimate offspring of admirals of the fleet.
Oh, for heaven's sake. I tell you, this is serious.
Well, how should I know how serious it is? James Hardwick isn't a man to throw his weight about. And you're so self-important that one's always apt to discount whatever it is you're supposed to be doing.
My God, it is serious, all right. If you only knew what it is they're working on now. A bunch of little boffins who aren't interested in anything but the technicalities. And Captain James Hardwick, that very gallant and loyal officer who hasn't a thought beyond the Queen's regulations and the destruction of the Queen's enemies. So long as we're sure who they are before we start firing the thing off.
Well, you're not sure yourself? You wouldn't, for example, leave it to Her Majesty's government to decide who you're going to be at war with?
I wouldn't trust Her Majesty's government with an old folks' outfit.
Oh, really?
Have you ever met any politicians or senior civil servants? The country's run by the old and the idle and the second-rate.
And what are the young and energetic and first-rate, which I imagine means you, supposed to do about it? It hasn't occurred to you, I suppose, that you're in the wrong job.
Of course I'm in the wrong job. Do you think I wanted to go into the Navy, especially after I'd got my degree? There's not even a decent living in it. But all the Robertsons go into the Navy. Although I notice my respectable big brother got out as soon as he decently could.
Then why in heaven's name don't you get out if you feel like this? Or is all this something new? I've never heard you blow your top like this before. Am I supposed to feel honored by your confidence? Well, I can't honestly pretend I am, but I think your confidence should be shared with a few people, Ricky. James Hardwick, for one, and even Peter, perhaps. I told you yesterday I didn't think Peter knew enough of what goes on in that busy little mind of yours.
What you actually said was that you wondered if Peter knew what an unprincipled bastard I was. Not quite the same thing, surely.
Well, I don't know. I hope not. But I tell you this, Ricky. I think you should consider a change of job, and I'll give you time to consider it. But if you don't make up your mind to it pretty soon, I may start doing a little talking out of turn on my own account.
You're quite a girl, aren't you, Letts? You said Peter's worth 10 of me, but by God, you're worth 10 of Peter. You've got brains as well as looks. And you're tough. I hadn't begun to realize how tough you were. You and I could get somewhere between us, don't you think? Or don't you?
Oh, Ricky, it's too late for you to take that line. Much too late now, especially. If I went anywhere with you, I've got a pretty clear idea where it would be. No, Ricky. We've both said enough, more than enough. Well, I'm going out now. You can stay or not, as you like. But think over what I said just now, will you? Because I'm going to do quite a bit of thinking about what you said. Goodbye, Ricky.
Goodbye. Flat calm. And fog coming up, or I'm a Dutchman. Fog. Oh, well.
Peter?
Yes. Make her fast and come aboard. No one's going to see anything much tonight. Have any trouble finding me?
No. I know where to look for you by this time.
Yes. Well, you better come below.
It's pretty thick outside. If this goes on, you'll have a game finding a way out tomorrow. You always said you could do it by ear if you had to. Now it looks as if you're going to have to.
I don't suppose it'd be any good my saying I can't.
None, I'm afraid.
In fact, it shouldn't be too difficult. There's no sea running at all. Some of the biggest tides of the year, tonight and tomorrow, but that can't hurt us, so long as we keep clear of the race. If it's St. Peter Port I'm heading for, I'll be steering pretty well due south. Now, what are your sailing orders?
Be on board here and ready to sail at dusk tomorrow. I'll come as soon as it's dark and give you a packet. Only papers. You can sail as soon as it suits you, once you have them on board. Make St. Peter Port as soon as you reasonably can, but in any case by daylight. All right?
Depends on how long this fog lasts. I don't mind feeling my way out of here, but I'm damned if I'm going to feel my way into St. Peter Port. The approaches are far too tricky, but given reasonable conditions, yes, all right. What do I do then? Who's my contact at that end?
A man called the Hurrell. He'll find you and identify himself in the usual way.
The Hurrell. He's new, isn't he?
You've never met him, but that shouldn't worry you. You'll know who he is. Hand over the packet to him. That's all.
What, nothing to bring back?
Well, that's up to him. If he asks you to bring anything, bring it and hold it for my orders. But I don't think he will. If he doesn't, you're your own master once he's got the papers. And I mean that. I shan't be calling on you again. Money as usual. I've got 100 in fives here. You can collect the other 100 any time after you're back. All right?
I expect you'll think it's a pretty useless gesture, but I'm not taking any money from you on this trip.
No?
No.
Very well. Please yourself. It seems to me foolish and, as you say, useless, but not out of character, perhaps.
Nice turn of phrase, haven't you? I suppose if I was simply to hit you...
Now, look here, Peter. I mean what I say about this being the end of our doing business together. But do please understand that any move at all on your part to lay information anywhere will be the end of you. It wouldn't do any good anyway. The whole line's being dismantled. There'll be nothing left to go on, and no one left who knows anything. So far as you're concerned, the whole thing will be as if it had never happened. If you take my advice, you'll persuade yourself that it never did. Well?
No comment, or none that I'd trust myself to make. I'll be aboard here, ready to sail at dusk tomorrow. Now, if you've nothing more to say, I suggest you put yourself ashore. I'll shut down here and do the same. What the hell? Looks as if the road's up. No, it's the police. What's the trouble, officer?
No trouble, sir. Just a routine check. Now, do you mind giving me your name and address, sir?
Not at all. Peter Robertson. I live on the island, 9 Upper Mount Road. I'm on my way home now.
Robertson. 9 Upper Mount Road. This is your car, sir?
Yes, it is.
If I might see your driving license and insurance certificate, sir?
Yes. Oh, here they are. License and insurance. They're both in order, I think. I suppose it's no good my asking what all this is about.
Just a routine check, sir.
Yes, I know it's that, but could you bear to tell me what set this particular routine in motion?
Just looking into the movements of vehicles, sir. There's been information received about some stolen property. And we're under orders from the Chief Constable to check traffic movements in and out the island.
Well, it's easier than most cordon jobs anyway. Just the one road, and you've got that sealed off as if the gas mains were on fire.
Ah, that's so, sir. Right, sir. Here's your documents, if you'd like to proceed now.
Thank you. Good night, officer.
Good night, sir. And thank you.
Thank you. Letty!
Oh, there you are. I was wondering what had happened to you.
Oh, sorry I'm a bit late. I got held up in town. On top of that, I was stopped by the police as I came in.
The police?
No cause for alarm. They didn't find a case of contraband scotch in the boot. Nor, in fact, did they look for it. They were stopping everyone, but they wouldn't say what they were after. Well, they wouldn't, of course. Sorry I'm late.
Oh, that's all right. In fact, I could do with another 5 minutes. Give yourself a drink while you're waiting.
Right.
Oh, by the way, Janet was in today with dark hints of crisis at the establishment.
I should imagine Janet knows as much about what goes on at the establishment as the office cat. If I were James, I'd not only tell Janet nothing, I'd go out of my way to feed her harmless fictions so she could have something to retail without accidentally impinging on the truth. Yes, I expect she does, too. Oh, what a woman.
Oh, there's no real harm in her, Peter. At least she is really fond of her James.
Well, I suppose there's some virtue in that, but I can't help thinking her affection is disastrous in some of its manifestations.
What about Benton?
What about him?
Well, I imagined you'd seen him.
So I did.
What about this trip, then? Is it on?
Yes, but if it's any comfort to you, I think the sands are running out on my beautiful friendship with Joe Benton. Meanwhile, I'm booked for one more run, leaving tomorrow evening. Now, you can see for yourself there's no worry about weather conditions, apart from this fog, which I don't think should bother me much.
All right, it's up to you. You know my feelings about Mr. Benton. I don't care if you never set eyes on him again, even if we do have to live on sausages and baked beans for the rest of our lives. Now, give me 5 minutes. We're not eating baked beans tonight anyway.
Well, thank heavens for that. Hello?
Peter, there's been a change of plans. It's got to be tonight.
But...
Now, look, there isn't time to argue. You must get down to the harbour and be ready to sail within the hour.
I don't know if you're interested, but I shall have to negotiate a police roadblock. Pass through it on my way up.
Where was this, Peter?
On the road in, about 100 yards from the mainland end. There's a double barrier, and they're checking all traffic in and out.
Tell me exactly what happened, will you?
Just that. I was waved down, had to give my name and address. I was asked if it was my car, and made to show my license and insurance. When I asked them what it was about, they handed out the usual flannel about a routine check. I asked them what they were checking. They said it was something to do with stolen property. Of course, it may have been all my eye. Anyway, there it is. I shall have to go out half an hour after coming in. And it may occur to them to wonder why.
Well, you've still got to get down to the harbour and at once. That's essential. Tell them something.
Oh, no. You tell me, Joe. You're the mastermind.
Well, tell them you've had a phone call that your boat had been bumped on her moorings in the fog, and you're on your way to see if there's any damage. Then, if by any chance they follow it up, there will be a reason for your going out to her again so soon. At least that's the best I can think of at the moment.
All right. I'll try that. They seem fairly harmless coppers.
Well, I must ring off now. This needs thinking about. In the meantime, I still want you on board and ready to sail within the hour. Is that understood?
Yes, but...
All right, Peter.
Damn.
Who was that?
Oh, Joe Benton.
What, again? What did he want?
He wants me to go tonight.
And are you going?
Yes.
And you won't tell him to go to hell?
Oh, for heaven's sake, don't let's start that all over again.
But Peter...
I've told you this is the last run I'm doing for him. All he's done is to advance the date. I really can't see...
It's not just a matter of advancing the date. A minute ago you told me he wanted you to go tomorrow. Now he orders you off tonight. Well, I may be a fool, but I don't like the urgency of it. And with this roadblock...
It's got nothing to do with it. Whatever the police are after, it's not the sort of stuff I'll be handling. Now, please, for the last time, stop worrying. I'll be back within 48 hours, and that'll be the end of it.
I hope to God you're right about that.
What do you mean? Look, I've told you, haven't I? This is the last trip.
All right. Only I sometimes feel we'll never be free of it. And I can't stand much more of it, Peter. I'm sorry, but I can't.
Look, you won't have to. Don't you understand? When I get back from this trip, that's the end. I'll get rid of Seamew, if that'd make you any happier.
Oh, don't be...
Well, I shan't really be able to afford her anyway, not without Benton's business. Now, I really must be off.
What, now? What about supper? It's all ready.
I won't wait for that. There's plenty of food on board.
Oh, but Peter...
Letty, it's no good. I can't argue the thing anymore. You just have to take my word for it. I shan't... Oh, damn everything. Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
I gave my particulars to your colleague when I came in, barely half an hour ago. You want them again?
If you please, sir. That'll be on the ingoing list. As you're now going out, I'd better have them again.
Robertson. I live on the island at 9 Upper Mount Road. This is my car, and here's my license and insurance certificate.
9 Upper Mount Road. Within the last half hour, was it you come in?
No, about that.
Had to go out again quick, did you, sir?
Yes, damn it. I just got home and I had a phone call to say someone had bumped my boat on her moorings in the fog.
Ah.
I'm going down to see if she's come to any harm. Oh, it may be nothing, but I don't want to go down in the morning and find her sunk on her moorings.
No, I see that, sir. Pretty thick down in the harbour, from what I hear. Right, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, officer. Good night.
Good night, sir.
Hello?
Oh, Letty? James Hardwick here. Is Peter in?
No.
Oh, I see. Now, look, Letty. I probably shouldn't be ringing you up like this, but I don't imagine anyone's going to be tapping your line. You're not on a party line, are you?
No.
No, I thought not. And if I say you're to keep this call to yourself, you'll do just that, won't you?
Of course.
Right. I know I can count on that. Now, tell me, Letty, when did you last see Ricky?
Ricky? Oh, he was here for a bit this afternoon.
At what time?
He came just as I was going out after lunch, a bit before 3, I suppose.
Oh, did he stay long?
No, only a matter of minutes.
And you know where he went when he left you?
Back to the establishment, I imagine. Well, at least I didn't see him go, of course, but that's where I gathered he was going.
And you haven't seen him or heard from him since?
Not at all, no.
Where's Peter, Letty?
I don't know quite. He's down in the town, I think.
Is Seamew up for the winter yet? He said he was getting her out.
Not yet, no.
He's still talking of one last run?
Well, I don't know anything definite, but he'll be laying her up for the winter soon, obviously.
Yes. Letty, I badly want to get hold of Peter. Could you ask him to ring me?
When I see him, yes, I will. Look, James, would it seem unreasonable if I were to ask what all this is about?
I can't tell you much, Letty. You know how it is. But I'm worried about Ricky.
Yes, well, I've been worried about Ricky myself, and I don't know whether we're talking about the same thing. What are you worried about, James?
I think it's possible he may be in trouble of some sort. He's missing, and there are signs of a disturbance.
What, do you mean you think he's been beaten up or something?
We think he could have been the object of an attack, yes. We don't know, of course.
Well, would you think me unsympathetic if I said he had it coming to him? But it wasn't Peter, I'm afraid. Peter ought to have done something of the sort years ago, but I don't think he realized how urgent it was.
Letty, this is serious. I don't know what you're talking about, to tell the truth, but please let me know at once if Peter comes in, or if you hear from him. And in the meantime, not a word of this to anyone at all. All right, Letty?
All right, James. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, now what have we got on our hands?
Peter?
Joe, you're here already. Hold the painter while I come aboard.
No, don't come aboard yet. I want you to take my pram and put her back on her running mooring. You know where it is?
What are you going to do? Swim ashore?
I'm coming with you on Seamew.
Are you? That's rather venturesome of you, isn't it? Still, you're the boss. All right. Pass me the pram's painter.
Hey, what?
Thanks. I'll put her back for you, and no one will know you've gone, will they?
I shan't be gone long. I'll tell you about that later. Now, please get the pram back.
All right, all right.
All secure?
All secure. Your pram is safe on her moorings. Wherever her owner is, he is plainly not afloat. Now what?
Come aboard and get underway as quickly as possible, please.
Right. Put the dinghy on the mooring, will you? Give her about half the painter. I'll get to the engine. Well, Joe, you coming all the way to St. Peter Port?
No, I want you to get me round the bill as quickly as possible and put me ashore at the island end of West Bay, on the island side of the roadblock. Can you do that?
Oh, so there was a connection after all. You want to bypass the roadblock, do you? The fact that I've come through it twice, giving my name and address each time, doesn't worry you?
Not in the least. Nor need it worry you. That is, provided you can get me where I want reasonably soon.
So you want me to creep in under the fog and put you ashore, ever so gently, on Dead Man's Bay?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, the conditions are good for the job. Unless the fog's a good deal thicker outside than I think it is.
Well, then.
But we'll have to use the shore lights. You know what that means, don't you, Joe? It means going inside the race. All right, fair enough. It's getting on for 9 now. High tide at Dover. Let me see. Yes, that's it. The race will start at about 10:30. There's no wind at all, but very big tides. Not necessarily fatal for a thing of this size, battened down and properly handled, but I'd much rather not put her into it if I can avoid it. So we aim to get round under the bill before it starts, if we can. Agreed?
Yes. Can we get away now?
Already. I'll back off the mooring and come round on the shore side. We don't want to find the dinghy's painter wrapped round our screws. Now you go forward and cast off when I give the word.
Right. Ready to cast off?
All right. Let her go forward.
All gone?
Right. Now, we've got to feel our way out of this. You'd better stay up in the bows till we clear the harbour. Sing out sharp if you see anything too straight ahead. Off we go, then. All right, Joe. You can come aft now. We're clear of the harbour. As I hoped, the fog's much thinner out here. Still no sea at all. Well, I ought to be able to put you on the beach almost without getting your feet wet. Now, tell me the rest. Well, tell me as much as I need to know, you devious bastard. I put you ashore on Dead Man's Bay, well clear of the nasty police. What do I do then? Well, do I go to Guernsey or don't I?
You do. You've got to wait for me to get back to you.
I thought you weren't coming all the way.
I'm not. But there's something I must get to you before you sail. I told you. Papers.
What am I supposed to do? Anchor in the bay? Swan around in circles waiting for you? Or what? I can't leave her on the beach, you know. We're not a fam, exactly.
I know that. That's up to you. I'll give you a fixed time for my return, and I'll come to the same point on the beach and show a light seawards. We can arrange a signal, if you like. Then I want you to get to me as fast as you can.
It's quite a maneuver. You do realize that there aren't about 2 nights in the year on the average when you could do it. Are you improvising on the weather or just plain lucky?
I'm playing my luck, Peter. I've got to. I told you there was a sudden change of plans. Well, that was an understatement. But there's no reason why it shouldn't come off so long as you can manage your side.
Oh, I can manage. That's the fog signal from the bill. Yes, it's still somewhere ahead. Well, we're doing well. Very near the bill now. Once the signal is well on the starboard quarter, we'll alter course westwards and creep round under it. Well, talk about navigating by ear. Do you realize this is the first time you've ever been to sea in Seaview? Funny, really, after all she's done for you. How's the sailor's life appealed to you, Joe?
Oh, get on, Peter, for God's sake, and stop the jolly sailor act. Time is very important.
All right, all right. We're going round now. And we should hear the signal creep past us to starboard. When it drops far enough astern, we alter course northwards against the stream and make for your landing point. Here we go, then. Listen to that signal, will you? Your ears are as good as mine. If you think it's getting noticeably closer, sing out. I'll take her a bit wider. Now, then. We're moving into the beach now. There are the lights on the road, you see?
Ah, yes.
I reckon the road blocks a couple of 100 yards west of us. I'll go astern just before we touch. You'll have to jump when you see your moment. You'll just about get your feet wet, but no more if you're clever. Oh, what's your return signal?
30 minutes dead from now. I'll flash 1 long and 3 short, letter B. Or whoever is there will. It's just on the cards. I mayn't make it myself. You come into the beach, and I'll either get aboard or throw you in the packet. In either case, you must get moving at once and get out to sea as fast as you can without your engine being too noticeable ashore.
It'll have to be westwards. Once I'm clear away westwards, I can stand south out to sea, but not until I'm well clear of the race. Then what? Guernsey?
If I'm with you, I'll decide. If not, St. Peter Port, as I said, and hand the papers over to Le Furel.
Right. Ready now. Get up, forward. We're going in. Now! Oh, well jumped, Joe, well jumped. Now, what does A do? Get the hell off the beach and do a little thinking, I reckon. "25 minutes gone. If the efficient Mr. Menton said 30, he meant 30. Time we stood in a bit. That's near enough, I think. Now the light should be pretty well dead ahead, if it comes. Not due yet. Better take a round once more. No. There he is. He's early, by God. B. There he goes. B again. He's in a hurry, isn't he? All right, Joe. Coming as fast as we can. Coming aboard? Right. Stand by. Now. Right. Get below. Quick. I'll take her out. Joe? Joe! If it is Joe, I wonder. Oh, to hell with it. Come out, whoever you are. Tell me what we do next. We're clear of the race, standing out to sea. Now, stop playing hide and seek, for God's sake, and tell me what... Ricky, what the devil are you doing here?
Standing out to sea, brother. We're both in the same boat, as they say, and our course is straight for St. Peter Port.
Ricky, what are you doing in Benton's racket? I thought you were the clever one of the family.
I don't know much about Benton's rackets, I'm afraid. I leave all that to you, brother. So far as I'm concerned, Benton was merely the provider of emergency transport.
Emergency transport?
It's a little embarrassing. It should have to be all in the family like this, but we were never ones to let brotherly feelings interfere in our activities.
Ricky, you bloody little fool. Stop talking clever and tell me what you're up to.
I'm leaving the country, brother.
What?
I didn't want to particularly, but things... a particular transaction I was interested in went a bit off the rails, and I had no alternative.
Leaving your country for your country's good, is that it?
For my good, I hope. And for something else I happen to believe in, but not for my country's. I leave all that to you, along with Mr. Benton and his rackets.
You poor, pathetic little bastard. You're not trying to tell me that you're selling out to the enemy, are you? I didn't think you were that rotten. You're out of your mind, of course. In your job, if they miss you, they'll be after you with everything they've got.
They'll have missed me, of course, but with any luck, they'll think I'm the victim, not the villain of the piece. For a bit, anyhow. Long enough for me to get clear, I hope.
I still say you're out of your mind.
I don't think so. I've done a bit of thinking, that's all. I see more than you do, and I have a different scale of values, but I'm not out of my mind. On the contrary, I am the sane member of the family.
And in your sanity, you're clearing out. Going over to the other side. Is that it? But not in my boat. You didn't really think that I'd do that, did you? I'm setting course for home, Ricky.
Get back on course, brother. You see what I have here, don't you? If I have to use it, I will. And I may point out that not being Mr. Benton, I am perfectly capable of taking over your boat and taking her where I want for myself.
So you're taking over the ship, are you, Ricky? And I'm to navigate at gunpoint to whatever you have in mind. Where have you in mind, by the way? Hardly St. Peter Port, surely.
Set course for St. Peter Port for the present, and make more speed. We have an appointment to keep. I'll give you your instructions later. That's if you're still with me.
Oh, a rendezvous, is it? At sea, I suppose. You didn't really think you could get away with this, did you? I'm sorry, Ricky, you poor little bastard, but you miscalculated. You are not in command of the ship, I'm afraid. We are not, in fact, alone.
What?
Inspector! Inspector, you can come out now, but watch it. Your man's armed.
What the...
Got you, you poor, clever little bastard. Out cold. And the pistol over the side. Let's have a look now. Yes, here we are. Admiralty folder, unless I'm very much mistaken. All done up in a waterproof bundle and neatly tucked inside your jacket. Your uniform jacket. The Queen's uniform, Ricky. Oh, God. What's to be done with a mess like this? Set course for home, I suppose. I don't see what else I can do. Officer, this is Lieutenant Richard Robertson, Royal Navy. I have apprehended him in an attempt to hand over secret information to the enemy. My name is Robertson. Yes, curious coincidence, isn't it? Any relation? Yes, as a matter of fact, he is. He's my young brother. Damn you, Ricky. How could you do this to me? Not only me. There's your mother still alive and the whole Royal Navy. The whole Royal Navy, Ricky, you little bastard. No, that won't do. I must think of something better than that. What's the time? Yes. The race will be going great guns for another hour yet. Put Seamew in the race with everything wide open, and she'll founder in a matter of minutes. Oh, you'll die a sailor's death at least, Ricky, which is more than you deserve. Seamew, I told my wife I'd get rid of you, but I hadn't really listened to you. Come on, then. This is it. We're in the south-going stream now, and everything's open that can be. Forward hatch wide, scuttles. Main hatch already wide. Oh, yes, now, life jacket. Folder in inside pocket. I'm not going down with the ship, not if I can help it. Still out, aren't you, Ricky? Well, thank God for that anyway. You'll be washed overboard and drowned without knowing what's happening to you. You poor little bastard. That's it, then. Ship heading due south. The tide will do the rest. Goodbye, Seamew. Good God. It's colder than I thought. Anyhow, I can't sink. It's not much good wearing a life jacket if I get in the race. Just keep on swimming. Oh, God. I wish I could see. This damn fog. It can't surely be far now. I'm drifting south. Much too fast. Just got to keep on swimming. Steadily. That's it. Steadily. Oh, God. I can't make it. I can't. Oh, I must be nearly in. It must be. If only I could see. I can't see. Oh, God. It's a light. Right over me. High up. It must be the cliff. A rock. Oh, God, I touched. No, yes. No. Thank God. Rocks everywhere. I'm in. I'm home. Oh, God. I thought I wasn't going to make it. What about the papers? What am I going to do with these damn papers?
Who's that? Banks, is it?
That's right, Sarge.
Wouldn't know you from my own grandmother in this lot.
Was she in the force, Sarge?
No, Banks, no. I meant if you... Oh, forget it. You're covering from here to the petrol pumps, are you?
That's right, Sarge.
Well, you know what you got to do. Anyone carrying anything, briefcase, small suitcase, that sort of thing, stop them and have a look. You know what we're looking for, and if there's any trouble, use your whistle at once.
Right, Sarge.
Right, off you go then, and keep on the move. You haven't got much to cover, and you want to cover it pretty regular.
Right, Sarge.
Right, Sarge. She in the force, Sarge? Dang it. I don't know.
It's a blessed thing. A British policeman on patrol. Here I am with a piece of international dynamite. With top security written all over it. What do? Rush it to the Admiralty? Oh, no. No. I place it under the feet of the nearest patrolling copper. Knowing it'll be safer that way. Here he comes again. Hurry, man. I'm all shot to bits with cold. Now, I'll leave the papers out here, I think. Yes. Not too far from the lamp. He's pretty well bound to see it. He should just be able to persuade himself that it's been there all the time and he hasn't noticed it before. Right. Try that, Constable Banks, and the best of British luck to you.
Oh, here. What we got here, then? Oh, a packet. Sergeant! Sergeant, quick, over here!
My greatcoat. Oh, this will cover a multitude of sins. Oh, a drink, by God. 2 good navel fingers of scotch.
Peter, are you all right?
Hello, that's yes. Yes, I'm all right. The trip's off, as a matter of fact.
Oh.
I've got rather bad news, I'm afraid.
Bad news?
The boat's gone, Letts.
Oh.
Poor old Seamew's gone. In the race, and I'm afraid young Ricky's gone with her.
Ricky? Drowned?
Yes, I'm afraid so, yes.
Oh, thank God.
What?
What happened, Peter? Tell me what happened.
Well, I don't know exactly. He must have taken her out and gone off course in the fog. He's had her out before, you know.
And you swam after him, I suppose. Your coat may be dry, my darling, but your trousers are very wet indeed. Oh, for God's sake, go and put on some dry clothes and think up a better story while you're doing it.
Letty, I didn't think. I just didn't think.
Never mind, my dear, never mind. He's dead, isn't he? You're sure he's dead?
Yes, he's dead, all right. Cleanly drowned. Like all the other poor devils in St. Mary's churchyard. God knows what they were like in their lives, but the sea scrubbed it all out. There's no disgrace in Dead Man's Bay, lads. No questions asked. Ricky's all right. You don't have to worry about Ricky.
Dry clothes now. No. More whiskey for the moment, no. Get yourself dry, my dear.
Yes. I'm pretty well in there.
Oh, I know, but it'll be all right. Everything will be all right now. Come on, my dear. I'll give you a hand.
In Dead Man's Bay by P.M. Hubbard, the part of Peter Robertson was played by Hector Ross, Letty Robertson by Cecile Chevreau, Ricky Robertson by Nigel Graham, Captain James Hardwick, Arthur Lawrence, Joe Benton, Noel Howlett, and Janet Hardwick, Noel Hood. Other parts were played by Joe Kendall, Michael McLean, and Basil Jones. The play, which was recorded, was produced by Martin C. Webster.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Fred MacMurray and Paulette Goddard in Front Page Woman with Roscoe Carnes.
Lux presents Hollywood. It's a fast-moving romance comedy we bring you tonight. The love story of 2 reporters. The boy who thinks that journalism is purely a man's profession, and the girl who won't say yes till she shows him that he's wrong. Starred are Fred MacMurray and Paulette Goddard with Roscoe Carnes. And as special guest, you'll hear that ace news gatherer, Mr. Floyd Gibbons. Louis Silvers is our musical director. Just a word now before our producer takes over. We are grateful to all of you for your loyalty to Lux Flakes. It is your purchases of our product that makes it possible for us to carry on with this program. And Lux can help you carry on with the many household tasks you have every day. Its rich, pure suds make short work of dirt, yet leave your hands soft and smooth. Yes, Lux gives you double help. It gets rid of dirt fast and protects your hands, too. Yet you pay so little for this extra help. A little goes so far, makes such fine, rich suds. Lux is thrifty. Keep a large box of Lux Flakes in the bathroom and in the kitchen, another in the laundry. And now, your host and producer, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Front page women are not new in history. There was, for example, that fabulous creature, Anne Royal, who wrote a column signed Paul Pry. Finding John Quincy Adams bathing in the Potomac, she sat on his clothes, which he left on the bank, until the embarrassed Mr. Adams gave her the most extraordinary interview ever granted by a president of the United States. The front page woman of my boyhood was that darling of the press, Nellie Bly. She aroused international attention when, in 1889, armed with 2 knapsacks, a toothbrush, flannel underwear, a cap, ulster, and stopwatch, she dashed around the globe on behalf of the New York world in the then incredible time of 72 days. Songs, games, and a racehorse were quickly named after her. And I still have a dim recollection of that beautiful reporter, Nora Donnelly, called the Tut-Tut Girl. On the day Admiral Dewey returned from Manila, Nora boarded his ship for an interview. Rushing up to the Admiral, she waved an American flag in his face and promptly burst into tears. Whereupon the Admiral remarked, "Tut-tut, little girl, don't cry." That gave Nora her new name. Tonight's front page woman, Paulette Goddard, is a star after only 3 pictures, her latest being the Selznick International film, The Young in Heart. Born on Long Island, Miss Goddard is a former Ziegfeld Follies beauty and is heard tonight as Ellen Garfield. Hollywood knows Fred MacMurray as the man who said no. In the days when he was a $5 a day extra, working in a mob scene, the director singled him out from 100 others and offered Fred what to every extra is the opportunity of a lifetime, the chance to speak a line. But Fred was frightened, turned down the offer, and went happily on at $5 a day until Paramount featured him. He stars soon in the new picture Cafe Society, and tonight he's Curt Devlin. One of the screen's most reliable comedians, that perennial favorite, Roscoe Carnes, is heard as a news photographer who answers to the name of Toots. And so we go to press as the Lux Radio Theater presents Fred MacMurray and Paulette Goddard in Front Page Woman with Roscoe Carnes. The reporter's room at North Prison. At a long table running halfway round the wall, a dozen telephones stand ready for service. They're silent now, but soon the wires will be screaming news as a woman pays the supreme penalty for murder. The reporters converse in hushed tones, nervous as the hour approaches. In a corner of the room, a lone girl reporter waits quietly. She's outwardly calm, but her heart thumps wildly. From the doorway comes Curt Devlin of the Daily Express.
Hiya, fellas. How was everyone on this festive occasion?
Hard guy, huh?
Just had a talk with the warden. It won't be long now.
Well, that suits me.
I hate these affairs.
Yeah, the sooner the better.
How are you, Mr. Devlin?
What? Well, I'm a so-and-so.
That's what I always thought.
What are you doing here, Garfield?
Well, I'm covering the story for the Star.
You mean to say
Have a
Spike
sandwich?
Kiley handed you this assignment?
I asked for it.
You asked for it?
Well, why not? It's a big story, isn't it?
Oh, look, Tidbit, an electrocution is no place for you.
Why not? I'm a reporter.
No, you're not. You're just a sweet little kid whose family let her read too many newspaper novels. Now take my advice and
Oh,
get out.
shut up. You think you're so cute, don't you? It's a wonder you don't talk baby talk.
All right, all right. By the way, I don't suppose you've attended one of these high-tension parties before, have you?
Well, there's always got to be a first time.
Yeah, but somehow it all seems a little worse when they burn a woman.
Well, why make an exception because she's a woman?
Sure. Well, it ought to be quite an experience for you if your knees hold out.
Don't worry about me, Mr. Devlin. You know, I'm really grown up now. Sometimes I even cross the street without taking the policeman's hand.
Yeah?
Yes.
Listen, little Miss Front Page, it's okay for you to chase fires and ambulances, but this is different. It does something to you. It chews you up inside. Look at those guys. They've seen them before, and they're really tough. Don't go through it, kid. You don't have to. I'll cover for you.
No, not for me you won't. I was sent here to see it, and I'm going to.
Oh, come on. Let me get you out of here. I'll write your whole story for you.
No. I can take it if you can.
Okay, Tidbit.
Here's the warden, fellas. Well, what do you say, warden?
All right, boys. You can go in now.
Well, it's time for the slow music. Helen, how do you feel?
Well, I'm fine.
Well, come on, then. You wanted to join the parade, and I'll keep step. Oh, honey, let me cover for you. No one will ever know.
No, I'm going myself. I'll write my own story. Oh.
Ellen! Hey, Nick. Mac, give me a hand here. Little Miss Front Page just pulled a feint. How you doing, honey?
Well, I guess I'm all right now. Where are we?
Almost back to town. It's all over, and you're all covered. I phoned a story in for you.
Oh, Curt, I'm so ashamed. Thanks.
No, that's all right. Ellen,
Uh-huh.
if you were me, would you ask me if I loved you?
Uh-huh.
Do you? Sort of?
Not sort of. Lots of.
Yeah? I know a guy that's married. He likes it.
How about his wife?
And she wishes the guy were twins, so she could commit bigamy and be twice as happy.
What do you suppose it'd be like, Curt?
Heaven with all the modern conveniences. Gee, Ellen, why not? All this stuff about being a newspaper woman, that's kid stuff. You don't have to work.
No, but... Well, I just want to prove to you that I can be as good a reporter as the next fellow.
Oh, stop it. Look, we could get one of those studio apartments with a fireplace and... What do you say, hon?
Well, you make it sound nice, Curt.
Hey, wait a minute. The paper's on the street.
Guys in chair. Here you are,
Hey, boy, give me the Express.
Yes, sir.
Let me have the star, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Keep the change, kid.
Thanks. Here you are. Get your paper. Read all about
Hey, here we are, honey. Listen. By Curt Devlin, Express staff correspondent, North Prison, November 10th. With a song on her lips, Mabel Gay, Broadway's female Boniface, walked to the electric chair last night to expiate the murder of dapper Rudy Spain. Ah, boy, that's beautiful.
Curt Devlin, you're a rat.
Sure. What?
Well, you're a low, sneaking, vile, despicable...
What are you talking about?
I'll show you what I'm talking about. Listen to this. By Ellen Garfield, star correspondent, North Prison, November 10th. With a song on her lips, Mabel Gay, Broadway's famous female Boniface, walked to the chair last night to expiate the murder
Why,
of
it's
dapper...
the same story.
You covered me, didn't you? Oh, yes, you covered me beautifully. Well, you sent them the same thing, word for word.
But I told him to rewrite it. Ellen, honey, I
You
didn't...
double-crossed me.
What do you mean I double-crossed you? Do you think this is going to do me any good? They'll can me. Hey, wait a minute. Where are you going?
I'm getting out of here before I slap your face in.
Well, how are you going to get home?
Well, the subways are still running.
Yeah, but not to where you can go as far as I'm concerned. Goodbye.
Hey, Curt.
What do you want?
Are you going to eat that sandwich?
What do you care?
Well, if you ain't, I will. No sense letting all that mustard go to waste.
Oh, go ahead, take it.
Thanks. Say, what are you beefing about? You ain't been fired. Not yet, anyway. Oh, boy, that was a swell story you two had. I looked at the Express, and I looked at the Star, and I thought I was seeing double.
Oh, get out of here, will you, Toots? Go on, take some pictures.
Pictures of what? Oh, I get it. You want me to beat it, huh?
Smart guy.
Okay. Curt Devlin, the sourpuss of the Press Cafe. I'll get a picture of you like this someday, and you won't know you from a lemon.
Hello, Curt.
Ellen. Oh, hello. Thought you'd be out of the newspaper business and taking a course in domestic science by this time.
Curt, I found out you really did try to cover me last night.
Oh, you did?
I'm sorry, Curt. I should have believed you, I know, but do you think I'm a sort of a rat?
Well, no. Just a little mousy, that's all. Did they give you your notice?
No, but I got a piece of our Mr. John's mind, and it was certainly no present that a gentleman should give a lady. What about you?
Oh, Hartley was really quite pleasant about it. All he said was that he'd appreciate it if I could arrange a suicide pact with you.
Well, I guess we're both in the doghouse.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I've been in the doghouse for so long I'm commencing to bark at strangers.
Well, I'm not so worried about you. It's myself I'm worried about.
Well, 2 more weeks and you'll be back covering the Dahlia shows.
Are you going to start that again?
Sure. Why don't you marry me? I'd make a swell husband even if I am a reporter. I don't write novels or newspaper plays and I take off my hat in the house. Perfect.
Well, don't forget that I'm a newspaper woman, too.
And don't forget that women make pretty rotten newspaper men.
Oh, is that so? Listen, I'm as good a reporter as any man, and I can prove it.
Pecans.
And what's more, I'll make you admit it.
Almonds.
And I wouldn't marry you for anything in the world.
Walnuts, both English and black.
Why, you... What's that?
That? Why, that's the fire alarm bell, remember? They keep it here for the convenience of ambitious reporters who like to chase the engines.
Yes, I do seem to recollect, but thank you anyway.
Hey, Curt, you hear that? That's a 3 alarm.
Well, now, what do you know? Toots has learned to count. Congratulations, Toots.
Well, ain't we going to cover it? It's at the Granger Arms, that snooty apartment joint. I ought to get some pictures, maybe.
Take your time. I'm having a talk with Miss Front Page.
Well, the interview's ended, Mr. Devlin. I'm going to that fire.
Fine. If it starts to burn out, put some kindling on it and keep it going till I get there, will you?
You're so smart. Good day, Mr. Devlin.
Hurry up, and maybe they'll let you ride on the hook and ladder.
Get back there, you. Get back. Stay behind the fire lines. Go on now.
But, officer, I tell you, I'm a reporter from the Star. This press card says so.
No, I'm not going to risk letting any woman through the fire lines. I don't care if it says you're a billy goat. You can't get through.
Well, I'll be a billy goat if I want to.
Oh, no, you won't. If you're going to be a goat at all, you'll be a nanny goat in black.
Officer,
Huh?
officer, tell me, could you get me a cab?
A cab? Oh, am I the doorman?
Will you please do as I say? I've got Mr. Stone here.
Oh?
He's been overcome by the smoke.
Oh, Mr. Stone. Oh, yes, sir. Let a cab through here.
How are you, officer?
Oh, Mr. Stone, what are you doing here, sir?
Showing remarkably good sense by leaving a burning building, that's all.
Oh.
Officer, Mr. Stone is very shaky. Would you hurry that cab?
Oh, sure. I'll have it in a jiffy. Hey, cab.
Stone, are you all right?
I don't know. Did she get out of the apartment all right?
I think so. She slipped out the back way. No one saw her.
Find her. Tell her I'm sorry. It was all my fault.
Here's your cab, Mr. Stone.
Thanks. Go ahead, driver. I'll tell you where to go.
Now, young lady, are you still here?
Yes, officer, I'm still here. And would you mind moving over just a little bit? You know I can't see through a person.
Oh, yes, you can.
Oh, no, I can't.
You can see through me uncle. He's a skeleton.
Morning, Spike.
Good morning, Miss Garfield. And where have you been? And why don't you go back?
Well, what's the matter, Spike? Didn't you like my story of the fire?
Oh, that was literature. The hungry flames greedily licked the paint from the building. I don't think my goose pimples will ever go down from that line. I'll bet we've given 1 million readers duck bumps. Yep, you got everything there was to get. Everything except the story. If you want to get the real thing, take a look at this copy of the Express.
Marvin Stone disappears after fire. Broadway producer missing after apartment house fire by Curt Devlin. Spike, how do you suppose he got that?
By being a newspaper man, Chickadee. There are 200 fires in this town every day, but only one Marvin Stone. You know, to me, you're just another dame that missed her calling. You ought to write poems on birthday cards.
Go on, give it to me. I have it coming, but... Stone? There was a stone at the fire. Spike, I think I've got a scoop.
You couldn't scoop the insides out of a cantaloupe.
Give me 24 hours. I think I've got something.
Yeah, I think so, too. Sleeping sickness.
Will you hand me that phone?
Huh?
Just 24 hours, Spike. Just let me start out by finding where that cab took him.
Took who?
Stone, Marvin Stone. Hello? Brown and white cab? This is the Daily Star. Listen. One of your men picked up 2 men at the Granger Arms last night about 9:30. One of them was sick. Dark coat, gray fedora hat. We want to know where the driver took him. All right, I'll hang on. They're checking.
Well, who was the other man?
I don't know. I heard Stone mention a woman, too.
Well, what woman?
I don't know.
No, I didn't expect you would.
Oh, please, Spike, give me a break.
A break? You've had your breaks. One more and you'll break the whole newspaper.
Hello? Yes? Oh, I see. Thank you.
Well?
This is it, Spike. The driver took Stone to the Plaza Hospital.
Plaza Hospital? I'll get a man over there right away.
Oh, no, you don't, Spike. You've got a woman, and she's on her way now.
Plaza Hospital. One moment. Hello, Plaza Hospital. I'll see if he's in.
Miss, will you please tell me?
Go ahead, please. I did tell you. There's no one here by the name of Stone.
Well, look. Was there anybody admitted about 10 o'clock last night? A man?
Well, James Craig at 9:45.
Well, that's it. I want to see him, please.
You aren't family, are you?
Family? Oh, no,
Well, then you can't see him. Mr. Craig died a half an hour ago.
Died? Died of what?
Well, I'm not supposed to tell, but it was a stab wound.
Stab wound? Are you sure of that?
Well, that's what Miss Ohms said. She was the nurse in surgery.
Miss Ohms, get her here for me, will you please? Give me 2 minutes with her, and I'll make her famous.
Oh.
Yes, and you, too. Hurry up.
Here we are. The Star makes another beat. Marvin Stone dead of stab wounds. Entered hospital under an alias by Ellen Garfield.
Lucky little Ellen.
Marvin Q. Stone, theatrical producer, was found dead of a stab wound in the abdomen. That's the stomach, ain't it?
Yeah.
That's what I thought, yeah. In the Plaza Hotel last night, search is being made for an unknown man and an unknown woman referred to as she by the mystery man in Stone. In an overheard conversation? I'll bet she overheard it herself. Oh, to think of you being beaten by a dame.
Yeah. She pinned a rose on me, all right. I got a hand of that.
Pardon me, isn't your name Devlin?
Well, how are you? Mood of my delight? What's on your mind?
Oh, nothing. Just wondered if you'd been reading the Star lately.
Yeah, there was an interesting article by Lydia Pinkham in your last edition. Oh, you mean your yarn. Oh, you just had a lucky break, that's all. You stumbled over something and it turned out to be a corpse.
Really? You know, I think I hear a noise like the sound of crunched sour grapes.
Listen, you haven't got a story. All you've got is a lead. The real story is digging up the unknown man and the unseen she and the guy who did the foul deed. That's where I come in my quiet way.
If I don't beat you to it.
All right. If I turn up this murderer, will you give in and marry me?
Kurt, are you proposing?
Sounded like that to me.
Shut up, Toots. Will you or won't you?
Maybe. If you find the murderer.
It's a deal. Read all about it, honey, in the Daily Express.
The curtain falls on Act One of Front Page Woman, starring Fred MacMurray and Paulette Goddard, with Roscoe Carnes. In our short intermission, before going into Act Two, let's turn to our friends the Brownings. It's late afternoon, and 16-year-old Dot, home from school, finds her mother in the kitchen.
Mother, may I make some fudge for the crowd tonight?
Why, Dot, I'm right in the middle of getting supper, but...
Oh, please, Mother. I'll wash all the dishes.
Well, perhaps.
Whoopee! Did I hear fudge? Dibs on licking the pan, Dot.
Pan lickers or pan washers, Bobby?
Aw, shucks. There's too much washing up round this house all the time.
Aw, but you wouldn't mind, would you, Bobby? It's easy.
Well, you should know. You're the demon dishwasher around here. Gosh, I never saw anybody liked washing dishes the way you do.
Well, gee, it's easy. With Lux Flakes, there's nothing to it.
You're right, Dot. Dishes are easier with Lux. Easy on your hands, too.
Yeah, and Archie Smith said...
Bobby, you hush up.
Well, anyhow, Archie Smith did
Bobby,
say...
please.
Bobby, you better run along and play.
Well, shucks. Archie Smith did say, your hands are like rose petals.
Well, people will always say nice things about Dot's hands, and yours, too, if you depend on gentle Lux for your dishes. These fine, pure flakes help hands stay lovely. In fact, Lux is so mild, beauty experts advise it for dishwashing. Lux contains no harmful alkali to dry the natural oils in your skin and make your hands rough and red. And it's inexpensive beauty care, too. You need just a dash of Lux to give you a fine, big panful of real beauty suds that protect your hands and make speedy work of your dishes. Yes, a little goes so far. Lux is thrifty. Buy Lux Flakes tomorrow for your own dishes, and be sure to get the large-size box for extra economy. Mr. DeMille. We continue with Front Page Woman, starring Fred MacMurray and Paulette Goddard, with Roscoe Carnes. It's the following day. In the office of the Daily Express, Curt and Toots are hot on the trail of the mystery woman. The desk in front of them is piled high with clippings from the newspaper file, clippings of the murdered Marvin Stone. Toots is furiously writing names on a pad. As he comes to the end of the long list, he looks at Curt in despair.
Oh, the mystery woman.
Boy, she is a mystery.
Yeah. As far as I can make out, this guy Stone has kept company with every dame in the world except Whistler's mother.
Yeah. Look at this list. You can interview the Follies line for 10 years back and be only half through his address book.
Never mind. You got them all down?
Yeah.
Well, come on, let's go.
Oh, Curt, we ain't going to look up all these dames, are we?
You think I'm crazy?
I wish you hadn't asked me that.
Well, the first dame we're going to look up never twirled a toe at the bald heads in the first row of the Follies. We're going to see the nurse who was present at the death of the late lamented and punctured Mr. Stone.
Say, wait a minute. Are we on the expense account?
Sure, Sap.
Okay. Hello? This is Toots. Call me a taxicab. Yeah, never mind the old guy.
So this is the room where Marvin Stone breathed his last.
Yes, it is, Mr. Devlin, but I'm afraid I can't help you. There aren't any details at all, and he never regained consciousness. The body's been taken to the morgue.
Are his clothes still here?
Yes, but I'm afraid they won't give you any clues. Police took everything out of the pockets.
Nothing has less personality than a vacant suit, but I'd like to take a look at it, if I may.
Well, it's not regulations.
Oh, come on now, beautiful. What do you care about those old regulations, huh?
Very well. It's in the closet. This is the suit he was wearing.
Beautiful piece of material, ain't it?
You'd toast marshmallows on the candles around a coffin. Do you mind if I examine it a little more closely?
Not at all.
Perfume. Have a sniff, Toots.
It smells like foolish gardenia. Say, Curt, what's perfume doing on a guy's suit?
That's what I'd like to know. By the way, Toots, why don't you take a picture of the little lady in white here?
Huh?
Make a good human interest story. You know, the modern Florence Nightingale.
Oh, now, really?
Well, that's an idea. Now, don't pose, honey. Just try to look like a cross between an angel and an ambulance going to a wreck.
Oh, but I look too awful.
You look very retrograde to me. Hold it.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Miss Nightingale.
All right, Toots, we're in a hurry. Goodbye, miss, and thanks.
Goodbye.
Hey, Curt, what was the mush about taking her face? We can't use her picture.
Shut up. I just wanted you to keep her busy while I was cutting myself a slice of suit.
Stone suit?
Yeah, stone suit. I took myself a small piece of lapel smelling of foolish gardenia.
Okay, so what?
Let's find out who used to clean Mr. Stone's clothes. I think I've got an idea.
Clean the suit? Well, for years I cleaned the suit.
Fine. Do you happen to remember this piece of material?
Material? Say, this is a good piece of goods. Sure, that's off of Mr. Stone's suit. A double-breasted. I cleaned it the day Mr. Stone was killed.
Yeah? What time did you deliver it to him?
Well, the same night at 8 o'clock. Personally, I delivered it.
8 o'clock, huh? The fire was at 9.
Sure. Are you a detective?
I'm beginning to think so. Much obliged. Come on, Toots.
Say, would you be violating a confidence if you told me what we're doing?
We're smelling out a murderer. What we need now is a perfume shop, some place with class. Now, what we need, Mr. Chenard, is an educated smeller like yours. Just take a whiff of this cloth and tell me what you can about the perfume.
It's very fine, expensive perfume. Not a standard brand, an individual creation, very feminine.
Did you blend it?
Oh, no, but whoever did is a fine parfumeur. It's heavy without being soggy. It has a distinct personality.
In other words, the perfume might have been blended to reflect the personality of the woman wearing it?
Oh, undoubtedly.
What sort of woman?
Well, naturally, I couldn't be certain, but I definitely know it is the kind of perfume I would blend for a dark, decidedly Latin type.
Latin type, huh? Thanks, Mr. Chenard. I can't tell you how much I appreciate your poking your nose into my business.
Oh, not at all, not at all.
Toots, my good man.
Yeah, what do you want, Brains?
We're going hunting for Latin. I tell you, I've got it, Toots. When Stone was stabbed, the mysterious woman was with him.
All right, Sherlock, I'll bite. How do you know she was?
Simple, Watson. The suit was delivered to Stone at 8 o'clock. The tailor said so.
Yeah?
Couldn't have come from the cleaner smelling of perfume.
No.
Therefore, the perfume must have permeated his clothes between 8 and 9. Right?
Mm-hmm.
He was stabbed between 8 and 9, so the woman was with him. Still right?
Yeah, you're right. Now, the Latin type was with him when he was knifed, so we go looking for Latins.
Yeah.
So we've seen a dame on our list named Conchita Renal.
Check.
A dame named Martelli.
Mm-hmm.
A dame named DiCosta.
Mm-hmm.
And a dame named Volini.
Right.
And where are we?
We're on our way to the Gaiety Theater, my friend, to see a name named Inez Cordoza.
So I says, I'll get my chance if I have to break the leading lady's leg myself.
Yeah, that's the way I feel sometimes. Gee.
Hello.
Hey, what's the idea of breaking in on our rehearsal?
Oh, I'm sorry. Could either of you two lovelies tell me if Miss Inez Cordoza is around?
Inez? No, she quit the show about a month ago.
Oh, she did, huh?
Uh-huh.
Where is she now?
She moved. I know that because I called her up this morning to get the dirt on her boyfriend being murdered, and they said she left.
Mr. Marvin Stone was her playmate, huh?
Say, what are you, a detective?
With dainty little feet like mine? No, sister, I'm a reporter, and if you help me out, I'll pay off with some good publicity.
Well, my name's May LaRue. M-A-E.
M-A-A. Take that down, Toots.
I got it.
Mine's Olive Wilson.
Fine. Now, what do you know about our Inez?
Oh, I don't know so much, except that Stone was pretty crazy about her.
Oh, she went for him, too. That is until Mr. Coulter came along.
Coulter?
You know, Maitland Coulter, the big shot polo player. And what Stone burned up.
Yeah, tried to take a poke at Coulter one night right outside the stage door.
Yeah, it was disgusting. They both led with their right.
Mm-hmm. The next day she quit the show, and nobody's seen her since.
Hey, this is wonderful. I'll bet you're the girls the kind of showgirls that write novels and sculpt statues on the side.
How'd you know?
You have minds.
Huh.
By the way, did Inez leave any dresses or handkerchiefs around?
No, she took everything. Inez was that way.
Oh, she left the slip hanging on my rack in the dressing room. But I don't see what good that'd do you.
Get it for me, will you?
Okay.
Yep. Leave it to babyface Inez to get publicity like this. You know, if I thought for a minute that I'd get splashed all over the front page, I'd slip a little cyanide to Butch.
Who's Butch?
Oh, that's my boyfriend.
What's the matter? Don't you like him?
Yeah, sure I like him. He's swell, but a girl has to think of her career.
Now, there's a girl with a brain, Toots.
I'll bet she has a Ph.D.
Who told you?
Here's the slip.
Oh, do you mind giving it to me?
Of course not.
Thanks. Perfume, huh? Hey, Toots.
What?
That's a perfume, the same as on the coat. Toots, the unseen she is Inez Cardoza.
Yeah, try photographing an unseen she.
Hello. Hello, Mac. This is Curt. Hold the first edition for a stop press and get a picture of Inez Cardoza and Maitland Coulter out of the files. And send them down to me at police headquarters. I'm waiting there now. Have I got something? Listen, I've got a story that'd curl the hair on an eggplant. Hey, Sergeant, is the lieutenant still busy?
Yep. He'll see you in a minute.
Hello, Sleuth.
Well, how's the future Mrs. Curt Devlin?
Fine. And the disappointed bridegroom?
Aimless, just aimless. How you doing?
Up a tree and no coconuts. Just got some routine stuff from the lieutenant.
Anything to pick up your ears about?
Not much. They found a loaded automatic in Stone's apartment, but no knife. The gun had never been fired.
Gun, huh? What happened to the knife that did the deed?
That's what the lieutenant would like to know.
Yeah, I'll bet. Any signs of a struggle?
Yes, and the Negro houseman says a man asked the number of Stone's apartment and went up about 8:30. And just before the fire broke out, neighbors complained of loud voices.
Add that up, and what do you get?
A question mark. I suppose you've made some startling discoveries.
No. In fact, it looks as though you're going to have to marry me out of love and not defeat.
Maybe I will when you admit I'm as good a newspaper man as you.
Oh, come on, Ellen. Let's call it a draw right now and never talk about it anymore, huh?
Look, I made a bet with you on this Stone case. If you back out, you're a welcher.
Okay. How about having dinner with me tonight? I'll meet you at the Roma about 7.
Dutch?
Oh, let me take you for once, will you? I'm commencing to feel like a Dutch uncle.
You're commencing to talk like one. See you at Roma's.
Okay.
The lieutenant will see you now, Devlin.
Oh, thanks, Sarge. Oh, and by the way, you'd better notify the homicide squad. Tell them to dig up a guy named Maitland Coulter and a Latin lovely named Inez Cardoza. I've got a hunch the lieutenant will want to make a couple of arrests. Hello, Roma.
Ah, Mr. Devlin. The lady is waiting for you over here.
Hello, honey. Do you think I'd never get here?
Oh, I didn't mind waiting for you. Sit down.
Thanks. Gee, I like you.
I'm sort of fond of you, too. Don't know why, except you remind me of an Irish terrier I had once.
Smart dogs, Irish Terriers.
Well, this one wasn't. He bit me.
All of which shows us Irish Terriers will just stand so much. Which reminds me to tell you, you're through playing newspaper. You're going to get off that sheet and marry me.
That's right. When you admit I'm as good a reporter as you.
Listen, I'm tired of humoring you and trying to save your face. You're not a reporter, and you never will be. You're just another dame getting in the way around a newspaper office. In fact, you don't even know when you've been taken to the cleaners.
So that's what you think, is it?
Yeah. Here, take a look at the Express. Go on, read it.
Coulter and woman implicated in Stone murder. Maitland Coulter, wealthy polo player and Inez Cardoza showgirl, were definitely identified by an Express representative as the mystery man and the unseen she who were in Stone's apartment the night he was stabbed. Why...
Sure, look. Coulter was arrested in his luxurious bachelor quarters at the exclusive town apartments at 6 o'clock this evening, but refused to make any statement. Police are searching for Inez Cardoza, who has disappeared, and so forth and so forth and so forth. Well?
All right. You win. Good night, Curt.
Hey, where are you going?
You forgot to find Inez Cardoza. I suppose I've got to do it for you. So long.
Oh, 2 women who are what goiters out of science, a pain in the neck.
Give me Spike. Hello, Spike. This is Ellen Garfield. Spike, I've got a lead on Inez Cardoza. I found out where Devlin picked up his stuff. He went down to the Gaiety and pumped the girls. Well, I did too, and I've got Cardoza's slip. Yes, but it has a laundry mark on it. What do you mean, what good is it? Don't you know human nature? People don't change their laundries. Now, all I have to do is to find out which laundry it is, who the mark belongs to, and then wait for someone to call for some clean shirts. I'll tailor home, and 10 to 1, I'll find Inez Cardoza.
All right, 20 to 1. Goodbye, Spike.
There's another laundry, miss.
Thanks. Wait for me, will you?
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, miss. What can I do for you?
I've been to every laundry in town. Maybe you can help me. I'd like to know if this is your laundry mark.
Yeah, let me see. Oh, yes, this is one of our marks.
It is?
Uh-huh.
I'm from the Star on the Marvin Stone case. Can you tell me whose mark it is?
Well, not the name, miss. But there's a gentleman who calls for laundry with this mark. In fact, I have a package for him now on a rush job.
Today?
Well, yes, he said he'd be here just about... Oh, pardon me, please.
You got my laundry?
Yes, sir, right here, sir.
How much?
$1.50. Thank you, sir. Good day.
Good day.
Oh, miss.
Yes?
That man, he's the one. He just took the package with the same mark as you showed me.
He did? Say, where does he live? Do you know?
Well, no, miss, I don't. But I might be able to find out.
Well, never mind. I'll follow him. Thanks very much. Oh, hello.
What do you want?
I'm looking for Inez Cardoza.
Come in.
Oh, thanks.
Sit down. You followed me from that laundry, didn't you?
Well, no, I didn't.
Oh, yes, you did. I saw you there.
Robert?
Come here, Inez.
Inez. So you're Inez Cardoza.
Robert, what does she want? Who is she?
She's a dirty little
Oh,
fly
you're
cop,
crazy.
sis.
I'm no cop.
Shut up. Sis, go in the other room.
No. Robert, don't. Give me that girl.
Get away from me. Go on, do as I tell you.
Wait, listen. You've got me all wrong.
No, I haven't. I got you dead to rights, sister. So if you know what's good for you, you'll sit tight and keep your clapper shut, or you'll be going back to headquarters on a slab.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We've just completed Act Two of Front Page Woman. Fred MacMurray, Paulette Goddard, and Roscoe Carnes are heard soon in the third act. Now it's intermission time, and time for Mr. DeMille to introduce the evening's special guest. But before he does, just a word about our product. Lux is the world's largest selling package soap for fine fabrics. And here's why. Lux contains no harmful alkali. It's so mild, so pure, it's safe for anything that's safe in water alone. A little goes so far. Makes such fine, rich suds. Lux is thrifty. Our producer, Mr. DeMille. We've just been hearing about the adventures of a front-page woman. Right now, we're going to hear from a man whose stories have been printed on page one many times, with date lines from Paris, London, Berlin, Shanghai, Madrid, and 100 other cities around the globe. If I were to tell you the story of Floyd Gibbons in one sentence, I should say that he was there when it happened, because for many years he's shown an astonishing ability to get to the scene just in time for a big news break. I can't see all the way to New York, but I know exactly how Floyd Gibbons looks as he waits in a New York studio. He's a brawny, strapping fellow with a red face and bristly hair, sitting before a microphone with his hat hanging precariously on the back of his head. He's full of nervous energy. When he talks, his fist flies out, driving home his words. Over one eye is that familiar white patch, a relic of 1918 and Belleau Wood. Speaking to you now from New York is the headline hunter, Floyd Gibbons.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille, and hello, everybody. Here in New York, I've been listening to Fred MacMurray and Paulette Goddard in Front Page Woman. Now, that's a play about my kind of people, newspaper men and newspaper women. We make fun of ourselves, but we do our darndest to outwit each other on the job. For many years now, I've been, trying to figure out just what it is that changes a normal, happy, everyday sort of a person into a newspaper man or woman, and by golly, I still don't know. One day, some 20 years ago, I stood in a boxcar down in Mexico talking to Pancho Villa, the revolutionary leader. I was just a kid, and I threw questions at him one after another. I was so dumb I didn't know that nobody dared question Pancho that way. Pancho got sore as a boil on the neck. He snarled at me in Spanish, "What do you want to come down here for, gringo? You have a nice soft bed at home." Well, sir, I couldn't think of the answer to then, and I still can't. But I stuck it out with Villa and his army, and I saw plenty happen during that frightful war, including a 300-mile retreat, which I think I led. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here tonight. The newspaper reporter tries his doggonest to be there when it happens because the best and most truthful report of any happening is that of the personal eyewitness who can honestly say, "I saw it. I was there when it happened." He has to keep in mind the importance of the main event, but must not overlook the apparently unimportant little facts that prove the truth of the story. I was on the 19,000-ton liner Laconia when it was torpedoed and sunk in mid-Atlantic. We were carrying a huge cargo of explosives. The thing I remember most is what a Canadian aviator named Dugan said when the torpedo hit us. 3 of us were sitting in the smoking room listening to a phonograph playing For a Butterfly. Dugan passed a pack of cigarettes and offered a light. He was the 3rd man on the match. A few seconds later, the ship gave a sudden lurch. The deck began to slant, and the foghorn began to blow the signal of distress. That was when Dugan became one of my candidates for immortality. He blew some smoke out of the side of his mouth and said, that was a lousy torpedo. It didn't even blow up the munitions. Well, sir, the boat sank, but we got away all right and were picked up by a patrol boat without wireless the next morning. It took us so long to reach the Irish coast that American newspapers thought we were lost. The boss printed my obituary in the papers, and oh boy, was his face red when he got a 4,000-word cable story on the sinking of the Laconia from me the next morning. Of course, my clothing, trunk, and typewriter and everything went down with the ship, and they also went down on the old swindle sheet. I mean the expense account. It isn't just ability to write that makes good reporters like these kids, Ellen Garfield and Curt Devlin, in the play tonight. One of the best writers I know is my pal Westbrook Pegler. But Peg would still be a great reporter if he couldn't write a grammatical sentence. When King George V died, Pegler and I were covering the story of the funeral in London. Newspaper men had to stand in line like the tens of thousands of mourning subjects of the late king, a line that stretched out for 4 miles, moving slowly forward in the rain. It looked as though it would take us 10 or 12 hours to reach Westminster Hall, the place where the body was lying in state. Peg found a fellow who had a little sympathy for us when he found we were newspaper men, and he slipped us through the back door of Westminster Hall. That's just across the street from the Abbey. And Peg beat the other correspondents by several hours. It cost us 8 bob each to get in. That's $2, you know. That was the first and last time I ever got into a royal funeral by the back door. There was nothing irreverent in our act, but it really was crashing the gate. A newspaper man does get around to a lot of places, and incidentally, Cecil B. DeMille, so does that product of yours. I've run into Lux Flakes all over the world. I've seen it in store windows from Shanghai to London. How do you do it, Mr. DeMille? And now, good night.
How do we do it? You've got to be good, Floyd. You've got to be good. That goes whether you're a reporter or a flake of soap. Good night, and our thanks to you, Floyd Gibbons. And happy headline hunting. We're back in Hollywood and ready to star Fred MacMurray and Paulette Goddard in the 3rd act of Front Page Woman with Roscoe Carnes. A few minutes have passed. Ellen, worried but calm, gazes steadily at the revolver which Robert Cardoza holds pointed at her head. Then she smiles quietly.
You wouldn't really use that gun on me, would you?
You never can tell, fly cop.
But I'm not a fly cop. I tell you, I'm a reporter.
Robert, maybe she is a reporter.
Miss Cardoza, believe me. I'm the only one who knows you're here. I want to get your side of the story because every day you don't tell the story, the public gets more and more convinced that you're guilty.
But I'm not guilty.
Well, then tell the world you're not.
Stop trying to peddle that phony chatter or I'll fold you up.
Well, I'm only trying to help her.
Shut up and sit down. Listen, Inez, you're leaving here tonight. Go inside and start packing.
All right. But, Robert...
Get inside.
All right. Nice place you have here, Mr. Cardoza. You know, if you'd listened to me,
I said
maybe...
shut up.
All right. May I smoke?
Some cigarettes on the table.
Thanks. My brand, too. Lucky Ellen Garfield.
Where are you going? Get away from that window.
It's awfully stuffy here.
I thought you wanted to smoke.
I do.
You better come back here and sit down.
Listen,
What are you doing? Look out!
The curtains are on fire.
You rotten
Well, put it out. Do something. We'll be burned to death. Oh, you'll never get it off that way. Pull the curtains down. Jump on them. We'll be burned.
There, it's out. I ought to bust you in two.
I wouldn't if I were you.
You? Where'd you get that gun?
Thanks, Mr. Cardoza, for putting out the fire, and thanks for putting your gun down when you did. Now, Mr. Cardoza, you wouldn't believe me when I said I was trying to help your sister, so I'll have to prove it to you. Call Miss Cardoza, please. We're going to see the DA.
Now, Miss Cardoza, I want you to tell your story and tell it as straight as you can. Not only to help me, but to save yourself.
Go on, Inez. The DA doesn't bite.
Well, I went to Mr. Stone's apartment for dinner. When I arrived, Mr. Coulter was there and Stone was sick. Coulter wanted to call a doctor, but Stone wouldn't let him. He said it was nothing, and, well, I thought he'd been drinking too much. We got to arguing. Stone struck Coulter. I got frightened and ran out of the apartment. That's all I know, everything, I swear.
Well, why did you hide out?
I was afraid Coulter might be drawn in. I didn't want to testify against him. I love him, but he's innocent, I tell you, innocent. You've got to let him go.
Please, Miss Cardoza, no hysterics. You can go now. We've assigned a matron to stay with you until Coulter comes to trial.
Go on, Inez. They won't hurt you.
Thank you so much for everything. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, Miss Garfield, congratulations. You did a splendid job finding Cardoza.
Oh, nothing at all.
Hello. Said you wanted to see me here. That's right, Devlin. I want to thank you for what you've done on the Stone case. I think Miss Garfield's done fairly well herself.
Well, thanks, Curt. Well, I guess Coulter's your man, all right. Looks open and shut.
Open and shut? Hardly. Where's Exhibit A? A man who brings a gun to commit a murder doesn't bring a knife, too. A man who thinks to take a knife wouldn't forget and leave his gun in the middle of the floor. To build a case, we've got to have Exhibit A, the instrument with which the murder was committed. The knife hasn't been found.
Well, how can they find it? They've searched Stone's apartment from stem to stern.
Sure. But what that search lacked was the Devlin touch. Leave it to old Slewfoot, folks. I'm practically there now. Brandishing the knife.
Oh, sure. I clean up apartment for Mr. Stone. Every day I clean with vacuum. Woo.
You did a very good job, too.
I cleaned up after murder.
You sure did.
Pipe down, Toots. Now, look, I wonder if you'd be a good boy and let me see your vacuum cleaner.
I go get.
Say, what do you expect to find in that Bronx bagpipe?
I don't know, but our little Chinese friend Swing Out here says he cleaned up the mess in the living room with us, so we might as well take a chance.
Say, Mug, you get more and more elementary all the time.
Here, vacuum cleaner.
Well, thanks. And now let's see what's in the vacuum bag. Here, Toots, make yourself useful. Help me dump out the dirt.
Oh, I wish I'd never loaned you that Philo Vance book.
Wow, look at the sand. Sand? How do you suppose that got here?
Maybe Swing Out cleaned the spinach with it.
Oh, wait a minute. Sand. What's in that big vase standing over there by the door? Well, what's in it?
Sand.
Sand. Sand.
Oh, you see, you sound like delirium tremens lost in the Sahara. It's an ash urn. They're always full of
sand. Yeah. Here, give me a hand with this. We're going to dump it.
Maybe you'd like to put up a few beach umbrellas.
Come on, help me here. Let's see. Cigar, cigarette butts, cork, cigarette
package. So you know you could get a job in the nightclub doing that act. Cigar, cigarette butts, cigar.
All right, wise guy, look at this. Here it is.
Oh, for the love of Mike. The knife.
Yeah, the knife. And this little instrument, my friend, is going to give the DA a thrill and Mr. Coulter the shock of his life.
Hi, Curt. Hi, Toots.
Hey, hide that knife, Toots. Well, look who's here.
Oh, I felt a great need for you, Curt, and I knew you'd be here.
Mm-hmm.
What a mess. I see you've been looking around. Find anything?
Me? Oh, no such luck. There's a knife in this room. It'd take Lady Macbeth to see it.
Well, too bad, Curt.
Yeah, certainly is a shame.
Extra, Coulter indicted. Express finds Stone murder knife. Curt Devlin finds knife.
Paper extra. Call the trial near's end. Call the trial near's end. Get extra.
Then, ladies and gentlemen, the knife was found in an ash receptacle. Why? Because this is what happened. There was a quarrel. Coulter drew his revolver. In the struggle, Stone knocked it from his hand to the floor. Then Coulter snatched the paper knife from the table and plunged it into the man he hated. committing the crime for which he came. Murder, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Premeditated murder. A crime of which the people demand you find him guilty in the first degree. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the state rests.
Ellen,
What do you want, double-crosser?
say, we've got plenty of time to hang around the courthouse. You better stick with me. I really got something this time. I'll cut you in.
No, thanks. You might slip and cut my throat again.
Okay, if that's the way you feel about it. Hey, Toots, wait for me.
Okay, what's on your mind?
Listen, Toots, I've got an idea.
I'm sick of your big ideas. I hang out with you, and I never get a chance to take any pictures.
Toots, come with me to the superintendent's office. Everybody's gone out for air but the jury.
Well, what do you want in the super's office?
Keys, Toots. One key to be exact. The key to the broom closet.
Listen, I can't take no pictures in a broom closet.
Oh, shut up, will you? I've been studying the plans of this courthouse, and I find the broom closet's got a double door. One opens into the hall, and the other opens into the jury room. And I, my friend, am going to listen at the keyhole.
I get it. You scoop the verdict.
Brilliant. Come on, Toots.
Here's the key.
All right, hurry up. Open the closet. If we're too late, I'll kill you.
What do you mean? You spent 4 hours getting the key.
Come on, open it up.
It's dark in here.
Close the door.
It smells like old mops.
Shut up. Listen.
We'll vote once more. And this time, Mr. Harrow, I hope you see the light and vote guilty.
I'll vote the way I like.
It's 11 to 1.
Holy
Roll call once more. Smith.
Guilty.
Vance.
Guilty.
Noyes.
Guilty.
Adamson.
Guilty.
Norris.
Guilty.
Phillips.
Guilty.
Barkley.
Guilty.
Warburton.
Guilty.
Stacy.
Guilty.
Karofsky.
Guilty.
10 for guilty, and my vote makes 11. And now, Mr. Harrow, how do you vote?
I vote the way I please. It's guilty.
Guilty. Coulter's guilty.
What a scoop. Better hurry and phone that news in.
Yeah, that's where I'm going now. Look, Toots. The judge is out to dinner. That means the jury will have to wait in the outer room. You get in the jury room when they leave and mark the ballots not guilty.
Not guilty? What for? The jury just said he was guilty.
Yeah, I know, but will you do as I tell you? Mark all the ballots not guilty and leave them lying on the table. I'm manufacturing a news beat for Little Miss Front Page.
You mean she scoops the verdict and it's the wrong one?
Right. She'll be hanging around the press room with the rest of the boys. I'll go and tip her off. Now remember, not guilty.
Sorry, Spike. No news yet. Signed your dead and dying Garfield.
Hey, Garfield.
What do you want?
Come closer. I know a secret.
What secret?
You'd better hurry to the jury room through the broom closet.
Through the broom closet with what?
With the key. Toots is there, and he's got the key. Go find Toots if you want to scoop.
I'd like to believe that.
Listen, go in there and read the ballots. I know the verdict, but you wouldn't believe me. Go in there and see for yourself.
All right. Thanks, Curt.
It's nothing.
Extra, get your express. Colder guilty.
Extra, get your star. Cola not guilty.
Extra, Colder guilty.
Extra, Cola's not guilty.
He is so.
He is not.
Extra, extra,
Order in the court.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have.
The defendant will rise and face the jury. What is your verdict, gentlemen?
We find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree.
Bailiff.
Yes, Your Honor.
That reporter Devlin knew the verdict before it was brought to court. I want to see him in my chambers at once.
Hello, Spike. Spike, I steered you wrong. Yes, Coulter's guilty. Yes, guilty. Signed your loving but fired Garfield.
Hey, Garfield, what's the matter? What are you crying about?
Oh, I'm washed up to it. I don't need Spike Carley to tell me I haven't got a job.
Oh, gee, tough luck, kid. I'm sorry.
You're not as sorry as I am. Oh, I'm going over to the press cafe and drown my sorrows.
Well, you can console yourself, honey. The judge just put Devlin in the can.
As for you, Devlin, you look swell behind bars. You can rot in jail. I wash my hands of the entire matter.
But, Lester, you're my editor. For heaven's sake, get me out of here.
No, and don't call me Lester. You brought this down on yourself. The Express disclaims all responsibility.
All right, the turnkey's gone. Now what?
Fine, great stuff, kid. Congrats. You did a great job. Don't worry, we'll spring you. So long.
So long.
Hello, Curt.
Well, look who's here. What's the charge on you?
Nothing. I've been fired, that's all. I'm through. Washed up.
Oh, I'm I'm sorry I tripped you up in that yarn, but after all, you should have known better than to fall for that.
You don't have to rub it in, Curt. I know when I'm licked. Well, I guess you're right. No job for a woman.
Sure. Women make bad newspaper men.
But not too bad, you lug. Look
Huh?
at what's in this copy of the Star. Start memorizing this one.
I killed Stone. Inez Cardoza, showgirl, fiancée of Colder, confesses fatal stabbing by Ellen Garfield. Say, where did you get
You
the
know,
story?
Curt, you see, I had a hunch about that girl from the very beginning. I met her at the press cafe after the verdict. She was all set to break down, so I broke her down. She told me how it happened. When Coulter drew his gun, Stone grabbed it. Inez said that he'd have killed Coulter if she hadn't grabbed up that knife in desperation and let him have it.
Yeah, but the fingerprints, those were Colder's prints on that knife.
Yes, but Inez was in evening dress. She had on long white gloves. And the minute she stabbed Stone, Coulter grabbed the knife out of her hands.
Well, for the love of Mike. That's the way to work. That's being a good newspaper man.
Do you mean that?
I hate to say it, but I do.
Well, that's all I wanted to hear.
Give in, darling. I do.
Oh, darling.
Nice clinch, folks. You can cut out that silly stuff now. I've got the picture.
So ends Front Page Woman, starring Fred MacMurray and Paulette Goddard with Roscoe Carnes. Our stars will be back in a few seconds for a personal interview. But right now, here's something I bet is news to a lot of housewives. Did you ever stop to think how much walking you do every day in the course of your housework and shopping trips? Well, I can tell you, it's nearly 8 miles every day. Yes, and that comes to 3,000 miles a year. Why, that's the distance across the United States. And you get more exercise than that, too. What with all the kneeling and stretching and stooping you do around the house. Think what that does to your stockings. They're apt to get runs if they aren't nice and elastic. Elasticity, you know, helps your stockings give under strain instead of breaking into runs. Now let me tell you a way you can help your stockings wear longer. Every night, when you take them off, give them a quick dip in a basin full of rich Lux suds. Lux Flakes save stocking elasticity and cut way down on runs. Soaps with harmful alkali or rubbing with cake soap weakens elasticity. Gentle Lux has no harmful alkali. It's safe for anything safe in water alone. So give all your nice things this special care to help them stay new-looking longer. Your underthings and nightgowns, your washable dresses, and all the little accessories that make or mar your appearance. And remember, a little goes so far. Lux is thrifty. And for even greater thrift, buy Lux Flakes in the large size box. Now, Mr. DeMille.
Now for a 3-star final. A short session with tonight's headline makers. Here's Fred MacMurray, and here also is the new star, whose brief but brilliant record is holding the attention today of every Hollywood studio.
CB, perhaps not every studio, but I know what you mean, and I want to say it's darn white of you, and I hardly know what else to say.
Well, then suppose we skip it, Roscoe, until I finished introducing Paulette Goddard.
Huh? Oh, excuse me,
It's all right, Roscoe. And thank you, Mr. DeMille. But let me stay in character as a reporter for just another moment, because I'm sure it's news to many Lux listeners that you're making this broadcast from a stretcher.
Oh, not just this broadcast, Paulette. It's a picture, too.
What was the disaster that swept you off your feet, Mr. DeMille?
Just a little accident on the set, Miss Goddard. But it has its advantages. The cast of Union Pacific felt so sorry for me today, directing from a stretcher, that they accomplished 2 days' work in one. With results like that, I'm seriously considering remaining in this perambulator till the picture's finished.
Once I fell for a stunt something like that, Mr. DeMille. It seemed he just couldn't play a scene the way the director wanted it. So finally, we drove him into such a fit of rage that he snatched his watch from his pocket and smashed it to bits on the floor. There was a dead silence as we watched him get down on his hands and knees and pick up the pieces. Tears streamed down his face as he told us that the watch was his most prized possession. His father had given it to him years before. Nothing had meant quite as much to him. The cast felt pretty bad about it, and finally the director dried his tears and we went back to work. This time, of course, we played the scene perfectly, and he sent us out for lunch. As I was going out the door, an electrician stopped me and Said, don't let it get you, Fred. He whispered, it was just a dollar watch. I've seen him pull that stunt a dozen times, and it's never missed yet.
Yes, now I can tell you another time that Fred failed to live up to expectations, Mr. DeMille. When he was born, his folks were hoping he'd be a girl.
Well, what's wrong with that? Mine were hoping for a boy. That's why I'm Paulette, the feminine version of Paul.
Yes, but they were going to call Fred Rose because he was born on St. Rose Day. Can you picture MacMurray with a horticultural handle like that?
You take it easy, Mr. Carnes. Fred spent the last 6 weeks learning to box.
Yeah. After being called upon to sock somebody in almost every picture he's made, they've finally given him a pair of 8-ounce gloves and turned him into a professional slugger. Do you like the idea, Fred?
I like it, but it has a couple of good drawbacks. The first was that I planned to take a hunting trip, and I had to forget all about that and take boxing lessons. And the second drawback is the plaid suit I've got to wear. It's got checks bigger than the first prize of the Irish sweepstakes. But as I always say, that's the movies for you. So long, CB.
Good night, Mr. DeMille. And many thanks for this chance to appear on a program which I listen to with so much enjoyment.
Yes, me too. And I hope, Mr. DeMille, that you don't have to take it lying down much longer.
Thank you, Mr. Goddard, Mr. MacMurray. Report here soon again.
There's an outstanding dramatic event awaiting you here next Monday night. Listen for Mr. DeMille's announcement of it in just a moment. Assisting tonight's stars were Inez Seabury as Olive Wilson, Margaret Brayton as May LaRue, Lindsay McHarry as Officer Holohan, John Fee as Maitland Coulter, Lee Millar as Marvin Stone, Lou Merrill as Spike Kiley, Ralph Sedan as Robert Chenard, Abe Reynolds as a tailor, Frank Nelson as Robert Cordoza, Mary Jane Carnes as Inez Cordoza, Ted Osborne as district attorney, Edward Marr as laundryman, David Starling as a Chinese cleaning boy, Harry Humphrey as judge, Joe Franz as bailiff, Elizabeth Wilbur as a nurse, Eleanor Harriet as telephone operator, Sidney Newman as taxi driver, Ross Forrester as Warburton, James Eagles as newsboy, and James Robbins as a reporter. Our musical director, Louis Silvers, appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios. He was in charge of music for their new picture, Jesse James. Front Page Woman was produced on the screen by Warner Brothers Studio. Here is Mr. DeMille.
Next Monday night, the anniversary of his first appearance on the air in drama, Mr. George Arliss returns to the Lux Radio Theater. This beloved artist will be heard in our adaptation of one of his most popular screen triumphs, the dramatic story of an uncrowned king of France, Cardinal Richelieu. Our play is the story of one of the world's greatest statesmen, a man who matched his wit and life against the intrigues of the nobility that France might be united. Supporting Mr. Arliss, you'll hear an all-star cast featuring Florence Arliss, Cesar Romero, Heather Angel, Montague Love, and Douglas Dumbrill. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents one of the world's greatest actors, George Arliss in Cardinal Richelieu, with Florence Arliss, Cesar Romero, Heather Angel, Montague Love, and Douglas Dumbrill. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Our Lux Radio Theater presentation of Front Page Woman has come to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Flakes, those fine, gentle soap flakes used in the wardrobe departments of all the leading studios here in Hollywood and by housewives everywhere. Join us again next week. Be part of the large audience that gathers each Monday to enjoy an hour of dramatic entertainment and a chance to meet Hollywood and its famous people. This is your announcer, Melville Ruick, bidding you all good night on behalf of our guests, our cast, and the staff of the Lux Radio Theater. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood.
The Lux Radio Theater brings you William Powell and Myrna Loy in After the Thin Man. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. When Edgar Allan Poe popularized the detective story, he found the great common denominator of American entertainment. Millions of us have stayed up past bedtime to explore the fascinating realm of whodunit, including the President of the United States. And you can find devotees in every walk of life, rich man, poor man, beggar man, thief, and probably policeman, too. Perhaps we haven't investigated this branch of the drama quite as often as we should in the Lux Radio Theater. But when we do engage a manhunter, we get the very best. Tonight, our play is After the Thin Man, adapted from the MGM picture, and naturally starring the same two players that go with a Thin Man story, Myrna Loy and William Powell. It's an occasion for great rejoicing, but we also must hang our heads a little, because it's exactly 4 years since Miss Loy was last at this microphone. There's more to the story of After the Thin Man than just the exciting quest of a criminal, because our detective is the extraordinary Nick Charles, and Nick has a lovely wife named Nora. They happen to be very much in love. But even love can't keep Nora from interfering with her husband's business when she has an idea. And Nora is a girl with many ideas. Together they can solve just about any problem you give them. But you don't really need a detective to discover that Lux Flakes is the simple answer to your household problems. It's a deduction that millions of women have made after giving Lux Flakes a trial. Now, if your wits have been thoroughly sharpened and you're ready for anything to happen, we'll raise the curtain on the first act of After the Thin Man, starring William Powell as Nick Charles and Myrna Loy as Nora. The railroad station in San Francisco. Into the dim maze of tracks rolls a mighty streamliner, sleek and shiny after its mad dash across the country. With a final throb of its powerful engines, it comes to rest. From the gate tumbles a crowd of reporters and photographers. They rush breathlessly up and down the length of the platform, eager to be the first to greet the arriving celebrities, Mr. and Mrs. Nick Charles.
Where's Nick? What car is he in? He's probably in that car over there.
Come on, let's get a statement from him.
Is Nick Charles in this car?
Charles, 2 cars back.
Thanks. Oh, there he is. Hey, Nick.
Hello, Nicky. How does it feel to be home?
You going to stay with us a while now?
I'm from the Chronicle, Mr. Charles. Can I have a statement?
Easy, guys, easy. One at a time. Darling, these are the gentlemen of the press. Gentlemen, my wife.
Glad to know you, Mr. Charles.
How do you do?
How's about a statement, Nick? Are you going to keep on with your detective work? No, gentlemen. I've retired. Now on, I'm just going to take care of my wife's money. So I'll have something in my old age.
Oh, you said you'd retired before, but I noticed you took that Thin Man case in New York.
Yeah, that Thin Man was a beaut. They're still talking about it.
You'd take a case like that now, wouldn't you?
Not a chance. I just took that to please my wife. She wanted some excitement.
Well, I guess you had it, Mr. Charles.
Oh, it was wonderful. 2 men tried to kill him. But he's not going to take any more cases. You can print that.
That's the girl. So long, gentlemen. Come on, darling.
Goodbye,
Nice to meet you, Charles.
Goodbye. Nice to have met you. Nick, slow down. I can't keep up if you're going to...
Excuse me, lady. I guess I wasn't looking where I was going.
No, I guess you weren't.
Hiya, Fingers.
Well, Nick Charles. Well, how are you?
Fine. How's business, Fingers?
Business? Oh, I quit that racket.
Nick, my purse. It's gone.
Oh, that's a shame. Nora, I want you to meet Fingers McCoy. This is my wife, Fingers.
Your wife?
Mm-hmm.
Say, I didn't know she was... Oh, I'm sorry about your purse, Mrs. Charles.
What'll I do, Nick? I know I had it with me.
Oh, it'll turn up. Won't it, Fingers?
I certainly hope so. Sure. Well, so long, Nick. Glad I bumped into you. Goodbye, Mrs. Charles.
Goodbye. Nick, I've got to go back to the train.
Oh, I wouldn't bother, darling. Let's get home.
I just can't go off.
Come on now, come on. You don't want to embarrass him, do you?
What do you mean?
Fingers, he's a purse snatcher. Think of his feelings.
A purse snatcher? Well, he must have taken it.
Certainly, but you see, he didn't know you were my wife. You'll get it back in a morning mail, darling. He's a very honest pickpocket.
Oh, Nick, you do know the nicest people.
Hiya, Nick. Welcome home.
Hiya, Bumps. How's the boy?
Never better, Nick. In the pink.
See you around.
A prize fighter, darling?
No, wrestler.
Oh, a wrestler. Well, that's different.
Hiya, Nicky. What's a good boy?
Well, hello, Slats. How's everything?
I'm doing okay. Glad to see you, pal.
Likewise.
Now, there's a sweet character. He ought to be in jail just to play safe.
He got out last Tuesday.
Oh. Welcome home, Nora. Oh, hello. Thank you.
Nice to see you, my dear.
Thank you very much.
Now, who are those people, darling?
You wouldn't know them. They're respectable.
Oh.
You know, darling, the best thing about going away is coming back home.
I suppose you remember that tonight is New Year's.
I know. Got your keys, darling?
Yeah. I also suppose you've got some ideas on the subject.
Very definite ideas.
I was afraid of that.
I want to lock the doors and plug the bells, cut off the telephone, and crawl into bed for months.
Mrs. Charles, you're a woman after my own heart. I won't be awake at midnight, so I'll kiss you now. Happy New Year, Nora.
Happy New Year, darling.
Hi, folks. What you standing out there for? Come on in.
Hey, what is this?
Well, it's our house, all right.
Come on. Make yourself at home, folks.
Well, let's go in, darling. He says it's all right.
Oh, well, as long as we're invited.
There's the bar right in there. Help yourself.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
What's the celebration?
We're giving a surprise party to Nick and Nora.
Nick and Nora?
Sure, don't you know Nick and Nora?
No, we don't.
Neither do I. But that's not going to spoil my fun. It's New Year's, so what's the odds? Go on in. Fake it. It's a cinch.
Oh, thanks for the tip.
Sure. Get in there and get some of that Napoleon brandy before it's all gone.
Oh. May I have this dance, Mrs. Charles?
Thank you, sir. You're a gent. Who are all these people?
Well, now, let's see. It looks like Mo Stone over there. He's a bookie. That fellow with him is a police captain. And I believe the gentleman in the loud suit runs a pool room. That fellow in the fireman's hat...
Never mind. I get the general idea.
Mrs. Charles, welcome home, madam.
Thank you.
How are you, Peters?
Never better, Mr. Charles. I'm sorry about the party, sir, but they forced their way in.
Yeah, knowing my friends, I can believe that.
Nick, I smell something burning.
Probably just the living room rug or,
If I may be allowed to suggest, sir, that's probably Mrs. Charles' aunt. She's been calling all day and very much annoyed. She wants you to come to dinner this evening, Mrs. Charles.
Oh, dear.
Goodbye, darling. See you next year.
She expects you too, Mr. Charles.
Me? Aunt Catherine wants me to come to dinner?
Well, there must be some mistake. She couldn't want you, Nick. I'll take it in the bedroom, Peters. Nick, come with me.
If it's your Aunt Catherine, get out of it. No more family dinners. I wouldn't go through that again if you had twice as much money.
Hello?
Hello, Nora.
Who is this?
This is Selma.
Oh, hello, darling.
Darling? Aunt Catherine?
Shut up. It's my cousin Selma. How are you, Selma?
Nora, I had to call you. I wanted to make sure you were coming tonight.
Well, I'm afraid not, Selma. You see...
Nora, you've got to come. I'm in terrible trouble.
What?
Please, I can't tell you now, but you must come. I'm desperate. Oh, wait a minute.
Selma, put down that phone.
I won't. I'm speaking to Nora.
Hello?
I told you not to call anyone.
Hello, Selma.
Give me the phone. Hello, dear.
Hello, is this...
How are you, Nora? This is Aunt Catherine.
Well, what's the matter with Selma?
Oh, nothing at all, dear. You know Selma well enough not to pay too much attention to her. We'll see you tonight, Nora.
Well, you see, it's New Year's Eve, Aunt Catherine.
The old battle axe.
Shut up.
What?
Excuse me, Aunt Catherine. I was talking to the dog.
Oh. We'll expect you at 7:30.
All right, Aunt Catherine. We'll come. Goodbye.
What did you say?
I said we'd be over for dinner.
Oh, my own wife.
I'm sorry, Nicky, but I had to do it. It's Selma. She's in trouble. You like Selma, don't you?
Not as much as that.
But she sounded so funny, as if she'd been crying.
Living with your Aunt Catherine, I can't say I blame her.
Selma, stop that crying. Do you want the servants to hear you?
I don't care, Aunt Catherine. I'm going crazy. I can't stand it any longer. I'm going to call the police.
You'll do nothing of the sort. Haven't we paid out enough to hush up his other scandals?
He never did anything like this before. How do we know but what he may be dead?
I told you I'd handle this.
I can't go on this way. Robert's my husband, and then...
Be quiet. Yes, Henry?
Beg pardon, madam, but shall I set a place for Mr. Robert tonight?
Certainly. Mr. Robert will be here.
Very good, madam.
You know he won't be here, Aunt Catherine.
I know nothing of the sort. Now go upstairs and make yourself presentable.
When Nora comes, I'm going to tell her.
You will not tell her. I will not have that husband of hers snooping into our family affairs.
I don't care. He can help us. I'm going to tell him the whole story.
Nick.
Huh?
Aunt Catherine wants to speak to you.
What did I do now? Use the wrong fork?
Nick, listen. Do you know why Robert wasn't here tonight?
Sure, because he's smart.
I'm not fooling. He's disappeared.
That's swell. Now, if we could only get rid of Aunt Catherine, we'd be all set.
Come on. She's in the library with Selma. Here he is, Aunt Catherine.
Oh, Nicholas, I'm sorry to take you away from the family.
Oh, that's fine. I mean, it's quite all right. Well, what's all this about, Selma? How long's Robert been gone?
3 days. 3 days without a word.
You notified the police?
Certainly not, and we're not going to.
Oh, no. Robert may be kidnapped. He may be lying dead somewhere, but we mustn't do anything about it. Our precious name might get in the paper.
Oh, don't pay any attention to her. She's exaggerating the whole affair. However, to please her, I thought you might investigate the matter quietly. With your experience as a
flatfoot?
And I didn't mean to be as blunt as that.
Why not? It's all in the family.
Selma, have you any idea where Robert might be?
No, but there's a woman mixed up in it. I know it.
Selma, you know nothing of the sort.
What about the vanity case they sent me from that Chinese restaurant?
It was a stupid mistake on their part.
Mistake? Some woman left it. He was there with some woman.
Selma, you know that Robert worships you.
How can you say that? You know he hates me. He only married me for my money. He never did love me. Sometimes I wish he were dead.
Well, I'm a little confused. Tell me, Selma, do you want him back or don't you?
Of course she wants him back.
Don't, Selma, please.
Come, Selma. I'll take you up to you. Dr. Keller will be here in a moment. He'll give you something for your nerves. Excuse me. Nora, Nicholas.
Well, Nick, what do you think about it?
I'm not thinking at all. What are you getting me into? There are lots of detectives in this town, men who need the job.
But no one as good as you, Nicky.
That won't get you a thing. I've retired.
But this is different. This is for Selma. You will help find Robert, won't you?
Why? I didn't lose him.
It's your chance, Nick. It'll get you in right with the family.
That's just what I'm afraid of.
Nicky.
Get your hat, darling. We're going to get out of here while we still got the chance. Well, where's it going to be? Still New Year's Eve. We ought to go someplace.
All right, let's go look for Robert.
Now, listen, my sweet.
Hello, Nick. Hello, Nora.
Oh, hiya, David.
David, how nice to see you. What are you standing out here for?
Oh, they don't let me in the house anymore. Selma said she'd try and meet me later.
I'm afraid she won't be able to make it. Did you know that Robert had disappeared?
If he has, it's the only decent thing he's ever done.
What's he been up to lately, David?
The last thing he pulled on me was a couple of days ago. Called up and said that if I'd give him $25,000, he'd go away and leave Selma to me.
Lovely boy.
What did you say?
I asked him to give me a couple of days to think it over. You know, $25,000 would be cheap if he'd really go.
Why don't you take up a collection? There are a lot of people who'd like to contribute.
Tell me, did you see Selma? How is she?
I'm terribly worried about her.
I know, I am too.
Come on, David. We're going to go someplace and get the taste of respectability out of our mouths.
Thanks, but I couldn't.
Oh, David, why not?
I've got too much on my mind. Well, I'm glad you're back anyway. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year. Selma was a fool not to have married him instead of Robert.
They can't all be as lucky as you, darling. Well, where are we going?
How do you feel about some Chinese food?
Awful.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Because we're going to that Chinese restaurant that sent the compact to Selma, the Lai Chi. Please, darling.
Now, see here. I'm not looking for Robert.
Of course you're not. I am.
Hey, Maud.
Yeah?
Fella here wants a table.
Well, tell him we're all filled up.
I did. He says to tell you his name is Nick Charles.
Nick Charles? Where is he?
Over by the door.
This is more like it.
You must feel right at home in a place like this. Too bad we didn't bring Aunt Catherine.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
Hello, dancer. Tell me, have many tables?
Oh, I guess I can find one, seeing as it's you. You just slumming?
That's all, dancer. Why?
Just wanted to make sure. I don't like business calls on New Year's. Oh, say, I want you to be my partner. Hey, Lum Key, come here.
Yes?
I want you to meet a friend of mine, Lum Key. This is Nick Charles.
And Mrs. Charles.
Oh, I'm your friend. You bet you.
You sent his brother up, Nick. Lum Ying. Remember?
Oh, yes. He's the one who spread a tongue war out to include sticking up a bank.
Oh, you bet you. You catch my fella. You play trick on him.
No play trick on him, no catch him, you bet you. You still in jail?
Oh, you bet you. 4 5 years more. Goodbye. Have a nice time, please.
Is he a tong man, too, Mr. Dancer?
No, but you never can tell how close brothers are. I thought you might like to know, Nick.
Thanks.
He's a good guy to have liking you. Oh, there's a table over there by the wall.
This way, Mrs. Charles.
Nicky, there's Robert.
I know, I saw him before.
Why didn't you tell me? Robert?
Oh, hello.
Good evening, Robert. Happy New Year.
Is it?
Robert, what are you doing in a place like this? We just saw Selma, Robert.
Yeah?
She's terribly worried about you. Don't you think you'd better go home?
Sure, I'll go home. When I feel like it, and not before.
Robert!
Oh, let him go.
Got your table, Nick.
Oh, is that fellow a friend of yours?
On the contrary, he's a relation. He's been hanging around here drunk for 3 days. He's got a case on our prima donna.
I wish you'd toss him out. His wife is going crazy.
Oh, that's too bad. I'll speak to his girlfriend.
Well, I've done my duty.
Hey, Polly. Polly, come here.
What's up, Dancer?
Now, listen. That boyfriend of yours is pretty drunk.
So what? I thought that was the idea. Keep him happy.
Sure, but a couple of his relations just blew in.
Relations? What do we do?
Well, give the customers one more song and then knock off for the night and take him out of here.
Okay, but I'm getting sick of that guy.
It'll just be tomorrow, honey, and then he can turn him loose.
Tomorrow's a holiday. The banks will be closed.
That's right. Well, then the next day. What's the difference? Ain't it worth it?
I guess so.
That's the girl. I'll make it snappy, Polly. I'll keep an eye on her.
Hey, Polly.
Yeah, what?
I got a message for you.
What is it?
Your brother's looking for you.
My brother? Where is he?
In your dressing room. He wants to see you right away.
Hello, Polly. What's the matter? You don't look so happy to see me.
Please, Phil, don't try to start anything. I'm in a hurry.
You've been in a hurry ever since I got back.
Can I help it if I gotta work?
That's not what I'm kicking about. What's going on with this drunk Robert Landis?
Nothing.
Oh, no? Then what's this check doing on your dressing table?
Give me that.
A check made out to you, signed by Robert Landis.
Get out of here. What are you...
Shut up or I'll smack you right in the teeth. I'm in on this, you know.
Phil, please.
If you don't cut me in, the party's off.
I can't cut you in.
The check's yours, ain't it?
Yes, but...
But what? But what?
Let me go. Let me...
Sure. But this is just to remind you that I'm in on the deal.
You big lug. Look what you've done to my face. How am I going to explain that?
There's a lot of things you'll have to explain before I'm through. You and Dancer are taking this Landis guy for plenty of dough, aren't you?
What about it?
How much? Come on, how much?
25,000.
Did you get it yet?
No.
Go ahead, spill it.
Some friend of his wife's is putting it up to get him to leave her alone.
So you're going to keep him drunk and then collect it for him. When?
I don't know.
When, I said?
Tomorrow night.
Okay. I'll be around the next morning. Early.
What are you doing here?
Hiya, Dancer. Just leaving. So long, Polly.
What did that heel want?
Nothing. It's okay, Dancer.
Now, listen. There's a switch in the plans. I just heard that dough is being handed over tonight.
Tonight?
That David guy is meeting Landis in front of his house. Now, you better be with Landis, see?
I'll be there.
I told Nick that you were taking Landis home. Now, make sure they see you as you go out.
Sure.
And when the dough's delivered, you know what to do. I'll be across the street just in case something goes wrong. Now, get going. And no slip-ups.
And see if Robert got home.
Oh, come on. There must be a phone in Dance's office. He won't mind. Hello, Dancer. Come in. What are you doing in this office? Just calling a number. Any objections? Once a gum heel, always a gum heel. I don't like gum heels, and I thought you'd quit it when you married a pot of money.
Did he call me a pot?
I don't like to be critical, Dancer. But, you know, it doesn't look quite right when you and your partner and your prima donna and your best customer all go out at the same time. It gives the place a sort of a vacant look. Have you ever been thrown out of a place, Mr. Charles? How many places was it up to yesterday, Mrs. Charles?
How many places have you been in, Mr. Charles?
Hello? Aunt Catherine? This is Nick. Nicholas. What? When? I see. Yes, I will. Bye. Well, if you're through in here, you can beat it.
What's the matter, Nick? Bad news?
Dancer, you'd better...
Ah, Polly, come in. Another of our travelers has returned. Now, if only Lum Key will... No sooner said than done.
Oh, someone call me?
Quite a gathering of the clan, isn't it? I wonder which one of you would be most surprised if Robert Landis walked in now. You know there's no chance of that, don't you? All of you.
Now, I don't know what you're talking about. Now, get out of here.
What is it, Nick? What's happened?
Robert's been killed.
Killed?
He was killed on the front steps of your aunt's house. Police are questioning Selma.
What's that got to do with us? Go on, get out.
You said that before, Dancer, and it's foolish. I'm not going to get out. On the contrary. We're going to have a lot more people in.
Listen, you...
Hello. Nick Charles speaking. I want to get hold of Lieutenant Abrams, the homicide squad.
Why are you calling him? It's a cinch none of us shot Landis.
That's so. Well, then maybe you'd like to explain how you knew he was shot.
The curtain falls on Act One of After the Thin Man with Myrna Loy and William Powell. During this short intermission before Mr. DeMille presents Act Two, we introduce a very charming guest. Strike up the band, Lou. That music, ladies and gentlemen, welcomes a real Southern belle, Miss Mary Nell Porter from Memphis, Tennessee. In private life, she's a debutante, but this spring she's touring the country in a very important role as Maid of Cotton, representing our huge cotton industry. We're certainly delighted to welcome you to the Lux Radio Theater, Miss Porter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roy. I'm so glad to be here.
I hear that you've been doing quite a little flying the last 3 months.
I certainly have. Over 12,000 miles.
And on top of that, I understand that you've had a staggering schedule of fashion shows and radio speeches and personal appearances in 30 different cities.
It has been a very interesting experience, and I've enjoyed meeting so many nice people all over the country. We've had such large crowds at all our cotton fashion shows.
Well, I'm sure the women want to hear about that.
And I'd love to talk about it. You know, cotton is terribly smart this year for play suits and street dresses and evening frocks.
Now, here, just a minute, please. How about giving us some details?
Well, there's a very good-looking red and white striped daytime dress with big sleeves, and has a very full skirt with the cutest Dutch boy pockets. I wear it with blue shoes.
That sounds very patriotic.
It surely is. Red, white, and blue is awfully fashionable this year. A lot of the dresses on our show are patriotic.
I see where the stripes fit in, then.
Well, they're smart, too, and so are flower prints. My bathing suit has tropical flowers scattered all over it.
Oh, so cotton goes swimming.
I should say it does. And dancing, too. You should see one evening dress in our fashion show. It's a brilliant red muslin with large white Hawaiian flowers all over it.
Straight from the South Seas.
Well, straight from a storybook. It has the sweetest puff sleeves and a long basque bodice.
Well, tell me, is cotton all glamour?
Goodness, no. It's simply wonderful for wearing in town, too. Things like gingham or piquet or seersucker make beautifully tailored suits. They're cool as can be and awfully easy to take care of.
Miss Porter, don't you find it hard to keep all these lovely cottons fresh on your trip?
Not at all. You see, the whole wardrobe is flexible. Even some of my shoes and bags.
That makes things easy, doesn't it?
I should say so. Why, new Quick Lux Flakes are simply wonderful. They take such beautiful care of all the lovely new cottons. You know, everything safe in water is safe in Lux.
Ladies, please note, this year's smart cottons are really fine fabrics, and they must be treated gently, just like washable silks, rayons, and woolens. New Quick Lux is so mild, it keeps them new-looking longer.
That's why we use it for everything in our cotton show.
Well, we've certainly enjoyed having you with us tonight, Miss Porter.
Thank you so much. I'm mighty glad to meet you all.
Well, good night, and good luck on your trip home.
Thank you. Good night.
Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act Two of After the Thin Man, starring William Powell as Nick Charles and Myrna Loy as Nora. It's 2 hours later. With mystery shrouding the death of Robert Landis, the police have been questioning Selma, who discovered the body. Now the grilling is over, and her nerves are worn to the breaking point.
They're going to arrest me. They're going to arrest me, Nora.
No, of course they don't.
They all believe I did it. Aunt Catherine, everyone.
They don't, Selma. They don't think that at all.
I know. I heard them.
Now, darling.
But I didn't kill him, Nora. I didn't. I'm sure I didn't. I couldn't have.
What? What do you mean?
Nora, you'll help me, won't you?
Tell me what happened. Everything.
He came to the house at midnight to get his things. He said he was leaving me. I tried to stop him. He pushed me away and went down the stairs. I followed him to the front door. While he was letting himself out, I went to the library table. There was a gun there.
A gun, Selma?
I didn't mean to use it. I only wanted to frighten him, to make him come back and listen to me.
All right. Go on.
I went to the door. He was standing on the steps looking up and down the street. And then there was a shot, and he fell.
Where did the shot come from?
I don't know.
All right, darling. Never mind. You've been through enough. You'd better lie down now and rest.
I can't rest. I've got to think. Nora.
Yes?
David.
What about David?
He thinks I'm guilty, too. He thinks I killed Robert.
Selma Hubbard.
He must think so, or he wouldn't have taken...
He wouldn't have taken what?
Nothing. But he mustn't think that. I couldn't bear it. You must tell him. Tell him I didn't do it.
Couldn't you tell him?
No, somebody might be listening. You go to him. Tell him. Hurry.
Who is it?
It's me, Nora.
Hello, Nora. This is a surprise. Come in.
I got over as soon as I could, David. Selma
What's
said
the matter? Is there anything wrong?
Oh, you mean you don't know?
No, what? What's happened?
Robert's been killed.
Killed? That's impossible.
What do you mean?
I saw him only a little while ago.
How long ago?
About 10 o'clock. I met him in front of the house and gave him $25,000 in bonds.
Wait a minute. This is too much for me. Where did he go then?
He went inside the house to get his things.
Oh, then it was when he came out again that he was shot.
I've got to see Selma. Will you come with me?
Come on.
No, you don't. Stay right where you are, the both of you.
What is this? Who are you?
Detective Malloy, Homicide Squad. We've had our eye on you, buddy. Trying to make a getaway, huh?
Are you crazy? Listen, someone's been kidding you, officer.
Sure. Remember, you were kidding, too, when you were seen throwing that gun into the river.
David.
It's all right. There's been a mistake. Tell Selma, will you?
All right.
Come here, sister. You're not telling anybody anything. You're going along with us.
Where?
Down to headquarters.
Oh, oh, you don't understand. I'm Mrs. Nick Charles.
Oh, yeah? And I'm Mother Goose. Come on, step on it.
Hello, Nick.
Yes?
This is Abrams down at headquarters.
Oh, how are you?
Say, Nick, we picked up a woman a few minutes ago in David Graham's apartment. She claims she's your wife.
My wife?
Yeah, says her name's Nora. What about it, Nick?
Nora. Oh, sounds like a phony to me. You better put her in the jug till I get down there.
You're the doctor, Nick. In the jug she goes.
Right down here, Mr. Charles.
Thank you, Matron.
Nick, here I am, over here.
Well, hello. Fine way to start the new year, getting thrown in the can.
Nicky, get me out of here.
How long has this thing with David been going on?
Oh, Nick, stop that and get me out of here. I've got something to tell you.
About the case?
Yes.
Oh, no. I'll get you out on one condition. No more cases. No more detecting. Promise?
But this is important.
Do you want me to let her out, Mr. Charles?
Definitely not.
Nicky, please.
Well, promise?
I promise.
All right, let her out, Matron.
Nick, have you been working on the case?
I've been giving it my undivided attention.
What have you found out?
Nothing.
Oh, Nick.
The only new development is that Polly has a brother. Where, we don't know.
What about her and Dancer and Lum Key?
All in the neighborhood at the time of the shooting. We've established that, but we can't prove a thing.
But, Nick, somebody killed him.
Yes, I think that's been proved.
Mrs. Charles?
Yes?
Lieutenant Abrams wants you for questioning.
Questioning? Nicky, they don't think I'm mixed up in this.
Don't worry, darling. If they find you guilty, I'll write you every day.
This way, please.
Nicky.
Now tell me, Mr. Graham, were you and Robert Landis on good terms?
Decidedly not.
On bad terms, Mr. Graham?
Very bad.
You and Mrs. Landis were once engaged, weren't you? Until Landis came along?
Yes.
Ever ask her to divorce him and marry you?
I may have. But she never said she would.
But you hoped she would. And you thought that with him out of the way, she might.
I didn't kill Robert.
No, of course not. But you did pay him to go away.
Yes.
Lieutenant Abrams, my wife.
Oh, come on in. I got to ask her some questions, Mr. Charles. I'm sorry.
Quite all right. Go ahead.
Now, Mrs. Charles, why did you go to Mr. Graham's apartment?
What?
Maybe I'd better leave.
No. Selma had a silly idea that David thought she killed Robert. She wanted me to tell him that she didn't.
Why, I can't imagine how she could think a thing like that. It's ridiculous. I haven't seen her for a couple of days.
Here's Mrs. Landis, boss.
No. Will you come in, Mrs. Landis?
David. Oh, I didn't want you dragged into this.
No, it's all right, dear.
Mrs. Landis, why did Mr. Graham think you killed your husband?
I never said that. I never thought it for 1 minute.
Don't, David. He had every right to think I did it. He's just trying to protect me. He heard a shot. He rushed up to me and saw me standing near Robert with a gun in my hand. But I didn't fire the shot. It came from the street.
You mean you didn't kill him?
No, look at the gun, David. It hasn't been fired.
Oh, Selma, forgive me.
Oh, of course I forgive you.
Well, that's all cleared up. Go on, Nora.
It isn't cleared up as far as I'm concerned. I've got to have something more than that. Where's that gun, Mrs. Landis? I've got to see that gun.
Well, I haven't got it.
What?
Well, David took it from me. David, where's the gun? What is it, David?
Selma, I thought you were guilty. I thought I was doing the only thing. I threw it away.
You threw it away?
I threw it into the river.
Oh, that's marvelous.
But they can get it. I'll show them where I threw it. I'll get divers to go down after it. They'll find it. They must.
Bowie. She don't want that gun back any more than you do. Hey, Mac, swear out a warrant for the arrest of Mrs. Robert Landis on suspicion of murder.
Nicky, are you awake?
No, I'm not.
Oh, I thought you were. Did you say something about scrambled eggs?
No, I didn't. No. I suppose that means you'd like me to go up and fix some for you.
Oh, no, I don't care about them.
Sure.
Really?
Good. Good night.
Good night. After all, if I want scrambled eggs, I can get them for myself. Of course, I'm not as good a cook as you are, but... Oh, well, don't bother about me. You go on sleeping. I love to watch you sleep. You look so cute. Nicky, have you any pictures of yourself taken as a baby?
No.
Oh, that's a shame. I wanted to see what you looked like.
I'll have one taken in the morning.
Poor Selma. Poor David. Nicky, can you reach the water?
Huh? Oh. Yes, I suppose so. Yes.
Oh, I didn't want it. I just wanted to be sure you could reach it.
Nora, please go to sleep.
I can't. I keep thinking of Selma down in that jail.
Darling, there's nothing to worry about. Tomorrow they'll find the gun. It won't have been fired. Selma will be free.
Then you don't think she did it?
For the 10th time, no.
You're not saying that just to make me happy. You really mean it?
Yeah, I mean it.
Of course you're right. She didn't do it. She couldn't have done it. I don't think I'd kill you if you ran off with another woman.
Thank you, darling.
I might, though.
Nora, don't be morbid. Go to sleep. What in the name of...
Nick, the window.
Keep your head down.
Nick, somebody smashed the window.
No, really?
Look, there's a rock. With a note attached to it. Nicky, a note.
Let's see.
What is it, Nick? What does it say?
Silly little woman. I told her to stop writing to me.
Oh, darling. Please, read it.
Mr. Nick Charles, if you want to know something about the murder of Robert Landis, get a line on Phil Burns, the guy Polly says is her brother. He's an ex-con and was married to Polly in Topeka, Kansas 3 years ago.
Married 3 years ago.
What are we supposed to do? Send him an anniversary present? Look at the way this fellow spells Topeka. Topeker.
What's the matter with that?
Nothing, darling. Good night.
Oh, Nick, you can't go back to sleep now. Phone Abrams.
What, and have him here, keeping us up all night?
Oh, don't you see? If Phil is her husband, then he shot Robert because he found out about him and Polly. Oh, Nicky, you've got to call him.
Just as you say. You hand me the phone?
Oh, isn't it wonderful? Everything's working out beautifully. All we have to do is find this fellow Phil Burns, and we've got the murderer. Here, darling, call him and tell... Now, who can that be?
Oh?
Hello, Nick. This is Abrams.
Oh, I was just going to call you.
Yeah? Well, maybe you better get down here. You know that guy, Phil Burns, Polly's brother?
Yeah, what about him?
We traced him to his hotel.
You find him?
Yeah, but somebody else found him first. He's been murdered.
Well, there he is. That's the way we found him, Nick. Dead for 2 hours at least. Strangled.
Yeah. Looks like he was beaten up a bit before the strangling set in. Any fingerprints?
All over the place. We're checking on him now.
What else did you find?
Nah, nothing much. He had a .38 in his drawer, 6 bullets in it, and a little dough. Oh, yeah, and this key. I guess it's the key to Polly's apartment. It's got her number stamped on it.
Another good guess would be that Solomon Landis didn't do this.
Fair enough. But he wasn't killed the way Landis was either.
Might be a good idea to check the chambers on that .38. He might have fired it and slipped in a new shell.
Okay. Anything else on your mind?
Yes. That key to Polly's apartment. Could I borrow that for an hour?
Sure. Here.
Maybe you better give me a skeleton key, too, just for good measure.
Okay. What are you looking for?
I haven't the faintest idea, just a hunch. Call you later.
Okay.
Nick, what did you find in there?
Dead man.
Is that all?
Isn't that enough?
Where are we going now?
Well, I don't know about you. I'm going to visit Polly Burns.
At this time of night? Without a chaperone?
Nora, this is purely business.
For me, too. Come on, darling. She's not home. Miss Burns keeps late hours, doesn't she? Nick, where'd you get that key?
From Abrams. It was in Phil Burns' pocket.
Oh, it's good you had an answer for that.
Go on in. Be quiet.
Here's a light switch.
You turn it on?
What do you expect to find in here?
I don't know.
Well, how do I know what to look for?
Don't look for anything. Go over there and sit down.
Suppose she comes in. What do we do?
Tell her it's a surprise party.
Anything in the drawers?
Hey, give me a chance.
Nick, what do you suppose people want a hole in the ceiling?
They don't.
Some people do. Look up there.
Where?
Up there. See. In the corner. A little hole in the plaster. What could that mean?
Well, it might mean that the ceiling's falling down. Or it might...
What?
What's the number of this apartment?
3D.
I wonder who lives in apartment 4D. Let's go upstairs and find out.
Here it is. 4D. This is right over Polly Burns' apartment.
What's the name on the bell?
Anderson. Say, where did you dig up all these keys?
We're going to visit Mr. Anderson.
Or Miss Anderson. It doesn't say which. Anybody home?
Put on the light. Let's see. That hole in the ceiling downstairs was right under this corner. If I'm right, these floorboards ought to be loose. Uh-oh.
I get it. Somebody took this apartment so they could see what went on downstairs.
Exactly.
Look through the hole, Nicky. What do you see? Well?
That's funny.
What is it?
I can't see anything. The hole's been plugged up from the other side.
What? But how...
There's somebody down there now. Somebody who knows about this peephole. Whoever it is plugged it up while we were coming upstairs.
Nick.
You stay here.
No, Nick, it may be the murderer. Nicky, wait.
I've got to see who it is.
Listen, whoever it is just left. I can hear him going downstairs. Nick, let him go.
All right, we've got to catch him before he gets to the street.
Nick, wait for me. Well, did you see who it was?
No. He went through that door at the end of the hall.
That must go to the cellar.
Wait here and don't move.
Nick, be careful. It's black as pitch down there.
Right back, darling. Would you like to come on upstairs? Or do I have to come and get you? All right. Have it your way. Come on, I can see you over there. Come on out or I'll...
Nick, are you all right?
I'm okay. Come on down.
I can't see. Nicky, did he get you?
No, but I didn't get him either. He got out through a window over there.
Oh, darling, I was so scared. Where are you? Oh, put your arms around me, darling. Are you sure you're all right? Oh, Nicky, you're bleeding.
What are you talking about? I'm not bleeding.
Nick, where are you?
I'm here.
Well, then who's this man over here?
You have just heard Act 2 of After the Thin Man with William Powell and Myrna Loy. During this brief intermission before Mr. DeMille presents Act 3, we bring you another story about Mary.
She's washing dishes. Oh, boy, is she mad. I say, look at her hands. They're all red. And coarse. Here, let's see your soap, Mary. Oh, it's harsh. And soap that's harsh pecks away at your hands. No wonder they're red and rough. Here's a friendly tip.
Try New Quick Lux. It's so kind to your hands, so mild, so pure. I want you to hear about our one-hand test of 5 dishwashing soaps, including Lux. Now, here's the story in the words of one of the women who took the test, Mrs. Hugh Rennie of New York. She says,
For 20 minutes, 3 times a day, and that's just about the time I spend doing my own dishes, I dip one hand in Lux suds and the other in suds from another soap.
Mrs. Rennie took that test for several weeks under conditions similar to home dishwashing. She goes on to say,
At the end of the test, my Lux hand was still nice and smooth, while the other hand was coarse and red. I hadn't realized there was such a difference in dishwashing soaps. I'll never use anything but Lux.
Hundreds of women took that one-hand test with similar results. It proved Lux kindest to hands. Try it yourself and see. Ask for the generous large box of New Quick Lux tomorrow and use it for dishes every day. It's so thrifty. Even in hard water, it gives more suds, ounce for ounce, than any of 10 other leading soaps tested. It's fast, too, yet it costs you no more. Remember, New Quick Lux in the same familiar box. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of After the Thin Man. In the thick blackness of the cellar, Nora has bumped into a man she thought was Nick. Now she discovers her mistake, and Nick rushes to her side. With quick, tense fingers, he strikes a match. There, in the wavering light, a man stands, propped against the wall. As they stare at his gleaming white face, he slumps to the floor at their feet.
Nick,
All right, take it easy.
what's the matter with him? Is he...
Yeah. He's dead. Shot.
But when was he? I've seen that man before.
You know him? Who is he?
Light another match, quick.
Well?
Of course I know him. His name is Pedro Dominguez. He used to be my father's gardener about 6 years ago.
Your father's gardener. Oh, that does a lot of good. Come on, we better call Abrams. What'd you find out, Lieutenant?
Was I right about his name?
Yes, you were, Mrs. Charles. Pedro Dominguez. But he wasn't a gardener anymore. He was janitor of this building. Probably shot about 5 hours before you found him. But here's a very funny thing.
Go ahead. We could stand a laugh right now.
The telephone company tells us that about 11:30 last night, that'd be just before he was shot, someone here called up information and asked for Nick Charles' number.
Our number? What would Pedro Dominguez be calling Nick for?
I don't know. Do you, Nick?
I can't imagine. I haven't even heard his name for 6 years.
Did you remember him when you saw his face?
No.
That's funny, seeing he used to be Mrs. Charles' gardener.
Who remembers a gardener unless he squirts a hose at you?
Did you recognize him right away, Mrs. Charles?
I had to look twice. He's a lot grayer than he used to be.
Hey, by the way, what did you find out about the person in the apartment over Polly Burns?
Not a thing. Not a fingerprint in the place. Not a stitch of clothes. Only a hunk of lead pipe and a ladder.
Piece of lead pipe and a ladder. Well, that's interesting. Anything in Pedro's books?
No, just that someone named Anderson took the apartment a week ago, paid cash in advance.
That's all, huh?
That's all. And the name is Anderson. No front name. No Mr., Mrs., or Miss.
That's just dandy. You know, I've got a feeling that if we could just find out who took that room, we might have our murderer.
Well, what do you think we ought to do?
Get them all together in the Anderson apartment. Everyone that's mixed up in this. Let's shake them all up and see what happens.
You're on.
Are you going to take the murderer tonight?
Well, we're going to try.
How are you going to do it, Nicky?
I haven't the slightest idea. I'm just going to listen. Pray that somebody makes a slip. Just one slip. Lieutenant, you get them all here?
All set and waiting, Nick. Picked up Dancer and Lumpkey at the Lychee. Polly was with them. Then there's that David Graham guy and your wife's cousin, Selma Landis.
Anyone else?
Yeah, a fat dame they call Aunt Catherine. I brought her along for luck.
Swell.
Oh, say, before you go in, I checked Phil Burns' apartment. Dancer's fingerprints were all over the joint.
Dancers, you sure?
Sure, I'm sure.
You haven't told him, have you?
Not yet.
All right, don't.
What's your plan, Nick?
Build up a case against each of them. Throw all we've got at them and throw it hard enough to bounce.
I'll make it bounce, all right.
And keep them talking.
Nick, come on. The party's getting dull.
Coming? Good evening. Shut that door, please, Lieutenant.
Sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, I asked you all down here because we've just found that another murder has been committed. He's a man I think you all know. Pedro Dominguez.
Pedro killed?
Yes. What do you know about it, Polly?
Nothing. I only saw him a couple of times when I went down to pay my rent.
What about you, Dancer? You're in and out of this apartment. You must have known him.
Sure, I know him. So what?
You, Lumpkey?
I never been in this house before.
You knew him, Selma.
Why, no, I don't think
You remember Selma. He was our gardener 6 years ago.
Oh.
David, you remember Pedro Dominguez?
Yes, vaguely. A man with long white mustaches.
What did you know about him, Mr. Graham?
Nothing. That was 6 years ago. I haven't seen him since.
Nicholas, I can't see what possible connection this can have with us.
It's very simple, Aunt Catherine. You see, Pedro and Robert were both shot with the same gun.
I have nothing to do with this.
Now, there was some monkey business going on we want to find out about. Seems that 1 week ago, Pedro rented an apartment to someone calling himself or herself Anderson. Did you ever see this Anderson, Polly?
No.
Did you ever hear anyone in the apartment just over you?
No.
I thought not. This Anderson intended to climb down into your apartment one night with the aid of a ladder and polish off Robert with this lead pipe. Then he was going to climb up to his place again and leave you holding the bag for Robert's murder. Now, do you know anyone who would be interested enough in you to do that?
Why, no.
You're Dancer's girl, aren't you?
I work for him.
That's not what he asked.
Well?
Did Dancer know that you were going away with Robert?
Why?
Come on. You told us before.
You said you'd keep that a secret. I'll never trust a cop again.
If you made a dicker with the police, okay, Polly. But that ladder stuff's a lot of malarkey, Nick. No one did come down that ladder, and Landis wasn't killed in her place.
The only reason the murderer didn't kill him that way was because he was found out. Pedro came in yesterday to clean up Anderson's apartment and discover the loose boards on the floor. He didn't like the looks of things, so he put a new lock on the door. When Anderson came in, he found he was locked out. He heard Pedro telephoning me, and he killed him.
So what?
So, who is Anderson?
I'll bite. Who?
Polly. Phil had a key to your apartment, and Dancer had one.
Yeah.
Who else?
Nobody.
He's trying to hang this murder rap on us to protect his own family. That Selma dame. She knocked her husband off. Everybody knows that.
I didn't.
And then you got your boyfriend, David, to throw away the gun.
That's a lie.
Now, just a minute, please. Look, Dancer, let's come clean. You and Polly and Lum Key were out to shake Robert Landis down for $25,000, right?
Oh, sure. Then I suppose I knock him off and stir up all this fuss before I get the dough. What kind of a stumble-bum does that make me out to be?
You're the kind of a stumble-bum that left your fingerprints all over the room when you killed Phil Burns.
Phil's dead?
Yes, strangled.
Well, I didn't do it.
Then why did you go to his place?
Because I thought he'd gummed up my game. I figured he'd try to stick up Landis and had to kill him. So I pushed him around a little to learn the manners. And when I left him, he had a split lip and a couple of dents in him. But he was just as much alive as you are, if that means anything.
Polly, who knew Phil was your husband?
What?
You were married, weren't you?
Yeah, but...
So Phil was your husband?
As if you didn't know.
I never knew till now. But I wish I had, Polly.
Didn't you ever tell anyone that you were married, Polly?
No.
Would Phil have told?
No.
Did you and Phil talk about it?
Yeah, one night last week. But no one could have heard. We were alone, down in my room.
Alone? Don't forget Anderson could hear everything that went on in your room. Lieutenant, when was Phil Burns killed?
Oh, about 2, near as we can figure.
At 3:30, Anderson threw this note in at my window. He was beginning to use some of the information he'd gathered while he was up here. Dancer, how do you spell Topeka?
None of your business.
This note is a poor attempt at illiteracy. The easy words are spelled wrong and the tough ones right. Like to see it, Lumkey? It was meant just to steer me down to Phil's place to find his body. And your fingerprints, Dancer. Someone's framing you, Dancer.
Yeah?
You say you don't know this Pedro, Lumkey?
No.
Well, I've got a picture of him right here. This picture was taken about 6 years ago when...
Nick, what is it?
Nothing. Except that all this time I've been waiting for someone to make a slip, and someone has made it.
Who?
We've been wrong. This wasn't a killing for money. It was a murder of hatred, revenge. Polly, what did Phil go to the pen for?
Blackmail.
Blackmail. David, when were you supposed to give Robert the money to go away?
This morning.
In cash?
Yes.
But when he decided to go last night, you had to give him bonds.
Yes.
Where were you going to get cash on New Year's Day? A bank holiday.
Funny, I forgot about that.
No, you didn't, David. You never meant to give Robert that money. You didn't want him to go away. You wanted to kill him. You were going to get even with him for taking Selma away from you.
Nora, is he fooling?
Sure. And you were fooling when you said you hadn't seen Pedro for 6 years. You said Pedro had long white mustaches. Well, he's got long white mustaches now. But look at this picture. There he is 6 years ago. His mustache was neither white nor long. You didn't notice him 6 years ago any more than I did. You remember him as he was last night, when you shot him. You killed him, and then you killed Robert. Phil saw you do it. He was going to blackmail you, so you had to kill him, too. And then you threw that note in my window, hoping to put me off your trail.
David, don't let him say these terrible things. Tell him it isn't true.
Ask him why he threw away your gun, Selma. He knew it hadn't been fired. He knew you only had to show it to prove your innocence, yet he threw it away. Ask him why he did that.
David, why don't you speak?
Wasn't it because you hated her as much as Robert? Wasn't it because you wanted to get even with her, too? Wasn't it because you wanted to see her hang for Robert's murder?
David.
Tell her the truth now, David. You don't have to pretend anymore.
That is the truth. I've hated you, Selma and Robert, ever since you threw me over for him. I've been watching, waiting for the time when I could get even with you for having ruined my life. I did kill Robert, but not the way I wanted to. It was too easy, too quick. I wanted to see him suffer the way he'd made me suffer. And you, I wanted to see you go gradually madder and madder as the day came when you were going to hang. Well, I'm not going to see you hang, but I'm still going to see you die.
Put out that gun.
Don't be a fool, David.
Get out of the way. I've got 6 bullets. One for her and one for myself. And the rest for anyone who tries to stop me. Get out of the way, Charles. Go get out of my way.
I get him. Okay, Graham. I'll take that gun now.
Nice work, Lumkey. Nice work.
Nick, he saved you. And you sent his brother up.
Oh, sure. Mr. Charles sent him up. #1 detective. I don't like my brother. I like his girls. I'm your friend. Oh, you bet you.
Tired, darling?
Not very.
Well, can you believe it? We're alone. No reporters, no friends, no surprises.
I suppose we really should decide where we're going.
Oh, do you care?
No. But I haven't any clothes.
All the better. You won't have to pack. All I need in the world is you and a toothbrush. Hey, what's that you're doing?
I'm knitting something.
Oh, you haven't gotten very far with it.
Yes, I have. There. It's done.
Done? Why, hey, that looks like... Is that a baby's sock?
And you call yourself a detective.
Why, Mrs. Charles.
We draw the curtain on After the Thin Man. In a moment, Mr. DeMille returns with our stars. While we're waiting, let's talk about babies. You know, families often speculate on the chances of the stork bringing twins or triplets. Well, here are some figures that may interest you. The chances of having twins is about 1 in 84. Of having triplets, 1 in 7,500. That makes triplets a pretty rare occurrence. Mrs. Frances Bardall of Holbrook, Massachusetts, was one of the mothers who drew the lucky number in 1939, and she's doubly lucky now because she has new quick lucks to help her in caring for her 3 small babies. She says,
The triplets have such sensitive skins, I wouldn't dream of washing their clothes in harsh soaps or rubbing them with cake soap. I just won't take chances on having woolens or diapers getting rough and scratchy.
She's a wise mother, isn't she? She goes on to say,
New Quick Lux is so mild and gentle. It's the only thing I'd use for the baby's clothes. It's so safe for everything, safe in water alone. I can depend on it never to make woolens harsh and scratchy or fade the pretty colors of little dresses and sunsuits.
yes, New Quick Lux is so wonderfully gentle. And so easy to use, too. So fast. In water as cool as your hand, it dissolves 3 times as fast as any of 10 of the leading soaps tested. Ask for the generous big box of New Quick Lux tomorrow. It comes in the same familiar package and costs you no more. Here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
As Bill Powell and Myrna Loy return to the microphone, we offer our congratulations to the Thin Man on some first-class detective work.
Cecil, you're seldom wrong, but I'll have to mark that one up against you. However, if it's any consolation, everybody makes the same mistake.
Brace yourself for a shock, Mr. DeMille. Bill is not and never was the Thin Man.
He isn't. He never has been. Mercy, Myrna, can't we even believe what we see in the movies?
Just for the record, the Thin Man was murdered in the first Thin Man picture. We haven't seen him since.
Except in the title, where he seems amazingly healthy.
What's in a name? Call the picture by any name you like, so long as you and Bill remain as our favorite detectives. What's going to happen next to Nora and Nick?
Well, there's another Thin Man picture planned, but we haven't started making it yet.
It's called The Shadow of the Thin Man. Very promising manhunt.
I have entire confidence in both of you.
By the way, Cecil, didn't I hear you say that you're going to do Showboat next week?
You certainly did, Bill, and we are.
Who's going to be in your cast, Mr. DeMille?
We'll have Irene Dunn, Alan Jones, and Charles Winninger. They were all in the cast of the motion picture, and they'll all be here on this stage to bring us the exciting drama of Showboat and the great song hits by Jerome Kern. We embark at the usual time next Monday night for this cruise of adventure and romance along the Mississippi, and we hope you'll all be on board.
Showboat is practically a command to listen. Good night, Cecil.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. We'll call you two on another case soon. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Irene Dunn, Alan Jones, and Charles Winninger in Showboat. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in tonight's play were Julie Bannon as Selma, Fred Mackay as David, Edward Marr as Abrams, Mary Lou Simpson as Polly, Warren Ash as Dancer, Wally Mayer as Lum Key, and Arthur Q. Bryan, Abe Reynolds, Walter White, Inez Seabury, Tristan Coffin, Eric Snowden, Russell Fillmore, Lou Merrill, and Fred Shields. The American Red Cross needs millions of dollars for European war relief work. They're asking for your contribution now. Anything you can give. The place to give, your local Red Cross chapter. The time, as soon as you possibly can. William Powell and Myrna Loy appeared tonight through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. They will soon be seen together on the screen in If I Love You Again. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Mutual presents The Mysterious Traveler.
This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope that you enjoy the trip, that it thrills you a little and chills you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can. Tonight we're going to join Bill Storm, a newspaper reporter, on the strangest manhunt ever conducted, or should I say woman hunt, as he searches frantically through a great city for the most dangerous and deadly woman you've ever imagined. In the story I call The Woman in Black. And now here is the story as Bill Storm himself wrote it down when he began to be afraid that maybe he was going to succeed in his hunt for the woman in black.
My name is Bill Storm. I'm a newspaper reporter. And I'm writing this because I have a date tonight. A date with a gorgeous brunette with big, dark eyes and the smoothest, softest voice in the world. Sounds nice, doesn't it? Well, I'd like to believe she's nice, but I can't. In my heart, I know she's the most dangerous woman in the world. Up to a week ago, I'd never even heard of her. A week ago, the day of Rusty Dean's funeral. You know, the big shot, gambling, slot machines. Killed by a solitary gunman while stepping out of his nightclub. They didn't catch the killer, but they gave Rusty the biggest funeral since Prohibition. I was on the read-write desk that afternoon. My best friend, Tom Jervis, was covering the funeral. And along about 4, he phoned in. First, he gave me all the dope on the funeral, and then he started telling me about some brunette he just met. He was always a sucker for brunettes.
Bill, she's a knockout. Big black eyes and the smoothest, softest voice in the world. I want you to meet her.
Oh, blonde's more my style, Tom. Anyway, you're supposed to be working. Or have you forgotten?
I am working. Listen, Bill, I've got a front-page story here. Theda led me to it.
Who did?
Theda, that's her. Theda, Theda. Just like Theda Barra, the old silent picture star.
Oh.
Well, this is how it happened, Bill. I was watching the crowd at Rusty's funeral. I spotted a trim little number all in black, whispering to Joe Nelson.
Well, who's Nelson?
Joe Nelson, a small-time thug. Well, anyway, she moved off. I thought she might be a relative of the deceased, so I asked Joe about her. He claimed he'd never seen her before. That all that she'd said to him was 4 o'clock at the Banner Bar and Grill.
4 o'clock at the Banner Bar and Grill? Sounds like a message.
That's what Joe figured. Only he decided that she'd delivered it to the wrong guy. Well, I sort of wanted to see her again, so I persuaded Nelson he needed a drink. We slipped around the corner here to the Banner Bar and Grill. Sure enough, she was here waiting for us.
Now, Tom, watch yourself.
Bill, you've got the wrong idea. She's a perfect lady.
Yeah? What about that big story you claimed you had?
I'm coming to it. But honest, Bill, I want you to meet Theda. You'll go for her. Hey, look, I'm going to put her on the phone to say hello. Here she is. Theda?
Hello, Bill Storm.
Hello, Theda. Is that your real name?
Yes. Don't you like it, Bill?
Well, sure I like it. What's the rest of it? Any girl my sidekick goes overboard for, I'd like to know her name.
There isn't any rest of it, Bill. Just Theda.
Oh, nobody is just one name. Not these days.
Sorry, Bill. It's all I've ever had. Here's Tom again.
Listen, Bill, I'm going to fix up a date with her for you. But here's the story that I promised you. Joe Nelson has been getting quietly plastered. And from what he's let slip, I'm positive he's the gunman who killed Rusty Dean.
He is? Well, then hang on to him.
I am. You get a car, come down here. We'll smuggle him up to the office and work on him. Maybe we can get the whole story out of him.
I'll be there in 15 minutes. Keep buying him drinks till I get there. What's the address?
It's on the corner of 5th and Spruce. Bill, 2 men just came in the door. They got Tommy guns. They're after Joe Nelson.
Tom, what happened?
They just mowed him down. Theda's gone. She slipped away when they came in. I think she fingered him for them. Yeah, that explains everything. Bill, they're coming over toward this phone booth. They're going to shoot. Bill!
Tom!
Bill, they've got me. But find that girl. She knows who they are. She's working with them. So long, Bill.
I was was there in 5 minutes, even before the police got there. The place was deserted except for the 2 dead men. Joe Nelson, the gunman, and Tom. Tom, my best friend, led to his death by a Delilah in a black dress. Well, the police didn't find the gunman who did the shooting, so I set out to find the girl, to track them down through her. Once I found her, she was going to talk plenty. I began the hunt by calling on the man who had been Rusty Dean's chief lieutenant and was running his enterprises now, MacMurray.
Sit down, Storm. You said you wanted to talk to me. What about?
Murray, did your boys kill Joe Nelson this afternoon?
My boys? No, Bill. Why should they?
Maybe because it was Nelson who bumped off Rusty Dean.
He did? How do you know that?
You mean you didn't know it?
Listen, if I'd known that Nelson would have been dead long before this.
I figured that. That's what made me think that you were in the clear.
You haven't told me how you know Nelson killed Rusty.
Well, he had a few drinks this afternoon. He let it slip out to Tom Jervis, my sidekick. Just before those 2 hoodlums riddled them both. A brunette named Theda put Nelson and Tom on the spot for them.
A brunette named Theda? I never heard of her.
Oh, I hoped you might have. A good figure. Deep, dark eyes, low, soft voice. Looks like a lady.
Some lady if she works with a bump-off gang. No, I never heard of her. But if she's working with any local mob, I'll hear about her all right. If any of my boys run across her, I'll let you know.
Thanks, Murray. But warn them. If they meet her, watch out. She's pure dynamite. Well, that was one lead that got me no place. So next I dropped in on Captain Hughes, the head of homicide, to ask if the police had gotten any fingerprints off the glass the girl had been drinking from before the shooting started.
Sorry, Bill. No dice.
You mean you didn't get anything from the girl's glass?
Not a thing. You see, she hadn't touched it. None of the liquor was gone.
Well, now that proves that she wasn't on the level.
Not necessarily, but well, I've issued orders to have her picked up if she's found. Not much to go on, though. We tried to get a description from Gomez, the waiter who served them, but...
But what?
Well, he says he didn't get a good look at her. When she slipped away, he didn't even see her go.
Some eyes he must have had. I suppose he didn't even see the shooting.
Not much of it. He dived down the cellar steps when it started. He's in Civic Hospital now.
Well, I'm going out there to talk to him. He must have noticed something. Oh, and so long, Captain, and thanks. It wasn't much of a lead, but it was all I had. It was pretty late by now, and when I got there, the hospital had settled down for the night. They put Gomez in a ward, and outside the ward, I found a nurse on duty. The blonde kid who turned as I came up.
Oh, good evening. You looking for someone?
Yes, my name is Storm. I'm looking for a patient named Gomez.
Gomez? Oh, yes, broken arm and internal injuries.
How is he? Is he awake?
Yes. He's feeling badly, complains of pains in his chest.
Well, if he's awake, I want to talk to him. This is police business. What bed's he in?
The last one, down by the far door. But I'll have to ask the doctor if you can see him. Will you wait here?
She disappeared down the hall, but I didn't wait. The ward was dark, except for a couple of dim lights. I started for the far end, and then I saw her. She was just a figure in a black dress bending over the last bed. But it was Theda, all right. It had to be. I tiptoed down the room. She was talking to Gomez, and he was moaning a little.
It hurts, doesn't it, Gomez? Yes, of course it does. But it'll go away soon.
He mumbled something, and then he reached for the glass on the table beside his bed.
A drink of water? Of course. Let me help you.
She helped him lift the glass to his lips, and then I knew what she was up to, and I yelled, "Gomez, grab that glass! Don't drink out of it!" He dropped it all right, but it was too late. He'd already drunk from it. He turned to stare at me, his mouth open, and she moved toward the door right beside her. I ran after her, but it was too late. When I reached it, she was gone, swallowed up in a dark hall. I knew it wasn't any use hunting for her, and I turned back to Gomez. In my impatience, I grabbed his shoulder. "Gomez! Who was she? What did she want?"
Mr. Storm, you're not supposed to be in here. What are you doing to my patient?
I'm going to make him answer me.
Take your hands off him. He's not going to answer any questions for you tonight.
And I say yes.
I'm afraid not, Mr. Storm. He's dead.
Yes. He was dead, all right. The only possible witness who could have led me to her, and she eliminated him. And then I knew that whoever she was and whatever her game was, trying to find her was going to be about as safe as moving into a den of rattlesnakes. I put in a bad night trying to figure it all out. Next morning, when I got down to the paper, my eyes looking like two holes burning a bladder, I hunted up my editor, Harry Holloway, in the city room.
Well, look at Frankenstein. What happened to you, Bill?
Oh, I'm all right, Harry. Listen, anything new come in about those thugs who killed Tom?
Not a thing. Paper's needling the police, but, well, so far, no results.
And there won't be either, till we find that girl in black. She's the key to the whole thing, I know it.
Aren't you getting a little hipped about that girl in black? After all, she may be perfectly innocent.
Oh, yeah? Then how do you explain her killing Gomez last night, just before I could question him?
Bill, are you sure you didn't imagine you saw her at the hospital? After all, nobody else did. Not even the nurse.
Imagine it. I heard her talking to him. In a soft, honey voice, as if she was bringing him flowers instead of poison.
Yeah, that's another thing. The hospital autopsied Gomez. Found no trace of poison. They claim it was internal hemorrhage and shock that killed him.
Sure, the shock of a nice, healthy slug of poison in his glass of water. Suppose they didn't find anything. They weren't looking for it, that's all. Harry, look, I saw her kill her.
Okay, you saw her. Now what?
I want to be relieved of all assignments until I find her, that's what. She's in this city, and I'll run her down inside a week. Or I'll quit calling myself a reporter. A week, I said. Didn't take any week to find her. Not that girl. She got around too much. I saw her again just 1 hour later. It happened like this. I went back to my apartment, and I dropped into a chair beside my window. And I started trying to figure my next move. Now, I have an inside room, and the window looks right out on another building across an air shaft, not 10 feet away. I'd been sitting there about half an hour when, out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone in the room directly across from me come to the window and stand there, looking over at me. It was a girl in a black dress, wearing a cute little hat with a black veil down over her eyes. And as soon as I saw her, I knew it was Theda. Don't ask me how I knew, I just did. Standing there with a 10-foot air shaft separating us. Well, I did what I could. I turned so that she couldn't see what I was doing, and I got Captain Hughes on the phone. He said that he'd have the building surrounded if I could keep her talking for 5 minutes. Well, I hung up the phone, and I turned back toward the window, trying to act casual. Hello, Theda. Looking for me?
Hello, Bill. No, it's just accidental that I'm here. But you're looking for me, aren't you?
Her voice did something to me. I can't explain it. It sounds crazy for a hard-boiled crime reporter to say, but it seemed to get down inside me and twist things all around. Why, a minute ago, I had hated her. And now... Well, now I knew why Tom had gone overboard about her. I said something, anything to keep her talking. Why, yeah, Theda, I've been looking for you. You're a hard girl to find.
I have to be, Bill.
But why, Theda? Look, you're just a kid. What kind of a racket are you mixed up in anyway?
I'm sorry, Bill. I can't answer that.
But listen, you could be anything you wanted. You don't have to be mixed up with murder.
Then you think I'm a murderer?
Oh, what else can I think? Last night you killed that poor devil at the hospital. I saw you.
Yes, I know. You wouldn't believe me if I told you you're wrong, would you?
Oh, I'd like to, Theda, but I can't. I can't.
I'm sorry, Bill. Someday you'll know the truth. Now I have to go.
Oh, no, wait. Let me look at you. I think we met someplace before. Yeah, it was Chicago. But I can't remember where.
Please don't try to, Bill. And don't try to find me anymore. Now, goodbye.
Oh, no, wait. But she was gone. And then somebody else appeared at the window. A window washer. He started to climb out on the sill to fasten his belt to the safety hooks, and I yelled at him, "Hey, you! That girl who was there, stop her!"
You made a little number in the black dress?
Yeah, where did she go?
She went out just as I come in, but...
Well, go after her, grab her. She's wanted by the police.
Hey, listen, mister, I'm here to wash windows, not to chase dames. If the police want to, let them catch her. Now, quit bothering me. I got a job to do.
Hey, look out.
Huh?
Your safety hook.
No!
Right in front of my eyes, he fell 15 floors. I saw the safety hooks break as he leaned his weight against them. And then I knew why she'd been there. She'd been there to weaken those hooks, to make sure that poor devil fell and killed himself.
Well, Storm, we didn't get her. She slipped through our fingers somehow.
But she was there, Captain. I saw her. I talked to her.
Ah, she was there, all right. We found a handkerchief in the room, a woman's handkerchief. Initial J on it. Heavy perfume. Here it is.
Lilac. It's drenched in lilac. But look, the initials J. She said her name was Theta.
She was kidding you. But she did the job, all right. Those safety hooks had been filed away to nothing. One of the local mobs is trying to get control of the window washers union. That's why she was killed. Intimidation. Sweet little lady, that one. Hey, but Storm, the elevator boy who took her up says she was a blonde, not a brunette.
He was crazy. Her hair's as black and soft as midnight.
Getting poetic, aren't you? I wonder if you're still as anxious to find that girl as you were.
What? Of course I am.
Yeah?
And when I find her, she'll get what's coming to her. That's what I said. I didn't know for sure whether I meant it or not. I just knew that I had to find her again. For 4 days, I combed the town for that girl. And then, 2 nights ago, as I was walking home, just about midnight, I ran into Dutton, a cop I knew, looking down the dark street and scratching his head. Hello, Dutton. What's the matter? You see a ghost?
Oh, hello, Mr. Storm. No, but I got a funny feeling I just saw that girl Captain Hughes once picked up.
You did? Where? When?
Just a minute ago. I was walking my beat when this dame comes past me, all dressed in black, and she smiles at me.
Yeah, go on. What happened then? Where'd she go?
Down the street. She turned into that door down there.
Well, come on, then. If she's still there, we gotta get her. In 30 seconds, we were standing before the dark door that Dutton said the girl had turned into. It was partly open.
That's the door, Mr. Storm. But that's the entrance to a first storage loft. Why would she go in there?
I don't know, but we'll find out.
Well, better let me go first. I got a gun here. I'll see what's going on inside.
He pushed the door open, stepped into the dark hall. And then I heard him call out.
Hey, lady, I want to talk to you. Hey, you up there. Put down that fur. Put it down.
Dutton! Dutton! Who shot you? Was it the girl?
No. She was just standing there. It was 2 guys upstairs. Hijacking the furs. They...
Dutton! Dutton!
But listen, Storm. You say you didn't see her. Then how do you know it was the same girl?
I know, Captain Hughes. She was acting as a lookout for those fur thieves. She deliberately lured him in there to his death.
Maybe, or maybe not. I'm seriously beginning to doubt if it's the same girl mixed up in all these cases. I think it's just a theory. Your theory.
I'll prove it to you. She's definitely mixed up in these rackets. And by now, MacMurray and his boys must have learned something about her. I'm going over there now and find out. When I got to Murray's club, one of the boys showed me up to the office.
Hello, Storm. Come in and sit down.
Thanks. I will.
Can I fix you a drink?
No, thanks.
No?
I just wondered if you'd picked up any trace of that girl I was asking you about.
Theta? No, the boys haven't turned up a thing. Look, are you sure you're not just imagining her?
That's what the police are beginning to think, too. But I'm not, Nick. She's real, all right.
Listen, if there was any such girl working in this man's town, I'd know about her by now.
Unless she's awful smart. And it looks like this one is. Oh, well, I guess I'd better go and get some sleep. I need it.
Oh, before you go.
Yeah?
I don't know anything about the girl, but tomorrow I may be able to tell you who killed your sidekick, Tom Jervis.
You may?
Yeah.
When?
Well, I won't have the dope until tomorrow night. If you'll meet me around 10, I can give it to you.
I'll meet you. Just say where.
You know the Tambourine Bar on 3rd Avenue?
No, but I'll find it.
Okay, there's a back room. Meet me there about 10. And come alone.
About 10?
Right.
I'll be there. I went home, but I didn't get much sleep. I was too keyed up. About 3, I got up and I put on a dressing gown. I sat down by the window to smoke. And then, behind me...
Hello, Bill Storm.
I turned, and she was there, standing in the doorway. I started to get up.
No, stay where you are, Bill. Unless you do, I'll leave.
Theda, why have you come here?
You've been looking for me so hard, Bill, I thought I ought to.
Look, I won't touch you or try to make you stay, but let me get up and fix you a drink.
I'm sorry, Bill. I can't stay. But I did want to tell you the time has come when you can know the truth about me.
You mean you're going to tell me who you are and why you've done what you did?
Everything, Bill. But not tonight. I'll see you again tomorrow, though.
When? Where?
You have an appointment, don't you, with Nick Murray at 10 o'clock?
Oh, yeah. At the Tambourine Bar. How do you know? Are you working for him?
No, Bill, I'm not. I don't work with anyone.
Yeah, but Theda...
Please don't ask me any questions now. I can't tell you anything until tomorrow night. Good night, Bill.
Oh, no, wait. You can't go yet. But she was gone. By the time I reached the door, she was out of sight. So I went back to bed, but I didn't get any sleep. I was groggy, punch-drunk. I knew she was guilty, but I wanted to believe she was innocent. Well, now I'm going to learn the truth. I'm waiting in the back room of the Tambourine Bar. It's almost 10. And I'm just finishing this report that I started this morning. She should be here soon. So should Nick Murray. If what she tells me satisfies me that she's innocent, I'll tear this up. But if she isn't, well, I'm going to find out because she's coming through the door now.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, Theda. You did come, didn't you?
Of course I came, Bill. You believe bad things about me, don't you?
Oh, yes. How can I help it?
Believe me, Bill, I'm not wicked. Look at me and see if you really think I'm bad.
She lifted her veil then. And for the first time, I saw her face clearly. It was just as I thought it would be. A beautiful face. With dark eyes that I could see into deeper and deeper, like looking into the heart of the night itself.
Now, Bill, do you really think I'm wicked?
Oh, no. No, I don't. I've been wrong. But who are you then? What's your connection with these murders?
You'll know in a moment, Bill. I have to leave you, just for a minute or two. Just while you talk to Murray. He's coming now.
She slipped out one door while Murray came in the other. Nick closed the door behind him and sat down.
Well, I see you're on time, Storm.
Yes. If you can tell me who killed Tom Jervis, I want to know.
That's what I'm here for. 2 of my boys killed him.
2 of your boys?
That's right. You see, Joe Nelson killed Rusty Dean on my orders, so I could take over. Then I saw your friend trying to pump Joe. I couldn't very well afford to take chances. I had to get rid of both of them.
I see. That explains a lot. What about the girl?
I don't know a thing about her. I think you just made her up as an excuse to come asking me questions.
Oh, no. No, I didn't. She's real.
I know better. Because you did see a girl in that apartment where the window washer fell, but not a girl in black. You saw Janice, my girl. She filed those safety hooks, dropped that handkerchief the police found.
She did? You mean you had that fella killed?
Yes, Storm. Just a little business deal I'm interested in. And last night I decided you were getting to be a nuisance. That's why I'm telling you all this now. Because you're not going to pass it on.
Oh, no. No, put that gun away. You can't get away with it. You...
Goodbye, Storm. We won't be meeting again.
Theda.
Here I am, Bill.
Oh, Theda, help me. Call a doctor.
I'm sorry, Bill, I can't. But it won't hurt long.
Theda.
Yes, Bill.
I recognize you now. I know where I saw you that time in Chicago.
Yes, Bill, I knew you'd remember.
Oh, no. No, stay away from me.
Bill, don't be afraid of me.
Oh, no. Stay away from me. Stay away.
Bill, come back. You mustn't run away from me. Come back. Come back.
No. No, I won't. I won't. You're not going to get me like you did the others.
Mr. Storm. Mr. Storm, can you hear me?
What? Where am I? You're a nurse.
Yes. You're in Civic Hospital. You were brought here an hour ago, shot in the chest. You were found crawling down 3rd Avenue by policemen.
Oh, yeah. I remember. Nurse, take this down. Nick Murray shot me.
What?
get word to the Morning Ledger.
Certainly, Mr. Storm. Now, please lie quietly while I get the doctor. I'll only be a minute. Hello, Bill.
Hello, Thea. You followed me here.
Yes. You shouldn't have run away, Bill.
I did it because I remembered where I saw you last. In Chicago. The time I was in a taxi accident. I saw you in the other car just before we hit. 3 people were killed.
That's right, Bill. You did see me then. And now you know who I am.
Yeah, I know. Now I understand why you have to be around when people die. You don't kill them. It's just your job to be there. But I never expected you to be a beautiful girl.
Why not, Bill? Just because people think of me as an ugly old man with a scythe, does that make it true? I'm not really ugly, you know. I'm not someone you have to be afraid of.
Oh, no. And I'm glad you're beautiful. Makes it easier this way.
Now take my hand, Bill. It's time for us to go.
Yeah, sure. I'm ready.
He recovered consciousness a minute ago, Dr. Clark. I came for you at once. He seemed to be quite strong, and I... Dr. Clark! He's dead.
This is the mysterious traveler again. So that was the secret of the girl in black. Theda, a strange name. Theda. I wonder if Bill ever did realize that those are the same letters that spell death. But he did what he set out to do. He learned the truth, and he avenged his friend, and he... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In tonight's cast were Maurice Tarplin, Chet Stratton, James Van Dyke, Wendell Holmes, Mort Lawrence, and Joan Tompkins. Original music was played by Jack Ward. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Rob Arthur and David Kogan. Listen next week to a tale titled
Death Wears My Face.
Another strange and shivery tale of the Mysterious Traveler. The Mysterious Traveler came to you from our New York studios. Carl Caruso speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. This week we bring you Trap for a Lonely Man by Robert Thomas, translated by Lucien Hill and John Sutro. A distraught young man, Daniel Corbin, living in a remote chalet in the French Alps, reports to the police that his wife, Elizabeth, has disappeared. After 10 days of unsuccessful searching, a young woman suddenly appears at the chalet in the company of a priest and claims to be Elizabeth Corbin. Daniel declares most vehemently that the woman is not his wife. The woman declares equally vehemently that she is. Who is lying, and why? Is the young woman an impostor? Or is Daniel suffering from loss of memory, perhaps madness? Listen in a few moments to this tense and brilliantly constructed mystery, Trap for a Lonely Man, produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthal. And now, Act One of tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation, Trap for a Lonely Man.
Any news?
No news, I'm afraid.
What? Do you mean to say you've driven all the way from Chamonix to tell me that? No news?
5 minutes drive, that's no distance. I just dropped in to see how you were.
What have you done since I last saw you? Anything?
I put in a report. It's taking its course.
Taking its course? What's the use of that? I want results. I demand results. Have you got any news of my wife or haven't you?
Monsieur, there is no need to shout.
I'm sorry. Do sit down, won't you?
Monsieur, you mustn't torture yourself. At least 10,000 wives leave their husbands every year in France alone. And 99 of 100 come back within a week.
Have you done anything to find her? Oh, yes, I know. You put in a report. But apart from that...
It's not a police job to bring back flighty wives, you know.
My wife isn't flighty. She left me 10 days ago after a quarrel.
Did you often quarrel?
Not again. Who doesn't?
Have you any idea where she might have gone? Is there any way you can write to her?
I told you. I wrote to our flat in Paris. The letter was returned. The porter had instructions to mail letters here.
Any relatives? Friends?
I don't know much about her friends. She never mentioned anyone special, and I haven't met any of her family as yet. We've only been married 3 months, Inspector. And I've told you all this before.
Does she see any of her relatives?
There's only an old uncle, and he's on his last legs.
Oh, yes, I recollect. The rich old uncle. You told me.
Yes,
She'll come back, Monsieur Corbin. My advice to you is to stay where you are and wait until she does. So stop worrying. If anything's happened to her, we'll know soon enough.
Don't! If anything happened to her, I'd never forgive myself. It's all my fault.
Oh?
It was an argument. Nothing serious. But I've got a temper. Oh... She'll never come back, I know it.
Nonsense, of course she will.
I loved her desperately, Inspector.
You are young, Monsieur. Even supposing she doesn't come back, don't let it spoil your life. It's not worth it. Nothing is. You get married in June, she walks out in September. What's 3 months in a lifetime?
It's easy for you to talk.
Oh, take the long view, man. Your wife was rich, wasn't she?
Yes, she was.
With these rich women, you can't win. Your wife has had money all her life, and she's used to her own way. She'll either come begging for you to take her back, or you'll get a letter from her asking for a divorce.
A divorce? When she went down on her knees to get me to... And she'd do a thing like this to me. That's what you've come for, isn't it? Well, go on. Give me the divorce papers. Come on, let's have them.
Monsieur, I am a policeman, not a lawyer. Why should I have divorce papers? I told you I had no news of your wife, and I haven't. Why should I lie to you, eh?
I'm sorry, Inspector, but I'm worried, and I've been missing her desperately. I apologize. I'm irritable. You've been patient and understanding.
Monsieur, my advice to you is don't worry. She'll come back. I'm an older man than you are, and I know women. The very devil to manage, but where would we be without them, eh? Now you pour yourself a drink and try to relax. I must get back to the village. If you have any news, let me know.
Yes, Inspector. And thank you again.
Good evening.
Good evening.
You are Monsieur Corbin, aren't you? Daniel Corbin?
Yes?
I know the lady of the house, but I haven't had the pleasure of meeting you yet. I'm Father Maximin.
Oh, how do you do?
I've just taken over the parish of Saint-Jean from Father Simonet. I expect you know Father Simone, don't you?
No, I'm on holiday. I've only rented this chalet. Sit down, Father.
Thank you.
Can I give you a drink?
I won't say no. It's chilly these autumn evenings.
A brandy?
No, whiskey, I think. A very weak one, thank you. I ventured to call because I have a holy picture for Madame Corbin.
A holy picture?
It is the custom of our mountain churches. We present a holy picture when we receive a donation.
My wife gave you a donation?
Yes, she gave me 100 francs. A lot of money. She's a wonderful person.
Yes, isn't she?
Here's the picture.
I'll see my wife gets it when she... if she returns.
Oh?
She's gone. Left me.
Oh. I'm sorry. May I ask you a question? Are you still in love with your wife?
Of course.
You were married in church, I hope.
Yes. A tiny church among the pine trees near Juan. Honeymoon in Venice. Then a friend of mine offered to rent me the chalet. The second evening we were here, we quarreled. Elizabeth packed her bags and left.
I see.
That was 10 days ago, and I haven't heard a word from her since. Not a word. I love her dearly, I do, Father. And I miss her. Oh, more than I can say.
Monsieur, I have good news for you.
Oh?
Your wife has come back.
What did you say?
I saw a young woman at afternoon prayers today in my church at Saint-Jean. She was weeping. I recognized her as Madame Corbin. She told me the whole story.
You mean...
I brought her here with me. She was afraid you'd be angry, so I told her I would speak with you first. She's waiting outside.
Oh.
Here. Are these your cigarettes on this desk? Would you like one?
Yes, please. My wife outside. This is...
Here.
Thank you.
I'll ask your wife to come, monsieur. Madame, will you come through, please?
Daniel, oh, darling, please forgive me.
What?
Oh, everything will be all right now. I know it will. Oh, I've missed you so terribly. Oh, darling. Father Maximum, oh, thank you for everything. Bless you. I must just go to my room now.
There, monsieur.
But that is not my wife.
What?
That woman isn't Elizabeth.
Monsieur, I don't comprehend.
I've never set eyes on that woman before in my life.
You're joking.
Father, I tell you, I don't know that woman.
Isn't she Madame Corbin?
Certainly not.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. That girl is either an adventuress or a lunatic. Now, you upstairs, come down. Come down.
And now keep calm, monsieur.
You will kindly get out of my house and take that woman back where you found her.
Yes, of course. Madame Corbin, will you come down, please? Tell me, do you often have these emotional upsets? Do you suffer from loss of memory at all?
Loss of memory? Of course not. I tell you, that woman is not my wife.
She's the woman who gave us that generous donation the other day.
What? She called herself Elizabeth Corbin.
But of course, monsieur.
This is ridiculous.
Will you call, darling? Oh, it's so wonderful to be home again. I've only spent 2 days in this chalet, but I've missed it terribly. Oh, my mountain.
Look here. You are not my wife.
Oh, darling, you haven't been drinking too much, have you? Oh, dear, empty glasses. Remember what the doctor said? He said you shouldn't drink. You know it's bad for your nerves. And your depression is always worse when you drink.
Nerves? Depression? What the devil are you talking about? My nerves are perfectly all right, and I'm never depressed.
Ah, so that's what it is.
It's nothing serious, Father. Only mild attacks now and again, and they don't last. Oh, darling, it's me. I'm back.
You aren't my wife. Great heavens, I should know. Why are you doing this?
I should never have gone away. Look at the state he's in, Father. Oh, my poor darling.
Father, don't listen to her. She's trading on your innocence. She wants you to think I'm mad. This woman is an adventuress. I don't know her. I've never seen her before. Get out. Do you hear me?
Oh! No, you're hurting my arm.
Steady now, monsieur. You must not treat your wife like that.
She is not my wife.
Daniel, if this is a joke...
A joke? You believe I would joke about this?
Now, darling, do stop it.
Get out of here or I'll have you arrested for trespassing.
Really, Daniel, stop being childish.
Why are you pretending to be Elizabeth? Answer me. Why?
But I am Elizabeth.
Tell the truth. What game is this?
Darling, look at me. I'm your wife. I'm Elizabeth. Oh, Father, help me. Help me. He doesn't recognize me.
Recognize you? I keep telling you I have never set eyes on you before.
Father, he was like this in Venice on our honeymoon. One evening...
How do you know that my wife and I went to Venice on a honeymoon?
One evening I came home rather late from the hairdresser, and I found Daniel in our hotel room raging like a maniac.
What?
It took me all night to quieten him down.
That's a lie.
Oh, it's all my fault. I should never have left him, Father. But he was cruel.
Lies. It's all wretched lies.
You'll help me, Father, won't you? You'll help me.
Yes, my child, of course I will. We'll both look after you, Monsieur Corbin.
But are you feeling better now, my angel? Do you recognize me now?
It's all a plot. A fantastic, incredible plot. But I'll soon put things right. Oh, yes, I will.
What are you doing?
I telephone the police.
For heaven's sake, don't. You'll make us both look ridiculous.
Yes, monsieur, don't be too hasty.
I don't know what you're up to, madame, but I'm not allowing you to get away with it.
Daniel, please.
You're frightened, aren't you? You see, the police know all about my wife's disappearance. So if you think you can foist yourself upon me like this, you're mistaken.
Oh, do something, Father. Help him.
This is all very bewildering. I don't mind playing the Good Samaritan, but I like to know what I'm doing. So if you don't mind, I'll phone the police. Hello? Chamonix? Get me police headquarters. Yes, it's urgent. The inspector, yes. Hello, this is Father Maximin. I'm at the Corbin chalet on the Chamonix Road. Oh, you have? Then I think you'd better come straight back. Well, you see, I brought his wife home. Well, no, Inspector, he isn't. He's not pleased at all.
Give me that.
Steady, monsieur.
Listen, Inspector. A strange woman has just forced her way in here, and she's threatening to stay. Please come over immediately. No, this is not a joke, and I've not been drinking. Yes, perhaps, well, one or two. Yes, he's still here. Right? I'll tell him to stay. Thank you, Father. The inspector will soon get rid of her.
Poor darling.
Look, what game are you up to? Do you plan to get money out of me? Is that it? You're in for a disappointment, then. I won't allow you to get a penny of my money. Is that understood? Not a penny.
Your money? My money, you mean? You hadn't a penny when I married you. I'm sorry, darling. I didn't mean to say that. What's mine is yours anyway.
I see.
Monsieur, please, compose yourself and let us wait for the inspector.
I'm getting sick and tired of this whole wretched business. I wish the inspector would come and arrest this impostor.
Forgive me, madame, but have you any means of identification? Papers, a passport or something?
That's an excellent idea, Father. I should have thought of it. Well, madame, your passport, please.
Of course, in my bag. Here you are.
Elizabeth Corbin. This is a fake, a forgery.
This seems authentic enough, monsieur.
Great heavens. She's not alone. There must be a whole gang behind her.
Daniel, for pity's sake, pull yourself together. If the police see you like this, they'll think you're verging on a breakdown.
There's a car coming now.
It's the police.
At last, the inspector will soon clear this up. Inspector, come quickly.
What's the matter? What's all this about?
This woman arrived in this house. There she is.
Madame.
Good evening, Inspector. I'm afraid it's all a ghastly misunderstanding.
Misunderstanding? Explain, madame.
My husband telephoned you during one of his nervous attacks.
What's that?
It was nothing serious, really, Inspector, but he does have these spells sometimes.
You mean I was brought back here and...
I'm Elizabeth Corbin.
She is not.
I returned home a few moments ago and
She
found...
isn't my wife at all, Inspector. This woman's an impostor.
Now, take it easy. Don't get so excited, monsieur. Sit down.
Yes, do sit down, darling.
Inspector, I don't know what sort of game she's playing, but...
Be quiet, Daniel. You're only making it worse for yourself.
I thought it best to call you, Inspector. I hope I did the right thing.
Yes. Good evening.
Oh, I'm the new parish priest of Saint-Jean.
Oh, I see, yes.
This unfortunate gentleman doesn't recognize his wife.
Father, she is not my wife. I'll show you a photograph here on the desk. Oh.
Monsieur?
There was a photograph of my wife on that desk. Father Maximin, you came over to this desk a moment ago.
To get your cigarettes, yes.
You're in league with her, aren't you? My photograph, where is it? The photograph of Elizabeth, which was standing there?
No,
there?
look, really, this is...
Now, darling, you mustn't attack Father Maxima. He has nothing to do with all this.
You're hand and glove, the pair of you. This man isn't a priest. Inspector...
Now, watch what you're saying, Corbin. Look here, all of you. I'm Chief Inspector of the police at Chamonix. I'm a busy man, and I haven't the time to spend listening to some crazy story about a wife who runs off and returns a different woman.
This woman isn't my wife. She isn't.
I'd be obliged if you would stop shouting at me.
Inspector, that woman is not Elizabeth.
Oh, really? This is ridiculous.
Would you mind letting me talk to Monsieur Corbin alone?
I'd rather tell you what happened myself.
For the time being, I'm making the decisions. Would you mind going?
Whatever you wish, Inspector. Father Maxima, will you explain?
Father Maxima will have his say in a moment. Perhaps you wouldn't mind waiting in here. Both of you.
But, Inspector,
Come along, madame. It is best.
Now, monsieur, let's try and make some sense out of this rigmarole.
Rigmarole is right. That wretched woman forces her way in here and claims...
Do you mind if I sit down?
Of course, sorry.
You were saying?
Yes, well, it's like this. Just after you left, I was sitting here quietly, when suddenly...
Do you mind if I smoke?
Of course not.
Thank you. Proceed, monsieur. Your nerves are in a shocking state, aren't they?
Can you wonder? That girl has the face...
All right. I've sent in one report about you, and I'm quite prepared to send in another. Now, let's begin at the beginning. You are Daniel Corbin.
I've told you all this already.
Now, do sit down and try to relax. You mustn't worry, monsieur. I'm here to help you.
I'm sorry.
You have no family, is that right?
No family at all. My parents are dead.
Have you ever been in trouble with the police?
No, never. I swear, never.
All right. I believe you. Go on.
Last May, I met a wonderful girl called Elizabeth Marchaline. We got married 3 weeks later, But I've told you this before, Inspector.
You are both living in such perfect harmony that she walks out and leaves you.
But we've been happy.
And she comes home again and it suits you not to take her back? And there we are, the whole story. Have you found someone else, monsieur?
There is no one. That woman isn't Elizabeth. She says she is, but she is lying.
But why in heaven's name should she want to impersonate your wife?
Heaven knows.
It's such an unlikely story, monsieur.
I wonder.
Monsieur?
I wonder if that so-called priest saw me as a likely victim and tipped her off. She means to convince you and everybody else that she's my legal wife. And then she's entitled to my money.
Why? Are you so very rich, monsieur?
Well, no, but...
Then it doesn't make sense, does it?
No, I suppose not.
Unless you have undeclared assets salted away. Have you?
No, certainly not.
Or expectations?
Expectations?
A legacy, perhaps.
I haven't any relatives. Wait a moment. I know. My wife's uncle. He's a millionaire. She mentioned some time ago that he was desperately ill. That's it.
Has he died?
I don't know.
Curiouser and curiouser.
Look, I'm frightened. If she's cool enough to pass herself off as my wife, she won't stop at that. Before long, she'll manage to become my widow. An accident, anything. It's happened before. And she's free to do as she likes.
But what about your wife? Your real wife?
She's gone.
Perhaps. But she won't stand aside and allow someone to take over her fortune. It doesn't make sense, monsieur. It doesn't. Candidly, I find the whole story utterly fantastic.
That's a good word for it. Fantastic. And evil, too. I believe this to be the work of a highly organized gang.
I'm curious to hear her side of the story.
It's up to you to break it down, Inspector. And you'd better trace my wife quickly.
I think I'll see the priest first. Father Maximum?
Yes, Inspector?
Just a few questions, Father. I'm sorry to trouble you. You have your papers on you?
Of course. Here. And if you'd care to ring the Bishop of Chambéry...
Oh, there's no hurry.
Ring him now.
Don't give me orders. Do you mind? You'll excuse my checking up, won't you, Father?
Of course. You're only doing your duty. I'm afraid this poor fellow isn't at all well. His mind seems to be...
Why, you... Be quiet and let me handle this. 212. Father Maximum, I'm calling Canon Cambert of Chamonix. You know him, I expect.
He's a great friend of my father's.
I see. Hello? Is that you, Father? Inspector Quentin here. How are you? Oh, good. I wonder if you can help me. I have a Father Maximum here. Oh, you know him, do you? Splendid. Yes, that is correct. Thank you. Goodbye, Father.
This is unbelievable.
Unbelievable is right.
Look at him, will you? The nerve, the barefaced impertinence of it, sheltering under a cassock.
That's enough, monsieur. Father Maximum looked perfectly calm, and you look a nervous wreck. The comparison isn't in your favor. Now will you sit down and keep quiet?
All right.
Now then, Father, tell me all you know.
Well, there isn't much. Madame Corbin came to see me. She said she wanted to go home, but she was afraid of her husband's temper. So she asked me to go with her. When she arrived, her husband started shouting that she was an impostor.
Go on.
And then, of course, I realized that Monsieur Corbin had...
Lost his memory?
Exactly. He threatened us. He tried to throw her out. She was in despair, poor soul.
She was what?
Quiet. According to you, Father, this woman really is Elizabeth Corbin.
Most definitely. I saw her myself in this very room 10 days ago.
I see.
It's a lie. Oh, it must have taken you weeks of research to spring the trap like this. Days of rehearsing to get it perfect.
Now, look here, monsieur. I've had enough
Gently,
of this.
Father.
I'm sorry.
Now, Corbin, let's have a few names of people who saw your wife here 12 days ago.
Who? Let me see. Who saw her?
That's right.
Wait a moment. We arrived on a Friday evening. I got the key of the chalet from Madame Chardonnay at the cafe in the square.
Did your wife go into the cafe with you?
No, she stayed in the car.
The postman doesn't come right up to the house, does he?
No, he leaves the mail in the box down by the gate. But the grocer delivers here. But he didn't see Elizabeth. I remember she was lying down.
Anyone else you can think of?
Not here. But there are dozens of people in Venice who saw us together, and in Juan, and in Geneva.
I dare say, but bringing people all the way up here without any sort of warrant, that will take some doing.
I'll pay.
That's not the point. Now, let's stop wasting time. Madame Corbin, come in here, will you?
Thank you.
Sit down.
Oh, it's dark in here, Inspector. Let me switch the lights on.
I'll do it, madame.
Oh, thank you. The switch is over by the door. Oh, it's getting chilly, too. Father, I wonder if you'd turn on the heating for me. There's a red lever in the kitchen under the gas meter. And I'd very much like a soft drink. There's some fruit juice in the refrigerator. Thank you so much.
A pleasure, madame.
I see you know the house well.
Naturally.
Quite so. Your husband...
I'm not.
Your husband, I repeat, until proof to the contrary, has just been telling me how you met and got married and how you came to be staying here.
Yes, he's been suffering from his nerves lately. I thought the mountain air here at Chamonix would do him good.
You thought that...
Monsieur, please. Now, madam, we come to the quarrel you had just before you went away.
Yes, I'm desperately sorry about that. I should never have left. I had no idea it would bring on this breakdown.
May I see your papers, madame?
Oh, but of course. Here, Inspector.
They're all forgeries. You'll see. You will see.
They seem perfectly genuine to me. Enter. Yes, what is it, Francois?
This letter was found in the post box, sir. It was addressed to Madame Corbin.
Thank you, Francois. You may go.
Yes, sir.
This letter is from Bellinger and Martin, solicitors at Saint-Denis.
May I have it, please?
Don't give it to her.
Give me that letter at once, Inspector, or I'll ring up the Commissioner of Police at Chambray and report you. You have no right to keep that letter. Give it to me, please.
Don't let her have it. This woman is not Elizabeth Corbin.
Well, for heaven's sake, prove it, then.
All right.
Prove it!
All right, I will. I'll soon show that she isn't Elizabeth. I'll ask her some questions now.
What questions?
About us. Intimate questions.
All right, Corbin. Go ahead.
Tell me the name of the travel agency in Venice which arranged our tour through Italy. My wife bought the tickets, Inspector.
The Marcellus Agency in the Piazza San Marco.
Oh. What's the name of the friend who rented us the chalet?
Jean Bernardet.
Is that right?
Yes.
Do you think it's worthwhile going on with this Corbin?
Yes. One more question. Where did we break our journey on the way to Chamonix?
Geneva. The Globe Hotel.
Wrong! I've got her!
All right. I'll soon check. Give me 1-4. Hello. Fernand? Put a priority call through to Geneva headquarters. Get them to check on reservations at the Globe Hotel by a couple called Corbin early this month.
There won't be any. We never stayed there.
Quiet! Hurry, will you, Fernand, and call me back as soon as you know. Any more questions?
Yes. My wife and I had an argument on the day after we were married. What was it about?
Darling, this is all very embarrassing. I don't think we should discuss it in front of...
You see, Inspector, she doesn't know.
Yes, I do. It was about money.
Is that right, monsieur?
She guessed. She just guessed.
She guessed right, though. That's the point. Hello? Yes? Yes? I see. Thank you. No, that's all. That was the Geneva police confirming a registration at the Globe Hotel in the name of Elizabeth and Daniel Corbin.
What? It's not true. It can't be. We never stayed there, not at the Globe Hotel. We didn't.
Monsieur, you signed the register.
I did not.
My men have seen. There is no doubt. None.
But I didn't. This must be madness.
Yes, monsieur. I'm beginning to think it might be.
It's here. New Duel.
Yes. Duel is the new floor cleaner that really deserves to be called revolutionary. Because Duel actually cleans and polishes your floors all in one go.
Duel is an entirely new floor cleaner that has its own built-in floor polish as well. Duel saves you hours of work.
With Duel, you get all your washable floors spotlessly clean. And you get a magnificent, hard, non-slip, dirt-resisting shine. All in one go.
And the more you clean with Duel, the more brilliantly your floors shine.
Get new Duel right away. It's the revolutionary new floor cleaner that cleans and polishes all in one go.
Remember, it's Duel. D-U-A-L, Duel.
You are now listening to Drive, the hungry detergent. Only Drive, the new kind of washing powder, has Insolve, the professional stain remover. That's why Drive with Insolve eats stains like baby food, tomato sauce, egg, chocolate. Yet it's so gentle with fabrics, so kind to colors. Just soak overnight in new Drive and stains vanish. Then wash in new Drive for astounding results. New Drive eats stains. Gets your whole wash so clean, it's spotless.
Well, Inspector, and what are your plans now?
I'll get back to the station.
Inspector, I never signed that register.
Darling, go up to your room and try to rest. You must.
That is a good idea, monsieur. You must relax. It's imperative.
Remember the last time you were like this, Daniel? You were perfectly all right after a couple of days.
So you've been like this before, have you?
Never.
Yes, in Venice. Have you forgotten, darling?
I'm beginning to understand. Well, you'll be better tomorrow, monsieur. Goodbye, madame.
Inspector.
Madame?
You've forgotten my letter.
Ah, madame, so I have. Here we are.
You read it, Inspector. Read it aloud.
But, madame...
Please.
Very well. We regret to inform you that your uncle, Hugo de la Fossere, passed away last night. It's dated 3 weeks ago, forwarded from your Paris address.
They knew. Don't you see, Inspector? They knew all along.
I should be obliged if you would call at my office as soon as convenient to discuss the will and legacies. Please accept my condolences. So...
You'd better keep that letter, Inspector.
Oh?
And check on the identity of the lawyers, in case my husband imagines I've written it.
The lawyer's identity isn't in doubt. That's the one thing I am sure of. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must return to the station. I've spent hours up here and I can ill afford the time.
Don't go, Inspector.
What?
Don't go. I tell you, this is a plot. Tomorrow she'll get rid of me. A mental home, an accident, suicide, anything. She'll get rid of me. For heaven's sake, Inspector, do something. Or else tell me that I'm raving mad. Tell me I've imagined the whole wretched business. Tell me that.
No, monsieur. I will take it. Quentin here? Uh-huh. I see. Right. Thank you.
Well?
Is there anything wrong, Inspector?
That was my assistant. A message from Geneva.
Oh?
Well?
It's about these reservations at the Globe Hotel. Some zealous young constable noticed alterations or erasures or something.
I shall have to investigate this further.
There, you see? I told you. They tampered with the register.
But, Inspector, you've seen my papers, my passport, everything. You heard me answer questions.
Yes, we'll discuss this further tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Tomorrow I'll be dead.
Oh, come. That is melodramatic, monsieur. No harm will come to you. Good night.
Listen to me, Inspector. Listen.
I'll pour you a drink, my darling. There you are.
No. Monsieur, don't be churlish, I beg of you. Here, it will do you good.
Who are you? Who are you? And what do you want?
Well, Monsieur Corbin, a new day, a beautiful day. How do you feel, eh?
She's still here. She's taken over completely. But you don't care. No one does. It's like some kind of nightmare. I can't believe it's happening to me. Inspector, you're a clever man. You're accustomed to dealing with criminals. Haven't you the slightest doubt about her?
Well, yes. It's very faint. No more than a glimmer. Hardly that.
Follow it up, then. If you can't help me, no one can.
Now, monsieur. Let us see what we can do together. There must be a weak link somewhere.
Yes.
But keep calm, whatever you do. We'll see if we can't find some people who knew your wife, on your responsibility, of course. My superiors aren't going to proceed on a mere suspicion of mine. Now, can you give me any names?
Well, yes, but we've only been married 3 months, and we did make a crowd of friends at one.
Splendid. Make me out a list of, say, 10 people and leave it to me.
All right. I'll do that, Inspector.
Now, let me give you a bit of advice, monsieur. Act as though you've resigned yourself to the situation. Don't force her hand. Play along with her. Meantime, I'll be doing my job, and any moment now your real wife may turn up.
Pray heaven that you're right.
You must take a firm grip on yourself.
I'll try. I feel really much better now that I realize that you're on my side, Inspector. I think I'll go out. I need some fresh air.
You wouldn't do that.
Oh?
There are fast cars on these roads.
You mean... What, outside the house?
Outside, anything is possible, monsieur.
I'll stay here, then.
Anyway, you've got the telephone. Your line is directly connected to the police station. I arranged it this morning.
I'm very grateful.
It's all part of the job, monsieur. Now then, you think of that list of names and cheer up. Cheer up.
Oh, good morning, Inspector.
Oh, good morning, madame.
Don't you think my husband looks much better? He slept very well, Inspector, and he needs rest. Oh, you do, my darling.
Yes, he seems much better, ma'am. But I'll be on my way. I'm glad to see this improvement, monsieur. Well, goodbye. Oh, just one thing. What's the address of your flat in Paris, madame?
157 Rue d'Anjou.
Thank you.
It's the 5th floor on the left.
Very clever. Go on. Laugh, curse you. But I'll get out of this. You see if I don't.
Of course you will, darling.
You won't get me.
Yes, darling. Now do rest while I go down to the village. What would you like for lunch?
To the devil with lunch.
All right, then. How about some steak? And a mushroom omelette to start with. How will that do?
I imagine both dishes will be liberally sprinkled with poison.
Oh, darling, the things you say. Well, I won't be long. And do rest while I'm gone.
Daniel, keep calm, keep calm. A drink. Yes, a drink to steady me down. No. Drink nothing, eat nothing. Who's that?
Anyone at home? Who drink much to drink?
Who are you?
Open the door, monsieur.
What do you want?
My apologies for this interruption, monsieur. Melouche is the name, artist by profession.
Oh. What the devil do you want?
I am on holiday. I was sitting in the sunshine eating my breakfast when, crash, my bottle of red wine fell from my fingers and broke into 1,000,000 fragments. You wouldn't have a bottle of red wine to sell, I suppose?
No, I'm afraid not. Now, if you'll excuse me...
I notice whiskey yonder. Would you have any objection if...
Oh, help yourself, but be quick.
One moment, no more. This is living. Would you like me to do a portrait of you, sir? You have a most expressive face.
Look, if it's money you're wanting here, take this. Go and drink my health.
You're giving me this? But, monsieur...
Take it and get out.
Why, monsieur, you're a Medici, a patron of the arts. Oh, this is a fortune.
Just a moment.
Huh?
Look at me.
Anything wrong?
Have you ever worn a beard?
Well, that depends on the time of year.
I don't suppose by any chance... No, that's too much to hope for, and yet... I have a feeling I've seen you before. Do you remember me at all? Do you?
Your face isn't unfamiliar to me.
Think carefully, man. Think.
I've seen you, but where? Give me some clue, some idea.
I can't. It's got to come from you.
Oh, dear.
Where were you 3 months ago?
Juan Lapin. Ah, that's it, of course, monsieur. You're the one who got married in that little church. To the tall, blonde lady. Yes, I remember now. I offered to paint you.
Quiet. Don't talk so loudly. Someone might hear you.
Another woman.
I can't explain. There isn't time, and anyway, you wouldn't believe me. But your evidence is absolutely vital to me. It torpedoes their whole devilish scheme.
Oh?
Now, listen to me. You call yourself an artist, so you can do my portrait. Start drawing.
But
Sit down there and pretend. In a moment, a woman will come in here.
Your lady friend?
Great heavens, no. Now, whatever you do, don't tell her you were present at my wedding at 1.
Oh, but I thought...
Don't argue, will you? Listen. You've never seen me before. I've never seen you. You're doing my portrait, and that's all there is to it.
Right, I get the idea. The new one is jealous of the old, is that it, eh?
Yes, that's it. So, not a word. If all goes well, I'll give you 1,000 francs.
What? There must be a catch somewhere. It is coincidence that I saw you in one.
Get on with that sketch. I want to make a phone call.
Very well, then, but this is strange. 1,000 francs. Oh, that's Picasso's rate.
Hello? Corbin here. Give me Inspector Quentin, please.
Yeah, what are you doing?
Be quiet. I'll explain later.
I'm in the clear with the police. Monsieur, I demand to know what this is all about.
Quiet. Hello? Well, where is he? Oh. Get hold of him as soon as possible. It's urgent. Say I've got the proof I wanted. Tell him to come here to the chalet as soon as he can. Thanks.
I insist on an explanation.
You've got to trust me. Now, pick up your pencil and keep drawing.
But, monsieur...
Don't argue!
Not another word. You did say 1,000 francs, monsieur?
1,000 francs, nothing less.
This is my day.
Describe my wife to me. Describe her. This is important. You said she was tall and fair.
Yes, and her nose, it was so. And she was, how do you call it, a lady of consequence. She was wearing a, now let me see her.
Blue dress?
Quite so, monsieur, blue dress.
Great heavens, this is providential that I recognized you. And I so nearly didn't without that beard. Shh! Someone's coming. Get on with that sketch.
Oh? What's going on here? Who's this man?
Allow me to introduce myself. Malouche, portrait painter.
Oh?
I am sketching this gentleman.
A very rough sketch.
I always start this way. Yeah, but monsieur, he fidgets the whole time. It is very difficult for me.
Do you make a living from your drawing?
Mm-hmm.
I suppose you've had exhibitions in one.
What,
Daniel, darling, why are you so continually looking at your watch? Are you expecting someone?
No,
I don't want to intrude if you're expecting company. I'll be back tomorrow.
Yes, goodbye. We'll see you again.
I'm not expecting anyone. Don't go. Sit down and get on with that sketch.
But look, darling, you can't force a creative artist to work. Inspiration comes and goes. You must let him leave if he wants to.
That's right. I'll see you tomorrow.
Sit down!
Darling, don't shout. Wait a minute. I recognize you.
Yeah, me?
Yes. You were at our wedding. Don't you remember, darling? Only he wore a beard. You were at one.
Me?
Now think carefully. I can assure you it's worth your while.
Am I intruding? Oh, Reverend, do take my chair. I'm going.
A car. The police.
What?
I called them. This man was at one. He saw Elizabeth. He remembers her. Come on, describe her. Go on.
Monsieur, please, I must go out this way quickly. Merciful heavens, a gun! Reverend, you with a gun! Quick, the back way.
No, you don't.
Leave go of my arm, Corbin. Leave go!
Give me that gun. Help, please! Quickly!
What's this? What's the devil?
Inspector, my husband. He took the gun and he shot Malouche. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Give me that gun, Corbin. Give it to me. Oh, you poor demented fool. What have you done now?
Boy, have I got that fuzzy feeling. I gotta get a clean, fresh mouth and a new tongue. Do I need you, Pepsodent?
Heavy-duty Pepsodent.
Cleaned up, freshens up.
Toothpaste with the sparkle clean taste.
Heavy-duty Pepsodent works harder than your toothbrush to give you the big clean-up, freshens your breath, gets rid of that fuzzy feeling.
The toothpaste with the sparkle clean taste.
Boy, with heavy-duty Pepsodent, you brush that dullness clean away.
It's here, new Dual.
Yes, Duel is the new floor cleaner that really deserves to be called revolutionary. Because Duel actually cleans and polishes your floors all in one go.
Duel is an entirely new floor cleaner that has its own built-in floor polish as well. Duel saves you hours of work.
With Duel, you get all your washable floors spotlessly clean. And you get a magnificent, hard, non-slip, dirt-resisting shine. All in one go.
And the more you clean with Duel, the more brilliantly your floors shine.
Get new Duel right away. It's the revolutionary new floor cleaner that cleans and polishes all in one go.
Remember, it's Duel. D-U-A-L, Duel.
Inspector, what's going to happen to my husband?
First of all, let me hear your story.
Well, Malouche came to the door and asked me if he could do Daniel's portrait.
That's a lie. You were in the village when he came.
Quiet, monsieur. Proceed, madame.
I persuaded Daniel.
You persuaded?
I thought it might make Daniel relax. They were only alone for a moment. I don't know what they said to each other. And a second later, I heard a shot.
Another lie. She lies, Inspector.
If you will not keep silent, I must ask you to leave the room. And then, madame?
Malouche fell as Father Maximin came in.
Did Monsieur Corbin threaten you as well?
No.
Or you, Father?
He didn't have time. You came in just then. But he would have killed us both if you hadn't, I'm quite certain. You'll have to arrest him, Inspector. You can't allow a dangerous psychopath like that...
Inspector, you must let me speak. You must allow me to speak.
In a moment. Yes? Speaking. Right. Come over immediately. Hurry.
What is it, Inspector?
That is my business. Now then, Monsieur Corbin, give me your version of what happened.
Malouche was a witness at my wedding in Rouen. I sent for you so that he could tell you the truth. But they killed him. They killed my only witness.
On the contrary, monsieur, there is a second witness on the way.
What?
Someone else?
You won't have long to wait.
Oh, this is tremendous, Inspector. Someone who knows my wife, who knows Elizabeth? Who is it?
You'll know soon enough. If I'm not mistaken, the witness arrives. Monsieur, stand over there with your back to the door. You, Father Maximin, over there.
Of course, Inspector.
And you, madame, go to the top of the stairs. When I call, come down, you will walk down the stairs without a word.
Yes, Inspector.
This witness has no idea why she's been brought here, so her reaction will be spontaneous and incontestable.
Is it a woman?
Quiet, monsieur, and keep your back to the door. I insist. Ah, Francois, bring madame in.
The nurse.
Keep your face to the wall.
Well, Inspector, what is this all about? I insist that you tell me.
My apologies. I'm looking for someone who knows the people who live here. One of my men, who is a neighbor of yours, understood you to say you had attended the wife. Is that correct?
Yes. I came to give her an injection 2 weeks ago.
Would you recognize them?
Certainly. There's Monsieur Corbin standing with his back to me.
Excellent.
Madame Bertin, I was never so pleased to see anyone in my whole life.
Are you sure this is Monsieur Corbin?
Positive.
Madame, will you come down the stairs? Who is this, madame?
Madame Corbin, of course.
Good morning.
What? Shh.
And I, too, am pleased and relieved to see you, Madame Bertin.
Are you certain this is Madame Corbin?
Of course I am.
They're all against me. All of them.
I'm afraid I don't understand what's going on, Inspector.
He doesn't recognize his wife.
Oh, how sad. Perhaps he needs treatment or a sedative of some kind. And now, if you've finished with me, perhaps someone could drive me back to Chamonix.
Of course. Francois, will you drive Madame back?
She's lying. I tell you, she's lying. Stop her. Don't let her go.
Why, I'll...
Madame, please, do you mind going?
I have something more to say about this.
She is lying.
Oh, stop that, monsieur. You are begging for a straitjacket.
What?
Madame Corbin, will you go through to the next room? And you, Father.
Of course, Inspector. Come, madame.
Now then, monsieur. As far as I'm concerned, Madame Bertin identified your wife, and that's an end to it. I see no reason to doubt her word. That woman through there is your wife, whether you like it or not. If she wasn't, how could you possibly account for the way she has behaved all through this? Why, she has never for a second shown the slightest fear that your other alleged wife might come back.
No, She isn't afraid that Elizabeth will come back because she's sure she won't.
What do you mean?
They know everything. Who could have told them? Who, if not my wife? She must be at the back of it all.
Oh, great heavens, this is definitely insanity. Hello? Yes, it's me. Right. Good. I'll come right over.
What's happened?
That was the hospital about Meluch.
Oh, he's dead? He's dead?
No.
Oh.
They're going to operate. As soon as he's conscious, I'll question him.
Suppose he dies.
Then you'll have to prove you didn't kill him, won't you? I must go straight to the hospital now, monsieur.
You'll be back?
Indeed, yes. I'll be back. There's still a great deal to be done. Excuse me.
So Meluch didn't die after all, darling?
No, he didn't. You thought you were clever. Oh, yes. But you didn't bargain on Meluch, did you now? And you can't get at him. You can't bribe Meluch. He'll talk.
Oh, no, he won't.
Yes, he will. He will. He's honest. He'll tell the truth.
He won't.
What's to stop him?
Death.
Are you ready?
Yes, I've packed everything I could lay my hands on. What's Corbin doing?
Nothing. He seems dazed.
Does he know where he's being taken?
Yes, he didn't react at all. Meluch's death has stunned him. Ah, here he is now. We were talking about you, Corbin. You'll be very comfortable at the clinic. We'll visit you as often as we can.
I don't want to leave here.
My friend, you've killed a man. You keep forgetting that. The inspector wants you to go to the clinic. He thinks it's a good idea, and so do I. You trust the inspector, don't you?
But what's all that luggage there?
You may have to stay there for several days under observation before the law decides what's to be done with you.
You'll never get away with this. And I'm not going. I'm not.
This is official. You are going to this clinic as a patient. Then you'll be sent to trial, unless the doctors prove that you're unfit to plead.
Get the luggage into the car, Father.
Right.
I'm not leaving here, and neither are you.
Oh, yes, we are. All of us. You're coming for a nice long drive. Come along now, hurry.
Corbin, I don't want to be forced to carry you to the car.
I did not kill Meluch.
He died on the operating table as a result of bullet wounds inflicted by you. It was you, Corbin. This is murder. Now, come on. That's enough of this talking.
Here's the inspector.
What?
Oh, Inspector, we were just driving my husband to the clinic now.
There is no need, madame.
Oh?
Why?
What happened, Inspector? What happened?
You'll be relieved to know, Monsieur Corbin, that you did not kill Meluch.
What? But surely, we both saw him.
It was a shot in the shoulder, not a fatal wound by any means. A minor operation.
But I was given to understand that he died on the operating table.
He died 5 minutes after he returned to his ward.
Shock, obviously.
I don't think so. They're performing an autopsy now. They'll let me know immediately they get the results.
Oh, Inspector, what a relief.
A male nurse was seen leaving Meluch's room just before he died. The hospital staff are being questioned. The trouble is one man in a white coat looks very like another.
He must have done it. He must have killed Meluch.
Don't be absurd.
You left here after they took Meluch to hospital. You killed him because he was my only witness.
Keep quiet, will you?
You're a complete fool, Inspector. These people are tricking you.
Yes, I am a complete fool. I should have arrested you long ago.
Then why don't you? Why don't you? Why send me to the clinic with these two people? Why? I want to be arrested. At least I'll be safe in jail. Yes, Inspector, arrest me for the attempted murder of Meluch. I'll get a clever lawyer. I'll prove my case, and then, by heavens, I'll expose this woman for the impostor she really is.
Darling, you don't know what you're saying.
I shot Meluch deliberately, with intent to kill. Now, Inspector, arrest me and take me to Chamonix.
Ignore him, Inspector.
Inspector, arrest me for attempted murder. Arrest me, I say.
If you want police protection, you shall have it. I promise that by 8 o'clock tonight you will be safely locked up. Yes? Speaking. Oh. I see. Yes, that does alter the picture completely. Thank you.
Well, who's that?
That was the result of the autopsy on Meluch.
Yes.
It has revealed traces of strychnine in the stomach.
What? He was poisoned?
He did it. They went to the hospital and poisoned him. They killed Meluch.
Corbin, there is no proof. Not of anything.
But, Inspector, it's plain common sense. It stands to reason that...
Monsieur, when one deals with insanity, reason and common sense don't apply.
What? What do you mean?
From the moment I was called in by you to investigate your wife's disappearance, I knew I was dealing with a madman.
I am not.
Your whole story is distorted, it's twisted, it's grotesque. There's no truth in what you say. In a wild moment, you might well have poisoned Malouch. After all, you did try to shoot him.
He was my only witness. Why would I want to shoot him?
It is here. Here in the mind, monsieur.
Sometimes I wonder if you aren't on their side. Sometimes I wonder.
Do you, monsieur?
Great heavens. What a fool I've been. That's it. It all fits perfectly. There was a mastermind behind it all. It's you! You planned it brilliantly, using your official position as a cover. And I've sweated my heart out trying to persuade you that this woman isn't Elizabeth. What a laugh that is. What a laugh. You're very clever. But as long as there's breath in my body, I'll fight you. You'll never get me. You killed Elizabeth, didn't you? She's dead. Now I'm sure of it. And you killed her.
Prove it.
I'll go to the police in Paris.
Go on, then. Unless you can produce Elizabeth Corban's body, which you can't, you'll never prove this girl here isn't your wife.
They'll find her body, and you'll die for it, all of you. You killed her. She's dead.
Yes, your wife is dead, Corban.
Murdered?
Murdered, but where is her body?
Murdered.
Where is her body, Corban?
They'll find it.
Where is it?
They'll search the woods out there.
The body.
The rocks. They'll drag the rivers.
The body.
They'll find it.
Where's the body?
They'll find it.
Where's her body, Corban?
In the gorge of the forest of Chamois. Oh, no.
Thank you, Corban. I've been waiting since yesterday morning to hear that.
No.
You must have thought me stupid not to smell a rat when a rich woman disappears, leaving her husband a sole heir. 3 days after you reported your wife's desertion, the body of a woman was pulled from the Chamois Gorge, and Nurse Beton identified your wife.
Oh, no.
An accident? Hardly. Her skull was beaten to pulp. I could have arrested you on suspicion of murder at any time. But suspicions aren't proof, and I needed your confession. Oh, you were a cool one, I will say that. You acted your role to perfection. Anyway, we decided to set a trap for you. Oh, may I introduce Chief Inspector Taquet? I thought he made an excellent Father Maximum, didn't you? And then Mademoiselle Stephanie as your wife.
No.
Incidentally, Melouche nearly upset our apple cart. But in the end, he was most amused at being shot at by a blank cartridge. Not to mention all the free drinks he had.
He's not dead.
Of course not. However, out of all the tricks and lies and inventions we made to get you, one thing was true. I made you a promise. I said that by 8 o'clock tonight you would be safely locked up, Corban. And by heavens, you will be.
Would you believe that a deodorant could help you look good? The newest Shield aerosol deodorant has something very special. The unique Stay Dry formula that keeps you dry, keeps you looking cool, crisp and confident, even in today's flimsiest fashions. And Shield's extra dry spray will never sting or burn your skin, even if you use Shield right after your bath. So slip into something comfortable. Slip into the deodorant that helps you look good. The newest Shield aerosol with Stay Dry.
Lovely, fresh as a daisy, dewy-eyed. That's international film star Elka Sommer. Sunflower by day, exotic moonflower by night. Vivacious Elka Sommer. How does Elka Sommer retain this 24-hour radiance?
It's Lux Beauty Soap. I use it for lots of reasons. It's pretty shape. It's lovely perfume. Doesn't it remind you of Paris? And most of all, I love the care it gives my complexion. You see, the lather is so pure and mild and gentle. I'd like every woman to use Lux.
Remember, Lux, it's the complexion care of the stars. In tonight's presentation of Trap for a Lonely Man by Robert Thomas, the part of Daniel Corbin was played by Don Ridgway, with Fred Stone as the inspector and Maureen Adair as the woman. As the priest, you heard Ian Hamilton. Others in the cast were Reg Richards and Dacia Charlesty. Trap for a Lonely Man was produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthal.
The National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
Charge your glasses, gentlemen, for the 13th and final toast, whose sentiments are time-honored and traditional. I give you the fair sex, always entitled to our protection.
Albany, New York, July the 4th, 1831. How true that if you want to understand American manners and American society, you must first understand the situation of the American woman.
Any woman is a lady. A study in American manners. Item 5 in the series Democracy in America, prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University, under the direction of George Probst, American historian. A series designed to bring to life the America of 1831, as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, and so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. A study in American manners. Any woman is a lady.
Beaumont and I had not been in America long before we noticed that the first and most intense passion that is produced by equality is the love of that same equality. Indeed, everybody has remarked that now, in 1831, and especially in our native France, this passion for equality is every day gaining ground in the human heart. But the principle may be established in civil society without prevailing in the political world. In America, there is a good deal of both, and the signs of both are to be found everywhere in society.
One class, one price. But the best cars are, of course, reserved for ladies and folks with them. The roughest character understands that a lady, and I need hardly tell Frenchmen that any woman is a lady, has an absolute right to the front seat at the show, the head of the table, the best cabin, and so forth. Rich or poor, mistress or maid, those are her rights as an American female. And mark this, one lone female, old or young, pretty or ugly, may travel from one end of the United States to the other and find nothing but respect from every man she meets.
Well, it's true. Equality of conditions and greater mildness in customs are related to each other. So I certainly can't admit that there is nothing commendable in the manners of a democratic people. In a democratic age, men rarely sacrifice themselves for one another. But they do display general compassion for the human race.
Only because of equality, Tocqueville. The same man who's full of humanity towards his fellow creatures when they're his equals becomes insensible to afflictions as soon as that equality ceases.
Ah, but wait, Beaumont. There are servants in American society, and they are well treated. How do you explain that? They aren't even called servants. What do they call them?
The help. They don't call them servants because they don't think of them as servants. Not as we think of servants in France. In a democracy, at any moment, a servant may become a master. The servant is therefore not a different man from the master. They talk familiarly to each other. They eat with each other. To give a man a tip would insult and humiliate him.
One evening, gentlemen, I was at the house of the president of Harvard University. We were waited on at tea by the butler, one of the president's help, who's also a major of the militia. Now, on cavalry days, when guests are invited to dine with the regiment, the major dresses in his regimentals, takes the head of the table, and has the president of the Harvard at his right hand.
And there is no embarrassment?
Not a bit on either side. And when the toasts are over, he goes home, takes off his regimentals, and waits on everybody at tea. And still no embarrassment. For all honest callings are honorable. That, gentlemen, is democracy.
That indeed is democracy, which does not attach men deeply to one another, but places their habitual relations on a much easier footing.
Men, but what about women?
We are in America, Beaumont. Ladies.
Oh, I beg your pardon, ladies. Well, what about them?
Really, Beaumont, to judge from your intent observation, I should have thought you were the authority on American ladies.
And I won't have a word said against them? They are paragons of virtue. It really is remarkable. Every American lady is a guardian of morality.
True enough. And Americans respect and admire them, without, however, having much time for them. Americans are so busy, restless, even in the midst of their prosperity. And yet, you know, Beaumont, the Americans are the freest and the most enlightened men in the world today, in spite of their being so serious, even in their pleasures. I must say, Mr. Livingstone, that I am finding this a charming party.
I usually find this kind of affair pretty dull myself.
It is a social affair, and it has social interest.
Your friend, Mr. Beaumont, seems to be enjoying himself.
He's already an admirer of American ladies. So indeed am I. We find them very fresh and natural.
You will also find them, sir, very moral.
Oh, of that I am sure.
You had better be very sure. Our ladies have free and open manners, but their standard of morality is high, very high, extremely high, exceedingly high, excessively high.
I assure you, sir, neither I nor my friend will ever have occasion to test the truth of your assertion.
Good. Saves misunderstandings. And one of the drawbacks of American society is that it has a short way with misunderstanding.
One of the drawbacks? Are there others?
Well, I shouldn't tell you, but I will. There are drawbacks, yes. In my opinion, the chief drawback is the want of intellectual tone.
In society everywhere, surely, brainlessness is set at a premium.
I can still remember, Mr. Tocqueville, when I was young, having seen this country peopled with rich proprietors who lived on their lands in the States. They cultivated the mind and followed certain traditions of thought and manners. Now then, this inheritance law, giving all the heirs equal shares in the estate, has constantly worked to destroy and redistribute the fortunes. Their ideals became lost and will soon become extinct. Land changes hands with unbelievable speed. No one has time to become attached to a place. The people have no roots in the country. Everyone has to resort to practical work, to trade, to maintain himself in the position his father occupied.
Is there anything in America resembling the prestige of landed proprietors?
No, sir. A man only counts for what he himself is worth.
How do the wealthy classes like this?
Well, you might as well put up with it, since there's no way of preventing it.
But in that case, is there not hard feeling between the wealthy classes and the rest of the people?
None whatsoever. All classes, without exception, took part in the War of Independence. Since then, the power of democracy has been so great and so invincible that no one has spoken against it. And in general, the people as a whole elect to office the wealthiest and the best educated.
Oh, I see. Of course, what strikes me most in America is the extreme equality in social relationships. The rich man and the laborer shake hands publicly in the street.
Equality, yes. Yes, we have equality, a great deal of it. But perhaps just a little less than you might suppose at first glance. The rich don't have to sacrifice their money. They only need to sacrifice their pride. You see, in a democracy, you attach the poor to you not so much by the benefits you give them as by your manners. But these manners are sometimes no more than formal expressions of feeling.
In what way?
Well, in this way. The handshake that you see in the street may mean no more than subscribing yourself at the end of a letter, your very humble servant.
Ah, I understand.
You see, in America, it is vital to be polite to everybody, for everybody has political rights. Of course, here in New York, there's a good deal of financial pride, among the newly rich, that is. We Americans recognize something that is recognized the whole world over, the aristocracy of money.
Oh, so there is an aristocracy after all.
Well, if you can use the word aristocracy for a class that changes all the time and has pretensions but no power. Now, sir, let me press you to some punch. Shall we move into the other room?
The horses ran away.
I will not argue about this anymore.
Ah, hello, Beaumont.
What have you found out now?
Opinions in a democracy are by no means unanimous. And you?
That the ladies are charming.
And virtuous.
Oh, that is the greatest part of their charm. I must say that if one were to enter American society with the purpose of accomplishing seductions, one would find one's time largely wasted.
American society, then, has several aspects. Equality, of course. Then, the love of wealth, which makes for monotony in the midst of animation. There are no masters and servants as we know them.
And in no country has such constant care been taken as in America to trace two clearly distinct lines of conduct for the two sexes, and to make them keep pace with one another, but in two pathways that are always distinct.
This, very sensibly, is the way the Americans understand the equality of the sexes, that each should fulfill its respective task in the best possible way. But the public attitude towards American ladies must sometimes be very irksome.
Yes, sir, you can certainly say that. I put in 10 or 12 hours a day in the counting house, and then I find when I go into society that I have to handle the ladies as if they were poor, helpless, pitiable creatures. The ladies must be waited upon. The ladies must be helped. The ladies must be put into the carriage. The ladies must be taken out of the carriage. The ladies
Do you regret these little attentions, sir?
Regret them? No, I can't say that. But I'd like to have a little more choice about who I bestow them on. You hardly ever get a chance of making yourself agreeable to a particular individual, you know. You just have to worship the lot, wholesale.
But as you describe it, the adoration consists of a sort of polytheism in which no particular goddess has a temple dedicated to herself alone.
Yeah, I don't know about that, sir, but I'll tell you this. When an American gentleman meets a lady, he looks upon her as the representative of her sex. And it is to her sex, not to her own peculiar, amiable qualities, that she is indebted for his attention.
Equality again, Beaumont. All American ladies must be treated equally.
Hence their high morality?
No. Equality of conditions cannot ever make men chaste, but it may make their immorality less dangerous. No American has the time or opportunity to assail a virtue armed in self-defense. So you will expect to find, at the same time, a great number of courtesans and of virtuous women.
Remember, Tocqueville, our conversation with the gentleman in Boston, when we asked him if it was true that morals are as pure here as they pretend.
Well, let me see. Morals are less good in the lower classes than among the enlightened. However, I think them superior to the same classes in Europe. As for the educated, their morals are as perfect as it is possible to imagine them. I don't believe that there is a single intrigue in Boston society.
Not one?
A woman suspected would be lost. Mind you, the women here are very coquettish. They even display their coquetry with greater boldness than with you, because they know they cannot go beyond a certain point, and no one believes they overstep the bound. To tell you the truth, gentlemen, I prefer European women with all their weaknesses to the glacial and egotistical virtue of American ladies.
How do these young women learn to be so virtuous? What is their education like? To begin with, of course, paternal authority is strangely lacking.
Whenever we hear of elopements, public sympathy is almost always with the daughter and against the father.
An American girl has scarcely ceased to be a child when she already thinks for herself, speaks with freedom, and acts on her own impulse.
But the education of young girls is not without its peculiarities, as you would know if you were to hear a group of ladies talking.
Listen to that piano. Surely that girl knows nothing about music. She's been practicing that same piece ever so long.
That's a fact. My daughter went to the same school with her. And except for astronomy and trigonometry, Susan beat her in everything. Susan can play the storm. And her music master tells me when a young lady can once do that, she can do anything.
Oh, Ma.
And she's doing just as well in history. How far have you got with it, Susan?
About 2/3 through with the book. But how queer you talk, Ma.
Pray, madame, what boarding school is it your daughter went to?
It's kept by the Mrs. Jones, 3 miles from Albany.
And what branches are taught in that school?
Susan, you tell the gentleman.
We had reading, writing, spelling, arithmetic, grammar, geography, history, maps, the globe, algebra, geometry, trigonometry, astronomy, natural philosophy, chemistry, botany, mineralogy, geology, and zoology in the morning. And dancing, drawing, painting, French, Italian, Spanish, and German in the afternoon. Greek and the higher branches of mathematics were only studied by the tall girls.
How many masters were there for teaching all that?
Oh, the 2 Mrs. Jones teach everything. They wouldn't allow a gentleman to enter the house.
I know this to be a fact. And that's the reason their school is so popular. It is principally on the score of morality I sent Susan there.
And what is the usual age of the young ladies?
Oh, they take them from the age of 5 to the age of 18.
Well, madame, I trust that your daughter will marry a gentleman capable of appreciating her education.
And yet it is so difficult to judge of men in these times. There was not one girl of 10 of my acquaintance knew a word of Latin and mathematics. And yet we all married respectable men. But they say this is the progress of education. And I don't wish Susan to be inferior to other girls. Boys don't cost half as much. They learn everything they want at the counting house. And what they learn there sticks to them as long as they live.
American education, even at its best, tends to make cold and virtuous women instead of affectionate wives and agreeable companions to man. Society may be more tranquil and better regulated, but domestic life often has fewer charms. These, however, are secondary evils, which may be braved for the sake of higher interests. A democratic education is indispensable to protect women from the dangers with which democratic institutions and manners surround them. But then, in America, the independence of women is irrecoverably lost in the bonds of matrimony.
But surely there are compensations.
Increased attentions from their husbands? No. We businessmen have no time for cooing. An American man of business so rarely shows his family a sign of tenderness and affection that there's a nickname for those households where, after an absence, the husband kisses his wife and children. We call them kissing families. Generally, of course, the first objective is trade. Everything else is subordinate. However, we don't have too many disappointments.
You mean unhappy marriages?
That's right. You see, suppose one of our young men marries a woman whose tastes and character are essentially different from his own. Well, in our way of life, he may never know it. The points of contact are so few, the sphere of action of each party so well defined by custom and law, and the occupation of the man outside the house so constant that he may become the father of a large family and die without finding out his mistake.
Within this pragmatic society where everyone is engaged in business, American girls have theirs too, that of finding a husband. To every girl over 16, marriage is the great interest in life. In France, she desires it. In America, she haunts it.
They are quite right. It is an important question. As you know, I feel strongly that whatever affects the condition of women, their habits and their opinions, has great political importance. Women in America are the guardians of status. Equality, you see, is not quite everything. There is an aristocracy, usually of money. And woe betide the unhappy girl whose family is trying to enter the American aristocracy.
Who's that strange creature?
Where?
Over there in that horrible dress. I'm sure I've never seen her before. Do you know her?
Oh, indeed I don't. Wonder how she got here.
Don't stare at her too hard. She'll blush.
Why not? I'm sure that material's not worth 75 cents a yard.
And who's that unlicked cub that's with her?
Heaven alone knows. I dare say just come from the woods.
With his mouth full of tobacco.
I hope she isn't going to dance. If she does, I shall leave the room.
I shan't stay either.
Let us look no longer on this tender victim of fashionable society. She is now only serving her apprenticeship, but she will soon rise to the rank of an ancient in the clique, and then treat every newcomer in precisely the same manner she is treated now. But status in society has another aspect, which we saw at its height in a theater in Baltimore. When we first entered, I was surprised at the care with which the spectators of white skin were distinguished from the black faces. I see. In the first gallery are the whites, in the second the mulattoes, in the third the Negroes.
You must realize, sir, that the dignity of the whites requires this sort of classification.
Tocqueville, look.
Where?
In the mulattoes gallery, over to the left. An extraordinarily beautiful young woman, and surely she's white.
Oh, I see her.
That woman is colored.
Colored? She is whiter than a lily.
She is colored. The tradition of the country establishes her origin, and everyone knows that she numbers a mulatto among her ancestors.
But a little nearer the center, in the whites gallery, surely I see a face that is at least half black. Now, what is she doing there?
The lady who now attracts your attention is white.
White? Well, her complexion
She is white. The tradition of the country says that the blood flowing in her veins is Spanish.
Social status is important, even in the land of equality. And the equality itself varies from one sphere to another. In Massachusetts, for instance, Negroes have the rights of citizenship. They may vote in elections. But prejudice is so strong that it is impossible to receive their children in schools. However, I say no more of this aspect of American society, but return to the situation of American women, who so jealously guard their division into classes. All men are equal, but you do not hear that assertion from the lips of a lady. It is almost in vain to talk of female republicanism. There exists and can exist no such being on either side of the Atlantic, for human nature is the same on both. American women are, however, also the guardians of culture. And remarkably mediocre it is.
In the United States, men rarely even read. They haven't the time. Women are charged with this duty, and they report on all political and literary publications to either their fathers or their husbands, so that the men can discuss them as if they had read them.
As for music?
As for music, well, when the music starts, it is a signal for conversation. And this is very understandable when you have heard a certain amount of American music. Whew. Listen to that.
Well, you know, she does her best.
But how is it possible to applaud such singing as this? There is neither simplicity nor taste, neither feeling nor execution in a performance, and yet The storm of applause is not abated.
For the Lord's sake, don't say that loud enough for other people to hear you. It would deprive you, Mr. Beaumont, of many an innocent pleasure you would perhaps otherwise enjoy during your stay in the city. Our elite never forgive a difference of opinion to one of their own clique. How much more, then, must a foreigner be on his guard? You'll forgive me. In society, this is a free country, sir. Every man may do or think what he pleases, only he must not let other people know it. You might just as well attack one of our fashionable preachers.
Tocqueville got into no such difficulties. The singer, a lady about 45, Springs, is passionately fond of music, an unhappy passion if ever there was one. She howled for 2 hours as if possessed by devils. And what was Tocqueville doing hearing all this? Seated near the piano with a smiling face, he was applauding each tirade.
I was merely being polite.
And then you sat down and wrote back to our friends that America was an El Dorado for husbands.
So it is. American wives live their whole lives bounded by domesticity. Besides, I had advice.
Mr. Tocqueville, if you heard an oratorio performed by our Handel and Haydn Society, you would perhaps change your mind. That society is almost entirely composed of working men who cultivate music from taste.
What a singular society in which the laboring classes cultivate the arts from taste and in which the rich people listen to it from obligation. Oh, excuse me, sir. I've smiled long enough at this. I should be obliged to leave the room. Will you accompany me?
Oh, no, I'd like to, but people would notice, and I live here, you know. Among the Romans, do as the Romans do. By the way, if anybody asks you about the concert, and especially about that lady, say you were delighted. That's the word now. There's no use in making yourself enemies. Delighted, sir. Don't forget.
Delighted.
Good.
Delighted. That was my advice, and very sensible, too.
And what did you really think, Tocqueville?
I was delighted. That's the word, Beaumont. Delighted. After all, they are a serious nation, not given to frivolity. How can they cultivate taste? Not for a while, at any rate.
Tocqueville, you are cynical.
I assure you I am not. American society is a very remarkable thing, and its cornerstone is those very remarkable American women, the guardians of class, of culture, and above all, the guardians of morality. Men and women are both considered beings of equal value. And as for myself, though I do not hesitate to avow that the women of the United States are confined within the narrow circle of domestic life, and their situation is in some respects one of extreme dependence, I have nowhere seen women occupying a loftier position. And if I were asked, finally, to what the singular prosperity and growing strength of the Americans ought mainly to be attributed, I should reply to the superiority of their women.
You have just heard Any Woman is a Lady, a study in American manners, item 5 in a series based on Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. This series, presented by the National Broadcasting Company, was prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. Produced in the studios of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation by Andrew Allen. Script by Lister Sinclair, music by Lucio Agostini. This series, Democracy in America, is made possible by a grant from the Fund for Adult Education as part of a general course of study of the nature of American society. Teachers of American history and American civilization and adult education leaders may be interested in using these dramatizations and other materials which are available for study and discussion at a reasonable charge. For information, write to American Foundation for Continuing Education, Post Office Box 749, Chicago 90, Illinois. And now this is Ben Grauer inviting you to listen next week to The Cement of Democracy, item 6 on Democracy in America. This has been an NBC Radio Network presentation.
Well, this is BBC Radio 4, and this week's Saturday play is set in Jamaica in 1962. Noel Coward is on the veranda of his hilltop house, Firefly, beavering away at a novel.
Ian, when did you get back?
I'm not here.
Entendue, sexual intrigue, marvellous.
Not sex. The future of the free world.
Even better.
Noel, your country needs you.
Me, doubtful.
You are shamefully underused.
On the contrary, I'm trying to finish my novel.
Fidel Castro.
Bearded chap lives in Havana, likes a good cigar.
Not for much longer.
Now you're being sinister. Go away at once.
You will relish this mission.
Ian, look around you. Why have I built this adorable whitewashed hut on the top of a fiendishly inaccessible hill?
Briefing at 1400 hours, the lagoon.
Marlena arrives this afternoon. We're having Wiener Schnitzel for dinner.
Wear your bathing trunks.
Marlena will be accompanied by Lorne, who disapproves of my dabbling in espionage.
Lorne need never know.
Lorne eventually knows everything.
I told the president we could count on you.
Which president?
Enough said.
Ian, secret missions at my age, definitely de trop.
Codes, Noel.
Codes?
Your speciality. The lagoon. 1400 hours.
No, I was coming to get you.
Change of plan, Cole. You'll have to meet Lorne and Marlena all on your own.
Anything wrong?
Not a thing.
I thought I saw Ian's car turning up here this morning.
You really must try not to be so observant.
Ian's romantic intrigues are safe with me.
Ian's schoolboy fantasies. He's keen to brief me about some exotic mission.
Espionage, even better.
He's obviously rehearsing some outlandish scenario for his latest book.
Promise me you'll tell me everything when I get back from the airport.
Only if you promise that you won't breathe a word of this to Lorne or Marlena.
Leave the girls to me.
Famous last words, Mr. Ziegfeld. Operation Mongoose.
That's the CIA name for it.
The Americans intend to assassinate Fidel Castro.
Absolutely.
And the president's brother,
Bobby,
is directly involved.
Obsessed. He's supposedly Attorney General, but since the Bay of Pigs, they say he's running foreign counterinsurgency as well.
Good luck to him. Shall we swim?
Later, you're being briefed.
I'm getting hot.
They're going mad up in Washington. The latest plan is to blow up Castro with an exploding mollusk.
A seashell bombshell. Ingenious.
Castro's a keen scuba diver.
Have they considered the possibility that he may not prod the right mollusk exactly on cue?
It's just what I said. Now, obviously, you and I can do the job a lot more efficiently.
You're forgetting one thing, Ian. I have no interest in blowing up Mr. Castro.
Neither have I. The Batista gang were just as objectionable.
Precisely. All dictators are objectionable. All leading ladies are tiresome. Let's swim.
Don't you care about your country?
Fervently. Last round of the big rock is a rotten egg.
The Yanks are leaving the British out of the loop.
The loop?
Intelligence briefings. Since Suez and Burgess and Maclean, they don't trust us.
Fair's fair, we no longer trust them.
I intend to out-mongoose the mongoose. I've got a foolproof 100% British scheme to get rid of Castro.
A supersonic rocket a la Moonraker.
I know you think my books are over-imaginative.
I think your books are wonderfully diverting, but you always go too far.
Look, I don't expect you to do any underwater sabotage.
How very disappointing.
I need you to give a lecture, Noel.
I don't give lectures, except the occasional finger wag to colleagues and friends about their shortcomings.
This lecture will be in code.
What sort of code?
Leave that to me. There's a literary society in Kingston called the Middlebrows.
Middlebrow, and proud of it. I've steered well clear of them for years.
You will deliver a lecture on contemporary drama.
Anything but that.
You will be supplied with a list of words that need to be inserted at the end of every third sentence.
Words like arsenic and ballistic and explosion at 800 hours.
Ordinary words. You needn't know what they refer to. In fact, it's better that you don't.
Where's the skill in that?
The whole thing has to sound like a genuine, plausible talk.
Go on.
The lecture will be open to the public. A Mr. Skimpole from Montreal, a professor of the humanities, will attend the lecture.
Real name?
Gonzalez, Cuban counterinsurgent. Gonzalez will note down the coded words, translate them, and transmit them to Havana. End of mission as far as you're concerned.
Why does the little birdie tell me it will not be that simple?
Coward on contemporary drama. I've informed the Middlebrows that you'll be happy to speak for 30 minutes, followed by Q&A.
Presumptuous swine.
Brits back on top, Noel. That's all that matters. And who better than you to be our man in Jamaica?
Brits back on top.
That is the essence of Ian's mission.
But he wouldn't tell you exactly how he plans to eliminate Castro.
Where Ian is concerned, it's bound to be fantastical.
No, if you and Ian should need any help...
That's terrifically sweet of you, Curly. But I don't intend to get more involved than I have to.
So you've lost your enthusiasm for espionage?
The war was different. The survival of Britain.
But the Cold War... I mean, Havana is a mere 90 miles away.
Havana is America's obsession.
Even so, once a member of Her Majesty's Secret Service...
Not so loud. Lawney may materialize at any moment.
Lawney and Marlena are both fast asleep. They had a fairly bumpy ride across the pond.
But you got them out of the airport in record time.
They recognised Marlena at customs. She said she had nothing to declare but her emeralds and a portable Olivetti.
The Olivetti was a present from me. Any reporters?
Our photographer from the Gleaner. He took Marlena's photo with her permission. And everyone in the arrivals hall applauded.
Marvellous. That guarantees we shan't have a moment's peace.
Well, you'll be busy with your secret mission.
Secret mission?
Lawney, where did you spring from?
From your bijou little guest house. What secret mission?
Noel has a secret mission to finish the novels several weeks before the deadline.
Indeed.
Gin and tonic.
Lovely.
I was just telling Cole the novel is coming along swimmingly.
Incredibly swimmingly.
And I plan to take full advantage of this gratifying fluency.
Secret advantage?
Exactly. No sense in letting the dear old publishers hear that they might have the manuscript earlier than agreed.
We call it Noel's secret mission.
There we are.
Do you know?
G&T.
Thank you. Whatever you two are up to, I do not wish to know.
Understood.
I've spent most of my life worrying about you.
I've always been grateful, Lawney.
I'm an old woman.
Not so old.
I'm an old woman, and you, Noel, are an adolescent, late middle-aged man, but there is nothing we can do about that.
Hear, hear.
I wish to have a carefree holiday.
And so you shall.
Not if Miss Deirdre persists in banging and clanging in the adjoining room.
Banging and clanging?
Relentless percussion.
Endlich ist die Welt uns entglitten und wir fahren in unserem Schlitten und wir fahren in unserem Schlitten durch ein Tal im Schnee.
Marlena.
Darling.
Get up off the floor.
Be right with you, darling.
The floor is clean.
A floor can never be too clean.
Put down the scrubbing brush. I wish to have a proper conversation. Why have you come to Jamaica?
To see you.
Precisely, to see me. To enjoy this delightful island. Even Lawney intends to relax.
Relaxation is not in my vocabulary.
Cole tells me you brought your typewriter.
An American publisher has commissioned me to write my philosophy of life, from A to Z.
Excellent. You can therefore leave the house cleaning to my dedicated and capable staff.
My typewriter ribbon is fading.
Coley will change it for you. Give me the brush. Now, tell Uncle Noel what's really bothering you.
I am unhappy.
The affair with Reggie.
Ricky. His name is Ricky. He doesn't want me.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Marlena.
He says I'm too egotistical.
Of course you're egotistical. You're a star.
I may be a star, but I still need a man.
Well, you won't get a man if you're desperate. Believe me, darling, it's a huge turn-off. Remember who you are, the most glamorous actress of our time.
What about Garbo?
We are not talking about Garbo. Glamorous actress. World-class cabaret performer. So this wretched Cinderella act is not worthy of you. In fact, it's downright perverse.
No, sorry, there's a Mr. Atkinson just arrived from Government House.
Give him a drink.
He needs to speak to you urgently about your lecture.
Oh, God. Ian doesn't waste any time. Tell him I'll be along shortly.
Right here.
You go. I'm better on my own.
If you say that again, Marlena, I shall throttle you.
What am I to do?
Freshen your mascara. Resign yourself to being the belle of the ball.
In dem Schlitten mit den Schellen und dem Tal, tief im Schnee.
Sorry to barge in like this without an appointment.
Not at all, Mr. Atkinson. I gather you're arranging the lecture.
Yes, the lecture. That's why I thought you wouldn't mind my bursting in. These matters best done face to face.
Especially in Jamaica, where gossip is a national sport.
How true, how true. Now, what I'm about to tell you must remain our absolute secret.
Entendu.
Sorry?
Mum's the word.
Ah, you know.
Know what?
The Queen Mother is coming to luncheon.
The Queen Mother is coming to luncheon.
It would be better for all concerned if you refrained from uttering it aloud.
Sorry, my control hasn't briefed me completely about codes.
You mean someone has already been in touch?
Yes, with the basic outline.
Thing is, she's determined to come up here.
Up here? Why?
To see you.
My understanding was that I delivered the lecture in Kingston.
Sorry?
Having the Queen Mother up here, what purpose would it serve?
So you'd rather the Queen Mother included you in the luncheon party at Government House?
Listen, old chap. Queen Mother, do we mean Gonzales from Havana?
We mean Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother from Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
The real Queen Mother?
She has her heart set on visiting you up here.
Ah, please send her my best wishes and assure her we'll be pleased to welcome her whenever and wherever.
Splendid, marvellous. Who is Gonzales?
What?
Gonzales from Havana?
I've no idea. It was really too charming of you to come all the way up here in person.
Not at all. Oh, nearly forgot. This envelope turned up for you in one of our black bags.
Ah, many thanks.
Mum's the word.
Absolutely.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Middlebrows have invited to have with us tonight a man who really needs no introduction.
Fasten your seatbelts, we're in for a long one.
Noel Coward, actor, playwright, producer, composer, lyricist, writer of fiction, verse, autobiography.
What are we doing here?
Noel is lecturing on the modern drama.
Will he sing?
Unlikely.
You never know.
He might have asked me to do a duet.
Cast your mind back to 1924.
Oh dear, why can't he simply let Noel come on and get on with it?
The premiere of The Vortex. And lo, a new dramatist.
Contemporary drama. Noel, what are you doing here? Change of plan. What? CIA have intercepted us. We've had to change the codes.
I'm on in 30 seconds.
Here, a new list. Bananas, King Kong, leatherback turtle, Madam Butterfly. Incorporate them during the first 5 minutes of your speech.
That will render my talk incoherent.
Interesting.
What?
When you're under pressure, your left eyelid twitches.
It's too late, Ian. I can't do it.
You can do anything. You're always telling me how brilliant you are.
Without further ado, the Middlebrows are delighted to welcome Mr. Noel Coward.
Thank you. Too kind. The subject of my talk this evening is the contemporary drama. As a veteran of 52 years in the theatre, it is a subject dear to my heart. But I'm not here, as you may expect, merely to castigate the younger dramatist, to throw brickbats or indeed bananas. I was brought up to believe that the prime purpose of the theatre is to entertain. The most important ingredients of any play are life, death, food, sex, and money, but not necessarily in that order. Plays can be produced anywhere. London, New York, our own dear Jamaica, even King Kong. That is to say, Hong Kong. As long as it's entertaining, you can be in Hong Kong and do King Kong.
Cole?
He's fine, Lily.
He seems to be having a breakdown.
Touch of surrealism for the Middlebrows.
I knew a surrealist in Berlin. He was obsessed with me.
Playwriting is a bit like deep-sea diving. Indeed, I have spent many a happy afternoon contemplating the giant squid, the Portuguese man-of-war, and last but never least, the leatherback turtle. Never underestimate the turtle.
It's finally happened. He's gone balmy.
He's being metaphorical.
Why doesn't he ask me to sing?
Young playwrights everywhere, consider the public. They will keep you in silk pyjamas and caviar, not all those left-wing critics who shower you with hosannas. This applies whether you are writing Peer Gynt, The Winslow Boy, or Madam Butterfly. What, you may well ask, do these three works have in common? How I wish I had the time to elucidate their many similarities.
A toast to Noel for an intriguing speech.
To Noel.
Thank you, my darlings.
Intriguing indeed. I've never known you to be so digressive.
A side effect of late middle age, Lorna.
What is that?
Our famous white owl.
Sinister creature.
He's just round the corner. Come on, I'll show you. We all adore him.
I was adored once.
More brandy.
Thank you. Are you going to tell me what's really going on?
And enjoying a nightcap on the terrace of my little hillside hideaway.
Ian was standing at the back of the hall this evening.
Ian is a man of wide literary interests, including the contemporary drama.
5 minutes after you began your lecture, he was gone.
Well, you know how restless he is.
Indeed.
Lorne, I am not at liberty to say anything more.
If this is one of your spy capers, Noel...
Spy capers?
Schoolboy hijinks.
Why can't you accept that I am occasionally of use to my country?
I accept it. I think it's just dandy. It's your uncanny skill at getting yourself locked into sordid rooms with enemy spies pointing guns at you that chiefly concerns me.
You have a pompous streak, Lorne. I've been meaning to speak to you about it since 1926.
The least you can do is give me a general idea of what you're involved in, so that when you find yourself in the inevitable locked room...
My involvement is over. I have discharged my duty as of 10 o'clock this evening.
You're quite certain of that?
Quite certain.
Thank you. I shall sleep well tonight.
So shall I. Who's there?
Noel, are you awake?
I am now. Switch on the light.
Better not.
What time is it?
2 a.m.
Why are you whispering?
Skimpole's dead.
Who?
You know, Gonzales. His body was found round the back of the lecture theatre.
Who did it?
Hard to say. The Cubans, the CIA, the mob, they've all been spotted in Kingston.
What about the codes?
Skimpole took them down. I watched him from the back of the theatre.
I know. Lorne saw you.
Does she suspect anything?
Not a thing. Do you think Skimpole managed to get the codes to your people in Havana?
He wouldn't have had time. Whoever killed him will have them by now.
Well, they're useless without a cipher.
Exactly. Noel, you must be careful.
Why?
Skimpole's killers will assume you can translate the code words.
Well, I can't.
Here.
But...
It's a Beretta 25, semi-automatic.
How adorable.
Keep it with you at all times.
Ian, I have a novel to finish.
I'm flying to Miami at dawn. I've already put out word that you know nothing. With luck, I'll be able to abort the whole operation.
Splendid.
Hardly splendid. Look at this.
Get that horrible thing out of here.
It's a goat's head.
I can see it's a goat's head. Where did you get it?
I found it ritually placed in the middle of your drive.
Well, it must be the village kids playing a joke.
Unlikely. Whoever left this is bound to return. Keep your eyes and ears open.
Whom am I expecting?
The Cubans, the CIA, the mob. Do your best to convince them that you're just an ignorant, frivolous, rather silly playwright.
Leave it with me.
Failing that, blow their brains out.
Right, bang, bang, you're dead. It's loaded.
Really, Noel?
I was rather fond of that vase.
Your marksmanship needs work, thank God. Seal.
Mr. Coward? Mr. Noel Coward.
Mr. Coward, he no here. He gone fly fishing Mandalay.
My name is Garibaldi. You are Noel Coward. I seen your face in the papers.
Very resourceful.
Sorry to disturb you.
What do you want?
I was at your lecture last night. I'm a student of contemporary drama at New York University in New York City. And we have to do a thesis in our final year, and I was wondering whether I could kind of like interview you on the state of contemporary drama.
My lecture stated everything I have to say on the subject.
Yeah, that's just it. There were a couple of obscurities.
Obscurities?
Yeah, references that didn't kind of make sense.
I'm sure that once you've graduated, Mr.
Garibaldi.
Garibaldi. Once you've graduated, all shall become clear.
Just 2 or 3 phrases, see, if you could just clarify
Goodness,
them.
is that the time? Don't tell me it's 10:45.
It's 10:45.
Really? I must fly. Overseas visitors. This always happens. I get into a creative rhythm and the time simply evaporates.
How about this afternoon?
I'll tell you what. Come with me.
Where?
My other residence, Blue Harbour.
If you could maybe give me a copy of your lecture.
Not to worry. My secretaries can answer all your questions.
Garibaldi?
The man is obviously a fake.
Why have you invited him to lunch?
Safer than having him stalk me from afar.
Stalk you?
Ian's little scheme went awry last night. Would allow people on this island who wish to interview me about codes.
And you think Gary Baldy?
Obviously a gangster with a vested interest in getting rid of Castro.
I don't follow.
Before Mr. Castro's revolution, the mob ran all the casinos in Havana. They want them back.
Got it. So how do we handle Gary Baldy?
I want you to get him drunk at luncheon.
Right.
When his guard is down, we can determine whether he is a genuine student of literature or something more sinister.
Perhaps I should hum Santa Lucia and see if he joins in.
Precisely, music hath charms.
Where is he now?
Down by the pool. Lorney is filling him in on my early struggles.
Let me see if I can get this straight, Mrs. Lorraine. His first big hit, The Vortex, that was about drugs.
Cocaine, actually.
Then he wrote Bittersweet, then Private Lives.
Not quite. In between The Vortex and Bittersweet, which was an operetta, there were many failures.
So, like, how long does it take him to write a play?
Sometimes as long as 4 days.
How is that possible?
Oh, he thinks it all out beforehand. Noel has a very ordered mind.
Is he interested in politics?
Noel, Mr. Garibaldi wishes to know whether you're interested in politics.
I prefer the theatre. Where is Marlena?
She's being interviewed.
Outrageous. The boys of the Gleaner promised me they would leave her alone.
Not the Gleaner, a Mr. Henry Hedges. He's a movie expert from Miami.
That was real. 19 curtain calls.
Amazing. Really stupendous.
They didn't want to go home.
Marlena.
Good morning, darling. May I present Mr. Henry Hedges? Mr. Hedges is writing an article for a magazine on my movie career.
How do you do? This is the most thrilling moment of my life, sir.
No, it's too early for that.
I'm serious, sir. To be in the same room as Marlena Dietrich and Noel Coward.
Would you do me a favour?
Anything, sir.
Stop calling me sir. It makes me feel 102. Marlena, that record seems to be stuck in its groove.
It's a compilation of my standing ovations from around the world. That is Las Vegas.
We've already had Paris, San Francisco, Rio. What a privilege it's been.
That's better.
Mr. Hedges knows every frame of my picture, The Scarlet Empress.
I was just telling Miss Dietrich, her fur hat. Fabulous.
Marlena has always looked good in clothes.
That is really witty.
Why is that witty? It's perfectly true.
I'm sorry I missed your lecture last night, Mr. Coward.
You didn't miss much.
I don't suppose you'd have a transcript I could borrow. I'm primarily a cineast, but I'm also mad about the theatre.
A transcript, Mr. Hedges? Of course.
Really? Oh, gosh, that would be so stimulating.
Would you care to stay to luncheon?
Oh, no, really, I mustn't impose.
I insist you stay to luncheon. And dinner, too. We have merely skimmed the surface of my Hollywood years.
Co, you know what you have to do.
Get Gary Baldy pissed as a newt.
Ditto Marlena's friend, Mr. Hedges.
Hedges? Why?
He also has asked for a transcript of my lecture.
For the codes?
Obviously. We'll give them both the first draft. That is the old codes.
Right.
I have a hunch that Hedges is CIA.
CIA? So he's on our side?
Not necessarily. Remember Ian's theory? The Americans no longer trust the British.
So Hedges is pursuing his own agenda?
Possibly. Get him as tipsy as you can.
Part of the problem. We've enough wine and beer to float the Queen Mary.
Nothing to match luncheon al fresco. Don't you agree, Mr. Garibaldi?
You got a great location here, Mr. Coward.
Of course, Sicily has lovely vistas.
I've never been to Sicily.
Indeed.
Have you been to Sicily, Miss Dietrich?
1944. I accompanied the Fifth Army up the boot of Italy to liberate Rome.
Oh, gosh, you are one gutsy dame.
More wine, Mr. Garibaldi.
Thanks. You been to Sicily, Mrs. Lorraine?
Not yet.
1944. That was no time to be in Italy.
I would go anywhere the American services wanted me.
Marlena was indefatigable.
All those young men, Mr. Hedges. Most of them as handsome as you are.
Some wine, Mr. Hedges?
Oh, no, thanks.
A cold beer?
I never drink at lunch.
This is very good, Co. What is it?
Curried goat.
A Jamaican speciality. I assume you're familiar with goat, Mr. Garibaldi?
Not really.
Tell me, whom do you prefer, Strindberg or Ibsen?
Oh, I don't have a preference.
What about Shaw?
Shaw?
Overrated or underappreciated?
Underrated.
Aha, Lorney votes for Shaw. Do you agree, Mr. Garibaldi?
Can't say I've thought about it.
One must never underestimate Shaw.
More wine, Mr. Garibaldi?
Thanks.
May I have some wine, Cole?
Sorry, Lorne. I'll just go and get some.
Shaw's prolificity makes people suspicious. Like yours, Mr. Coward. People equate facility with shallowness.
Quite so, Mr. Hedges.
I've always preferred Shaw's more obvious entertainments, Pygmalion, Arms and the Man, to his more polemical plays.
You're obviously a great reader, Mr. Hedges.
Oh, reading, it's all I ever want to do.
Books are my passion.
Mine too.
Mr. Garibaldi, how do you feel about Arthur Miller?
He says communist.
What about his stagecraft? The expressionism of Death of a Salesman. I find it vieux. How about you?
No, dear. Mr. Garibaldi has come to luncheon, not a viva voce examination.
Quite right, Lorne. Mr. Garibaldi must relax. And here comes our wine steward right on cue.
No, Mr. Atkinson's here. He says it's urgent.
Sorry to drag you away from your lunch party.
How may I help you?
Has anything unusual happened since your talk last night?
Unusual?
Any unexpected visitors?
A drama student and a journalist both turned up this morning. That's what comes of public speaking.
What are their names?
Why?
The office is a trifle over-concerned with security just now, the impending royal visit.
Hedges and Garibaldi.
Both American?
Apparently.
Mr. Coward, it might be a good idea if you accompanied me back to Kingston.
When?
Now.
Impossible. I am entertaining two of my dearest friends and trying to finish my novel.
I'm sure Her Majesty the Queen Mother would be grateful if you helped us with the strategic planning for her visit.
Strategic planning? How very American.
We pride ourselves on our modern efficiency.
Look, you know as well as I do, the Queen Mother has been on more royal visits than we've had whiskies and sodas.
Even so.
I cannot leave Blue Harbour, Mr. Atkinson. But I can promise you that the menu for the royal visit will include lobster, mousse, curry and coconuts and rum cream pie.
Very well. But I trust you won't object if I visit you again.
As often as you like. Mum's the word. Have you lost something, Mr. Garibaldi?
I have everything I need.
In that case, why are you dismantling my secretary's desk?
Try and stop me.
That is easily done.
Is this what you're looking for?
It bears a superficial resemblance to what I'm looking for.
You left it in your jacket pocket.
Ah.
Rule number 1 of espionage, Mr. Coward. Know where your weapon is at all times.
Rule number 2 of espionage, Mr. Garibaldi. Don't break cover unless you need to.
Meaning?
I was all set to give you the transcript of my lecture with a willing and a glad heart.
I wasted too much time here already.
What do you think of the post-war American musical?
Would you stop it with these inane questions?
There is nothing inane about Oklahoma. Don't throw bouquets at me. Don't please my folks too much.
Stay where you are.
Don't laugh at my jokes too much. People will say we're in love. Good work, Cole. I always knew that ludicrously heavy saute pan would come in handy.
Do you think I've killed him?
No such luck. He's just concussed.
Here. You better hang on to his gun.
It's my gun, actually. Find some rope. We better tie him up before he comes round.
What about Hedges?
Hedges may be able to help us with Garibaldi in spite of Ian's distrust of the CIA.
He's certainly well read.
And cute as pie. Leave him to me.
Falling in love again, never wanted to. What am I to do? I can't help it.
Marlena.
You were right about Jamaica, darling. I'm feeling my old self again.
Excellent. Where's Mr. Hedges?
He's gone to see about a motorboat. We are going cruising together this afternoon.
He mustn't leave. I need him here.
Mr. Henry Hedges is the first thing I've desired in a long time, Noel.
Marlena.
I need to be held. I need to be stroked.
I suspect that dear Henry bats for the home team.
Of course he plays baseball. He's an American.
Marlena, he's queer.
Sexuality is not a noun. It's a verb.
A fascinating notion. Look, you can go cruising with Henry tomorrow.
You're obviously jealous.
Precisely. I can't let you go off with Hedges because I'm jealous.
You can have him tomorrow, darling.
Tomorrow will be too late.
I was the one who asked to go cruising, not you.
What about Reggie?
Ricky!
Yesterday you were wailing your heart out about Ricky.
And you told me I won't get a man if I'm desperate. I am no longer desperate.
In that case, you can spare Mr. Hedges for 24 hours.
I never realized how pig-headed you are.
If you must know, the future of the free world may be at stake.
Pig-headed and delusional.
Marlena.
I'll be sure to give dear Henry your love.
No.
Now what?
Ian's here. He says it's better if he's not seen.
Where is he?
The back seat of your car.
Well, Ian?
Well, Noel, I've identified the scoundrel who's after you.
You're a tad late.
What do you mean?
Curly and I have the scoundrel safely gagged and bound in the scullery.
Very amusing.
I'm serious.
Extraordinary. The FBI and the CIA have been hunting him for years.
All they needed was 2 resourceful Englishmen and a frying pan. He's in there. Sounds like he's revived.
Give me your gun.
Gladly.
What a bore. Garibaldi.
Bound and gagged as promised.
This is not the scoundrel.
What?
This is Chicago Garibaldi, CIA.
Chicago?
He apparently did something brilliant early on in his career in Chicago.
Ian, I have played Las Vegas. I have lunched with this man. He is clearly a member of the mob.
That's what he wanted you to think, didn't you, Garibaldi? Now, come on, we'd better release him from his durance file.
Mr. Garibaldi, before I remove this gag, it seems that I owe you an apology.
Typical. I have an Italian name, so I must be a gangster.
No. You came here posing as a student of dramaturgy. Your ignorance of the theatre was so vast, I naturally assumed, given your dress, manner, accent, that you were a paid-up member of Mobsters Incorporated.
What are you up to, Fleming?
Nothing I care to discuss with you, Garibaldi.
You were trying to steal a transcript of my lecture.
Says who?
Says me. I saw you.
Your lecture last night was part of a British conspiracy to destabilize the island of Cuba.
You've been reading too many James Bonds.
Mr. Coward knows nothing.
Unlike you, Fleming. Did you really think you could talk to the president about Operation Mongoose without us hearing about it?
What if I did?
If you do anything to jeopardize Mongoose...
I know. CIA will spank.
Surely we can all work together.
No, we cannot work together.
Amateurs.
That's rather rich coming from a man who's just been vanquished by a sauté pan.
Oh, grow up.
Perish the thought.
One of these days, Mr. Coward, your celebrated wit will get you into a whole heap of trouble.
Sorry about that, Ian.
He always was a hothead.
Even so, he might have had some valuable knowledge.
This is a British operation, Noel.
By the way, who is the scoundrel?
Man named Hedges.
Hedges? Henry Hedges.
Has he been here?
He came to luncheon.
Where is he?
I was positive he was CIA.
Where is he?
On a boat trip with Marlena. She's rather fallen for him.
Oh, dear.
What?
He happens to be one of the most dangerous men in the Caribbean.
Impossible. He's a marshmallow.
That's the man. Come on, we'd better go after them.
What about Cole?
Well, the less Cole knows, the better.
Cole is a lot more resourceful than you think.
No. Listen. Our lives. We've both had a diverting time in our different ways, agreed?
Definitely.
So, if we happen to die in the next 24 hours...
Die?
Let's regard it as an exclusive privilege.
I have enough privileges, thanks, all the same.
Excuse me for bursting in like this.
Mr. Atkinson.
I'm well aware that's all I seem to do.
You're always welcome.
Too kind. I must speak to Mr. Coward.
I'm afraid he isn't back yet.
Back from where?
The lagoon. He left at about 3 o'clock with Ian Fleming.
Fleming?
What's wrong?
A rather sinister character is reported back in this region.
An American?
I can't be any more specific.
Miss Deirdre isn't back either. She went on a motorboat cruise with an American named Hedges.
Hedges?
Is Hedges the sinister character?
Hedges is a rather diabolical henchman.
Oh, dear. And he was so charming at luncheon.
What can we do?
Sit tight. I must go after them.
Cole?
Yes, Ronnie?
Do you feel like sitting tight?
Not in the least.
Let's go.
Ian.
What?
I'm bored.
It's just another 5 miles or so.
What makes you think Marlena and Hedges came in this direction?
Call it a hunch.
There is no one out here. We haven't seen another boat in hours.
It's the cocktail hour.
Precisely. I need a cold martini, a hot dinner, and a nice warm bed.
There's something I haven't told you.
Well, don't. You've talked enough.
You see that island in the distance?
Yes.
That island is controlled by a ruthless megalomaniac, Mr. Big.
Ian, please, I've read every one of your novels. You really must try to vary the scenario.
It's highly likely that Hedges has kidnapped Marlena and is taking her to the island.
To be tortured by Mr. Big?
Probably.
Oh, Ian.
Mr. Big's name is Shraft.
Shraft. Like the New York restaurant chain with the delectable ice cream sodas.
Shraft ran protection rackets in the Caribbean during the war. When the mob wouldn't let him into Vegas or Havana, he moved east and joined the communists. Now he's back, with his crooked eyes trained on Cuba.
I get it.
What?
I even joked about it at Go.
Joked about what?
This is a tryout, isn't it?
Sorry?
An elaborate rehearsal for your next outlandish little book.
Oh.
I'm the chief guinea pig. You get me to give a talk and make me believe I'm transmitting secret codes. Then you make me believe that Skimpole, a name you found in Bleak House, has been murdered.
He was murdered.
The goat said in the drive, you planted it.
Where am I likely to find a goat?
In Jamaica, what could be easier? Then you send your friend around. Chicago, Garibaldi indeed.
Garibaldi is not a friend, he's a rival.
You make me sick with worry about dear Marlena, for which I shall never forgive you.
You should be sick with worry.
And now, as usual, Ian, you go too far. You invent a megalomaniac on an island off Jamaica, very crab-key, Ian, with the ridiculous name of Shraft. Very cinematic.
Hands up, or you will be destroyed!
Immortal dialogue.
Get your head down.
Hands up, or we shoot!
That thug up there, superb casting.
No, Liwake.
Real bullets.
Afraid so. We'd better surrender.
Shraft is real.
All too real.
So that stiff upper lip speech about us dying in the next 24 hours?
All too probable. Sorry about this, no?
Apology accepted. We must not give way to despair.
I don't know how you convinced me to allow you on board.
Lorne can be awfully persuasive when she puts her mind to it.
As I told you, Mr. Atkinson, Cole and I are devoted to Noel.
Even so, I cannot overestimate the danger.
He has this penchant for getting himself locked up in sordid rooms.
Entirely in the service of his country, of course.
Quite. See that landmass over there?
Oh, that's uninhabited. We've cruised past it hundreds of times. Just a huge pile of rocks.
Shraft's Island.
Shraft?
An archfiend who specializes in locking up her Bane people in sordid rooms.
Can't this motorboat go any faster?
Ah, Mr. Fleming, Mr. Coward, we have been expecting you. Come, sit in the fire.
We have no intention of staying, Shraft.
Oh, here's a tone, Hedges. What is the word?
Arrogant, sir.
The indelible arrogance of the English gentleman.
Where is Miss Dietrich?
Miss Dietrich. Miss Dietrich is opinionated, headstrong.
Where is she?
Self-righteous, but nevertheless, what is the word, Hedges?
Sexy?
Sexy.
Marlena! Marlena! It's Noel!
You are wasting your breath, Mr. Coward. The walls are... what is the word, Hedges?
Soundproofed, sir.
Nobody can hear you. Sit. If you do not sit, Robotnik will blow your kneecaps off. Robotnik, manacle them. I know many things about you, Mr. Fleming. I know that you are a close confidant of JFK and his brother RFK. You recently recruited an agent in Jamaica named Gonzalez. You are planning to destroy Fidel Castro.
Am I?
I, too, wish to destroy Castro. We are on the same side.
Hardly.
You won't get a thing out of either of us until you take us to Miss Dietrich.
First, Mr. Fleming must tell me his scheme.
Never.
No one ever says never to Shraft.
Never, 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 never.
Robotnik, he's a poker.
There is really no need to torture Mr. Fleming.
Indeed.
If Mr. Fleming's scheme is as implausible as the plots of his novels, it won't work anywhere.
Let me assure you, Shaft, Mr. Coward wouldn't know a good espionage scheme if it sat up and bit him on the left buttock.
Why can't you admit it, Ian? Your plots are ludicrous.
You call this fortress ludicrous? Psychopaths, manacles, red-hot pokers, are they ludicrous?
Absolutely. I'm ludicrous, you're ludicrous, we're all ludicrous.
You're babbling because you're scared.
I do not babble.
The sweat is pouring down your first chin onto your second chin.
Now you're being impertinent.
That's enough bickering! Robotnik, take Mr. Coward to the cells. It's time Mr. Fleming and I had a serious... Hedges.
Tête-à-tête?
Was?
Conversation, sir.
A red-hot conversation.
Kalte Winde wehen vom Weiher, doch im Herzen brennt mir ein Feuer, weil ich dich nur seh in dem Schlitten mit den Schellen und dem Tal, tief im Schnee.
Marlena, it's Noel. Can you hear me?
Of course, darling.
Are you all right? Did they hurt you?
Don't be silly.
Thank God.
I'm far too valuable. They prefer me to be alive. Captive but intact.
Quiet. What are you doing?
The floor in here is filthy.
Marlena, stop cleaning and listen to me. Your Mr. Hedges is a very bad man.
I know, darling. I should have guessed when he went on and on about the Scarlet Empress. All those torture scenes.
How unfortunate that he was able to conceal his fascistic tendencies so beautifully at luncheon.
Not to worry. I have a plan.
So do I. They were about to torture Ian, so I went into my I'm just a shallow, trivial, rather idiotic aesthete routine.
Did it work?
Not quite. But it got me in here next to you.
My plan also requires acting.
Heavy seduction.
I am never heavy. I intend to tantalize Schraft with my womanly charms, which will make Hedges jealous. While they are fighting over me, you and Ian can make your escape.
Very noble. But what if Schraft never invites us back into his parlour?
You! Woman! Schraft now!
Oh, dear, must we? Hey-ho, lead the way.
Just as I feared, impenetrable.
It's a dead ring for the witch's castle in The Wizard of Oz.
Do you think there are sharks in that moat?
Definitely.
Oh, we need more men.
Men, weapons, high explosives to break down those walls.
Listen.
A small crowd.
Oh, we're done for.
Get your hands up!
Oh, thank goodness. Hello there.
You?
The more the merrier.
Who is he?
Chicago Garibaldi. Not so loud. Sorry. We're rather worried that Noel and Ian and Marlena are in there.
Of course they're in there. British strategic planning.
Now, Mr. Garibaldi, there's no need to be derogatory about your closest allies.
What do you propose that we do?
I'll go in first and create a diversion.
A diversion? Wonderful.
May I ask how? The only way in is across that moat.
My wetsuit has been specifically manufactured to repel sharks.
Are you quite sure?
I tested it myself in a water tank in Florida.
What about the floodlights?
Schraft's guards will gun you down before you reach the gate.
Why do you think I called Chicago?
Oh, do tell us, Mr. Garibaldi.
First week of my training, I stayed underwater in Lake Michigan longer than any trainee before or since.
Congratulations.
Thanks. I better go. I'll leave the gate open. Give me 4 minutes, then follow.
Good luck.
Luck is for amateurs.
He may be an arrogant and ignorant American, but he does have pluck.
Mrs. Lorraine, I should warn you. Schraft has a reputation for amoral ruthlessness.
So does Noel, but he's a terrific sweetie underneath.
And he's tremendously resourceful.
But he may at last have met his Moriarty.
Noel is surprisingly tough. He's faced down opening night gallery hecklers.
Baying for his blood.
Even so, if we do get in there, you must prepare yourself for the worst.
We're prepared.
I shall radio for reinforcements. Meanwhile, Mrs. Lorraine, here's what I need you to do.
Now then, is everyone sitting uncomfortably?
It's rather like the dear old Garrick in midwinter.
May I have a cigarette?
All in good time, Miss Dietrich. You may get more cigarettes than you ever bargained for.
You're really Schraft. Remember your manners.
As you can see, Mr. Fleming has not been tortured. Yet.
Oh, those diabolical prepositions.
Yet is not a preposition, it's a coordinating conjunction.
Where did you learn that?
Paris, 1939. My French teacher taught me English grammar.
Silence! Mr. Fleming has not yet been tortured because he has told me all about his plans to destroy Castro.
Splendid. Then we can go.
I do not believe him.
Tiresome or what?
Radioactive beards, Mr. Fleming.
I can assure you, it's worth a try.
Mr. Coward, what is your evaluation of Mr. Fleming's radioactive beards scheme?
I hadn't heard that one.
It's because it's top secret.
Perhaps Mr. Fleming could bring me up to speed.
Our agents infiltrate Cuba and convince the natives that as a result of American atomic tests, the island is radioactive. Radioactivity is held longest in beards. It leads to male impotence.
So all the men shave their beards.
And without bearded revolutionaries, the Cuban Revolution is de facto over.
It makes sense to me.
Thank you.
Silence! I am running out of patience, and you three are running out of time.
Please, just one tiny cigarette.
No.
I can never resist a man who says no.
Hedges, why is she smiling?
She likes strong men, sir.
Not physically strong. I admire moral fiber.
You would have made a first-rate headmistress, darling.
There's no substitute for character.
Miss Dietrich, if you do not shut up, Hedges will gag you.
Surely it is you, Herr Schraft, who would prefer to gag me.
I shall do worse than gag you.
How thrilling.
Miss Dietrich can tell you all about beards.
Of course. A beard is a cry for help.
That's enough about beards! When we eliminated your agent Gonzalez, we found several code words in the heel of his shoe. Codes that were transmitted by Mr. Coward during a public lecture.
I've never heard such nonsense.
So you deny that your coded words revealed a diabolical British plan to destabilize Cuba?
The theory of a delusional brain, Schraft. You and Ian should collaborate.
Bananas, King Kong, leatherback turtle, Madame Butterfly.
Your favorite things?
Robotnik, bring the poker close to Miss Dietrich's ear. Translate, Mr. Coward. Bananas.
Yellow, curvaceous, scarce during the war.
King Kong.
Misguided but sincere lover of Miss Fay Ray.
Leatherback turtle.
What you turn into if, like dear Somerset Maugham, you live too long.
Madame Butterfly.
My second favourite opera.
Mr. Coward.
After Turandot.
Your facetiousness will cause Miss Dietrich a great deal of pain. Robotnik?
If you touch a hair of her head...
It is entirely within your power to stop me.
Ian, tell him the cipher.
Never.
The man is a psychopath.
Do your worst, Herr Schraft.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Marlena, this is not a movie.
I thought you were a patriot.
You won't find a bigger patriot. But I'm also a pragmatist. That's what 50 years in the theatre will do to a boy.
Which boy?
This boy.
You are not a boy.
It's a manner of speaking.
Hedges, is this true?
Yes, sir.
Speaking as a pragmatic, blue-eyed boy, Ian, translate the codes.
Oh, wise and upright judge, Daniel, come to judgment.
You know your Shakespeare. Admirable.
Shakespeare. I abominate Shakespeare.
Really? You must meet my friend Winifred. You'll have a ferocious debate.
I abominate England and everything she stands for.
You are clearly an ignorant and very foolish man.
My father sent me to an English boarding school.
English boarding schools are the best.
Which one?
Erpingham.
Yeah.
They made fun of my name.
Really, Mr. Schraft? I can't think why.
There isn't a particle of England that I do not know, abominate, and detest. Teddy bears, marmalade, the first 11, stiff upper lip, Dame Sybil Thorndyke.
I would advise you not to speak with contempt when you utter the name of one of our greatest classical actresses.
You advise me? English swine? First, I kill you. Then I invade Cuba. Then I take over the casinos. Then I buy the support of the Soviets and the Americans. And we blast your arrogant, grey-skied, sherry-guzzling, shortbread, chomping, cane-swishing Great Britain back to Kingdom Come!
Passion and ambition. I love that in a man.
Mind you, the nitty-gritty details of his plan are a tad vague.
Details seldom matter if you're genuinely insane.
Robotnik, it is time we relieved Miss Dietrich of one of her pretty pink ears. Hedges, investigate.
An intruder. It's under control. He's outside.
Robotnik, bring him in. Chicago Garibaldi. This is indeed a pleasure.
Shraft, so we meet at last.
But not for long. Robotnik, liquidate him.
Are you in there?
Lorne, stay where you are.
We're coming in.
Go away at once.
Robotnik, open the door.
No. Are you all right?
Darling Lorne, how I wish I'd never encouraged your sense of adventure.
Who are these people?
Non-entities.
Non-entities, indeed.
And my London representative, Mrs. Lorraine, you must release her at once.
Miss Dietrich, is there anything you need?
A cigarette?
My secretary, Mr. Leslie, an utterly harmless man, completely ineffectual.
How dare you tie up Miss Dietrich and Mr. Coward and Mr. Fleming?
How dare I? You ask me that? You Englishman?
There is no need to take that tone with Cole. I've no idea what you're up to here, Mr. Shraft, or indeed what any of this is about, since Noel promised me he was up to nothing.
Sorry, Lorne.
But now that I'm here, it's obvious the situation has become positively macabre.
Now,
you may have all the time in the world to indulge in these boys' own shenanigans, but it is beyond the pale to detain Miss Dietrich with her busy cabaret schedule, or Mr. Fleming, who needs to churn out a bestseller once a year to keep his son at Eton. As for Mr. Coward, money flows through his hands like water.
You of all people know I work like a slave.
One glance at a sports car, and he's reaching for his checkbook, which is why it is imperative that he deliver the manuscript of his novel on time, so that he can begin work on his new musical, which we fervently hope and pray will take London and New York by storm.
Of course it will.
Unlike all his other post-war musicals.
Lorne, shut
What
up.
about his post-war musicals?
They flopped.
They weren't crude enough.
They weren't entertaining enough. But, as they say in Times Square, Mr. Shraft, that's showbiz. Noel and I have weathered some tricky theatrical storms over the years, so before things take a turn that you will inevitably regret, Mr. Shraft, I suggest that you untie everybody and wish us all Godspeed back to Blue Harbour. Do as I say, Mr. Shraft, or I can assure you there will be tears before bedtime.
If there is one thing I abhor, it is being lectured to by supercilious English women!
Lorne is 3/4 Scots.
Robotnik, liquidate them all!
Not so fast! Hands up!
Mr. Atkinson?
Who? How did you get up there?
Hands up, or I'll shoot.
He means it, Shraft.
Hedges, that window is supposed to be locked.
Too late, Shraft. The fortress is surrounded.
Hear that, Garibaldi? British forces to the rescue.
Jamaicans, actually. Shraft, you're under arrest.
On what grounds?
17 traffic violations, 2 counts of littering in downtown Kingston, failure to wear a necktie in the dining room of the Half Moon Country Club, and threatening to liquidate Mr. Coward, Mr. Fleming, Miss Dietrich, Mrs. Lorraine, and Mr. Leslie.
Ach, British swine.
Careful, I'm going to jump.
Well done, Mr. Atkinson.
Yeah.
Well diverted, Mrs. Lorraine. Mr. Garibaldi, please take them away.
Okay, Shraft, Hedges, Robotnik, keep those hands up.
You have to believe me. Shraft had me brainwashed.
Yeah, tell it to the Marines.
You weren't brainwashed this afternoon, darling.
Oh, Miss Dietrich.
You were exceptional.
Will you visit me?
I shall send you my recipe for pot au feu.
Mr. Atkinson, what are you doing here?
Can't you guess?
I can now. Ian, may I introduce our man in Jamaica?
A toast to Lorne.
For her uncharacteristic long-windedness.
Anything to stop that ghastly man.
To Lorne.
Lorne.
Quiet now. Here they come.
Who?
Watch.
Starlings.
We call it the aquacade.
How long do they swim?
Not very long.
Rather like Mr. Coward.
We mustn't disturb them.
Oh.
There they go. Now for Ezio.
Who?
Oh, listen.
He sounds wonderfully content.
Now, this isn't dusk, it's a theatrical production.
The best effect is to come.
Oh, I see them.
What?
Down there. The landscape is lighting up.
Thank you, fireflies.
Now I understand why you live up here, Noel.
Nothing to do but read and write and think.
Wouldn't that be a fine thing?
Steady on, Lorne. Ian has promised to return to his new bond.
It's not about Cuba, is it, Ian?
The thing about Cuba...
That's enough about Cuba.
I, too, must return to my book.
This is magical. The hillside all lit up.
Mind you, I am content just to be.
Excellent. Ian, Marlena and I shall toil over our Olivettis. Lorne will have a proper holiday. Cole can enjoy every minute of every day, as he always does. Oh, good God. I've just remembered.
What?
Nothing.
No?
Rather wonderful news, actually.
Go on.
This is not in any way in code.
Oh, come on. We're waiting, Noel.
The Queen Mother is coming to luncheon.
This is a changing world, my dear. New dreams are dreamed, new dawns appear. Passion's a feckless cavalier who loves and rides away.
In Our Man in Jamaica by Marcy Cahan, Malcolm Sinclair was Noel Coward, Nicholas Farrell, Ian Fleming, and Eleanor Bron, Lorne Lorraine. Tam Williams was Cole Leslie, Alison Pettit, Marlene Dietrich, Kerry Shale, Henry Hedges, and Kerry Shale, Shraft. Peter Donaldson was Atkinson, Sam Dale, Chicago Garibaldi, and John Dougal, Robotnik. Our Man in Jamaica was directed by Gordon House.
No regrets are worth a tear. We're living in a changing world, my dear.
I'll never see my colleague Peter Donaldson in quite the same light again.
Roma Wines present Suspense. Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Salud.
Your health, senor.
Roma Wines toast the world. The wine for your table is Roma Wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is the man in black, here for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California, to introduce this weekly half hour of Suspense. Tonight from Hollywood, Roma Wines bring you the remarkable actress whose performance in the Paramount picture For Whom the Bell Tolls won her an Academy Award, Katina Paxinu. And so, with A Woman in Red, and with the performance of Madame Paxinu, we again hope to keep you in suspense. In all of London, few houses were so fine, so correct, so austere, and yet gracious with age as number 30 Henrik Square. That was true of its reception room, true of its long, quiet hallway along which the young man led the girl.
Aunt Rita, this is Miss Julia Ross.
The woman rested her knitting in her lap and slowly turned around. She was a giant of a woman of 60 in a bright red dress. For several seconds, she stared fixedly across at Julia. Then, in an instant, a soft, gentle smile came on her face.
Perfect. How perfect.
I beg your pardon?
Here. Come over here, child. Let me look at you. That's it. Over there, child. Sit there on the divan. And Carl, I think I shall have my milk now.
Yes.
And Miss Ross will have some with me. Will you? Won't you, Miss Ross?
Some milk? Oh, but I never...
Some warm milk and a biscuit. Of course you will. I always find it very sustaining. Carl, you heard the young lady. And stop staring at her. You've seen a pretty girl before.
Was I staring? Excuse me, Miss Ross.
Hurry now like a nice boy.
Is he your secretary?
Let us say that he has been substituting until I found someone like you.
You mean you think I will do?
Don't you?
Well, All I know is when I saw your advertisement in the paper, Miss Crable, I couldn't believe my eyes. Wanted secretary, Irish girl, blonde hair, age about 25. It was all so perfect. It sounded just, well, it was like me.
And just like Sheila. That was my former secretary, Miss Ross. Who passed away just recently.
Oh.
She had been with me many years.
I'm so sorry, Miss
I
Crable.
had the feeling that my loss might be lessened if I could really replace her. An old lady's whim, of course, because no one is ever exactly like someone else. You, for example, I'm sure you have friends, acquaintances, relatives, perhaps, you see now and then. Sheila didn't.
But you see, I don't. What I mean is, my parents aren't living, and so far as friends or acquaintances are concerned, I hadn't had much time lately, and... Well, my landlady, of course, I know her, but...
Unbelievable, Miss Ross, because it's so perfect. You see, the less time you have for outside attractions, the more time you have for me.
The milk, Antrita, and the biscuits. Will this table do here?
That will be fine, dear. And leave us alone.
Oh, very well. My aunt is a very domineering woman, Miss Ross.
But also a generous one, I think. Your milk, dear. And a biscuit?
Oh, just the milk, thank you. Miss Crable, there's something you must know.
Well, don't hesitate, child.
Miss Crable, I'm afraid I'm not quite what you think. I mean, I've never really done any secretarial work before. I've had some business training, a little, but not actual experience. I mean it, Miss Crable. I lied in what I wrote you. I wanted the position and I needed it so much.
You silly girl.
You mean you still want me?
Certainly. Now finish your milk before it gets cold.
Oh.
As a matter of fact, there will be very little secretarial work for you to do. I shall want a sort of, a companion. Now, I shall want you to start immediately. You will, of course, live here in the house and...
Live in the house?
But, of course, you are my companion.
Oh, but I didn't understand that Yes. Well, then, I think perhaps I should make plans accordingly. I mean, I'd better leave now. I shall want to go to my boarding house and cancel my lodging.
Oh, there will be plenty of time for that, child. Carl and I generally take an afternoon stroll and would like you to...
But you see, there'll be other arrangements. People I must see and
people?
things to...
But you said you knew no people.
Oh, yes. Well, Miss Crable, I have no qualifications for this position. Oh.
Why, child? What's the matter?
I don't know. Suddenly, I feel so drowsy.
Well, then, I would just lie back on the divan.
But there's no reason for it.
Oh, but there is, child. You are weary from the strain, the uncertainty, the ceaseless search for work in a strange and friendless city.
The milk. There was something in it.
So you relax. Your nerves, they go to sleep.
Yes. Sleep.
Carl. Oh, Carl.
Yes, Aunt Rita?
Have you finished the note,
Oh,
dear?
yes, only this moment.
Well, don't just stand there. Let me see it.
Aunt Rita, please. She's so harmless.
And so perfect. And now read me the note.
To Department KL, Sudden Development. Leaving at once for Dublin, Ireland. Will communicate in 10 days.
10 days, Carl? We won't need so much time. Make that 5.
Just as you say, Aunt Rita.
Then sign it Sheila Campbell and post it to British Intelligence.
Tonight for Suspense, Roma Wines bring you as star Madame Katina Paxinu, whom you have heard in the prologue to The Woman in Red by Anthony Gilbert. Tonight's adventure in Suspense.
You remember the old saying, the grass is always greener in the other fellow's yard? Well, you might agree with the truth of that statement if you happen to overhear a conversation like this. Let's imagine we're seated in the smart and festive Club Montmartre in Havana, Cuba. An American has just complimented his Cuban friend on the fine quality of Havana tobacco. Graciously, the Cuban replies, But you of the United States need have no envy of us. Nature has made a great gift of perfection to your country, too. The magnificent wine which we are all so fond of. It is Roma wine, made in your own California. Friends, that little scene is typical of many countries where wine is truly enjoyed. For in other lands, Roma wines must be imported over long distances from our own California. A luxury to be enjoyed on special occasions. While lucky you can enjoy these superb Roma wines as a daily delight, with no import duty, no expensive shipping charges added to your cost for Roma wines. Whichever one of Roma wine's many different types your own taste test names as favorite, you'll agree here is truly superb wine that could come only from truly choice wine districts. And you'll say, no wonder Roma wines are America's largest selling wines. I'll spell out the name for you. R-O-M-A, Roma wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now it is with pleasure that we bring back to our soundstage our star, Katina Paxinu, in The Woman in Red, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Feeling better, Julia, after your little nap?
No, I don't feel better.
Well, the walk and a little something to eat will do wonders for you. There is a little tea shop up here at
I
the
don't
corner.
want anything to eat. And please don't hold on to my arm like
Oh,
that.
now, child, is that a way to talk? You seemed a bit shaky, that's all. Here we are. Carl, you wait with Julia. I'll just look in first to see that it's not too crowded.
And now you have to hold my arm.
Oh, no, wait, Miss Ross. I don't have to hold... Hey, no, don't!
Let me go.
What are you doing, Miss Ross? Why do you run like that?
Please, don't you understand? If I'm to move in with Miss Crabo, I've got to get in touch with my landlady.
But there'll be plenty of time.
Plenty of time. What do you want with me? Why are you both...
Oh, Carl.
Oh, yes, Aunt Rita?
Come along, you two.
No.
Oh, please, you're making yourself worried about nothing. My aunt, it's just that she's a peculiar...
Hurry, children.
Then remember that I am here.
I have already ordered for us.
Oh, fine, Aunt Rita. Our table, this is it?
Yes, sir. You're in the corner. Miss Crabo.
Thank you, Mr. James. And Sheila will sit here to my left.
Of course. Miss Sheila. Miss Sheila?
What?
This is your place here, Miss Sheila.
Sheila? Why are you calling me Sheila? What is it? Why are they laughing?
Pay no attention, dear. Just sit down, please.
This woman called me Sheila. You both did. My name is...
I know, dear. It is Julia. Everything is all right.
Shall I serve the tea now?
If you will, please. Now, Sheila, sit down, dear, like a nice girl.
No.
What, dear?
I'm going to the restaurant.
Sheila!
It's all right, Miss Crabo. Don't bother. There's no other exit from that room.
Oh, I'm so sorry to impose on you, Mr. James. I had no idea she would be so difficult.
Oh, don't give it a thought. Once you explained the situation, we were only too glad to help. Of course, I'd never seen your secretary. I had no idea that...
It's only a recent development.
Yes. Shall I pour the young lady's tea now?
No, thank you. I can manage.
Yes. You know, I was just saying to Mrs. Blandon the other day, I says, I wonder if Miss Crabo and her nephew are still in the neighbourhood, I says. Why, they haven't been in my shop for ages, I says. And she says, no,
yes. You see, Mrs. James, we don't dare leave her for long. For her own protection, that is.
Huh? Protection?
Yes, we are a little worried about suicide.
Oh, yes.
Aunt Rita, Sheila's coming.
Well, just call me in case I can help.
Thank you. Oh, here you are, dear. Carl, help Sheila into her chair.
Oh, yes. Sheila?
Thank you, Carl.
Relax now, dear, and drink your tea. It's all ready for you.
My tea in this cup? No, I won't drink it.
You won't drink it? Sheila, what? You're pouring it into your saucer. Dear, everybody's staring at you, laughing at you.
There's nothing for them to laugh at. I simply prefer to pour my own cup of tea. And that's exactly what I shall do.
But dear, you don't think Do you really believe that I put something in that first cup of tea?
Yes. Yes, I do. You did it before, and there's no reason to think you wouldn't do it again.
Sheila! Very well, then. Drink your tea. Only hurry. I don't think I can endure much more.
Never mind. I shall hurry. I'm just as eager to leave as you. And I'm going straight to the police.
Oh, now you're not starting that again.
Are you insane? Do you think I'm helpless, that I can't get away from you? That I shall simply stand here and... Oh. It's happening.
What, dear? What's happening?
You had it in the teapot.
Oh, you're tired again, aren't you, child?
Is there something I can do, Miss Crabbe?
These attacks, Mrs. James, they leave her quite exhausted. If you'd be good enough to open the door.
Of course, Miss Crabbe, of course.
No.
She must be taken straight to her room, Carl. Please, if you just give her a hand. That's it. That's fine. You are really such a help to me, Carl. Here we are, Sheila. Right here. Now, just go to bed, dear.
Let me alone.
Come along then, Carl. Sheila is quite tired.
Yes, Aunt Rita, I shall.
You said you'd always be here. You've got to help me.
What can I do?
Here. I've had it in my pocket.
A note.
Are you coming, dear?
Right away, Aunt Rita.
It's to my landlady. I wrote it in the restroom at the tea shop. Here, mail it to her. It's my only chance.
But I can't keep this.
Oh, Carl!
She's coming. Yes, Aunt Rita.
You can do it. You've got to do it.
Good night, Sheila.
How very slow you are, Carl.
Was I so very long?
You like her, I can see that. A letter, I imagine. She gave you a letter to post?
A letter? Oh, no, I was just locking the door.
Ah, yes, of course. Perhaps I have letters on my mind, dear. After that episode with Sheila. The first Sheila Campbell, that is. Dear, hand me my knitting.
Please.
That's a nice boy. Do you know, I'm continually amazed at the stupidity of these English. Can you imagine that girl, that supposedly trained agent, dropping that note? And addressed, mind you, to the British intelligence. It was very alert of you, Carl, finding it.
Thank you. Now, if you excuse me, I'm rather tired.
Yes, this espionage, it's not a restful service. Sometimes I wonder if Berlin really appreciates the risk we have taken. Yes, the girl had to be disposed of. There was no doubt of it. That was her report on us. All the facts...
Aunt Rita, we've gone over this 1,000 times. Really, I'm tired.
Yes. You were right in realizing what had to be done. It was just that you acted too...
Please, Aunt Rita, explain
too
all
hastily,
that.
too thoughtfully, too violently.
I couldn't help it, I tell you. She rushed into the telephone room out there. I ran after her, and that stupid catch lock pinned us in. She went to pieces, pounding on the door, screaming, tearing at me. I didn't know what I was doing. There was that bookend, the big one. I lost my head, that's all. It's all your fault. Why didn't you unlock the door? Where were you?
I simply want you to remember that every incident counts. Because of you, we cannot produce Sheila Campbell's remains. And we certainly can't allow the police to tear up the cellar to find them. Because of you, we shall have to produce a substitute body. A substitute Sheila Campbell, who will satisfy the authorities completely. We have her, and I don't intend to lose her. The note, please.
The note?
The one that girl just gave you to mail.
I don't know what you're talking about. All I know is you don't have to use this girl. You could get somebody else, somebody just as good. She's not right for it.
Not right for it. A girl who denies her identity, who shrieks of drugged drinks, persecution. She is ideal. The police will accept her as a suicide without giving it a second thought.
Yes, if they knew she was really insane, but she isn't. Don't you see? She isn't.
She isn't. Just ask those people at this tea shop and that foolish Mrs. James. She will tell you. She will tell the whole neighborhood.
Oh, Mrs. James, a few neighborhood gossips, they aren't enough. You have to have someone professional, an authority.
Listen to me. Our note to British intelligence will divert them for just 5 days. Within that time, Julia Ross must commit suicide. And we will see that she does.
No, I won't. I won't go through with it, I tell you.
I see. What a pity it would be if the police learned who was the last person seen with the first Sheila Campbell.
You wouldn't. You wouldn't turn me over.
This espionage, Carl, it's a very demanding trade. A note, please.
Huh.
Thank you. Thank you, dear. I knew it was an oversight.
Yes, sir.
Could you tell me if a Miss Crable lives here?
Why, yes, this is her home, but she's rather busy upstairs, however.
Carl!
Yes, Aunt Rita?
Was that someone at the door? I thought... Oh.
How do you do, Miss Crable? My name is Turner, Dr. Turner.
Dr. Turner?
Yes, I happened to drop into the tea shop yesterday, Mrs. James' shop, you know, and she told me about your situation.
Yes?
Well, I thought I might be of some service. My field, you see, is psychiatry.
Yes. Yes, I see. Oh, how very thoughtful, Doctor. Please, won't you come right up?
Thank you.
Miss Campbell's room is up in this floor, Doctor. I thought you might as well see her at once. I know how busy you must be.
Yes. Well, the case has been quite difficult, Miss Crable.
In many ways, yes, Dr. Turner. Naturally, I feel that someday, with professional guidance and with those things, I can give her patience, understanding.
Mm-hmm.
I can bring her out of the darkness. Until then, here we are. Sheila. Sheila, dear. That is Dr. Turner. Step right in, Doctor. He's coming to visit you, dear.
How are you, Sheila? How do you feel?
Doctor, I rather think my presence will interfere. Mrs. James has undoubtedly explained. If you don't mind.
Yes, that might be best. Won't you talk to me? It's all right, Sheila. Believe me, I'm a doctor.
You're no doctor.
Now, Sheila.
Don't call me Sheila. You're here to help her. Help her keep me prisoner here in this house.
Stop
Help her
it.
drive me out of my mind. Help her. Yes, help her to murder me.
Sheila, pull yourself together.
She's told you
can't afford
everything.
to act like this.
Told you how to act.
You must act.
Why don't you leave me alone? Why don't you go away?
Oh, excuse me, Dr. Turner, but I became a little bit uneasy.
Yes, I can understand.
Well, Doctor?
Yes, it's persecution mania, clearly enough. She has all the symptoms. The deep melancholia, the stubborn, hysterical insistence that she's about to be done away with.
Yes?
I happen to be attached to the King James General Asylum, and I'm somewhat familiar with this type of case. There is one important thing, Miss Crable. Over here, please.
Yes, Doctor?
The matter of Miss Campbell's protection.
Her protection?
Yes, from herself. You undoubtedly are not aware of it, but her type is often inclined toward suicide.
How dreadful.
In case those tendencies should become apparent, naturally you'd let me know.
Naturally, Doctor.
She would then require professional care. Meanwhile, I'm sure your own treatment will be as effective as any. Patience and understanding.
Torture me like this, will they? Murder me here in this house.
Sheila!
No, I won't let them. I'll kill myself first.
Miss Campbell.
I'll kill myself. That's what I'll do.
The window. Stop her. Carl, Carl.
Yes, the window.
Yes, she must
That's it, the window. I'll jump through the window.
Young woman, control yourself.
Let me go. Don't let me go.
What's going on here? What happened?
Well, this girl, she just tried to kill herself. I'm afraid this changes things, Miss Crable. She must be put away.
Put away?
Yes, as soon as possible. I'll have the men come at once.
You mean take her away from me? But you can't. I've looked after her myself. Why can't I go on doing that?
Because it's beyond you now, Miss Crable.
No.
No, I'm sorry, but there's nothing else I can do. Would you be good enough to direct me to your telephone?
Telephone?
Yes, I wish to order a car. Some men from the asylum.
Of course. There is a small telephone room right on down the hall. This way, please.
I know how you must feel, Miss Crable. But you see, it's the sort
The
of thing-
telephone, Dr. Turner, is in this room, right here. Just sit down there at the desk.
Well, thank you. You're sure the young man can handle the girl? I mean...
I will go back myself and take charge.
Well, that will be safer, I'm sure. Excuse me. Hello? Turner speaking. Yes, Dr. Turner. I'd like you to send a car right away. And 3 men.
The address? It's number 30... just a moment. Miss Crable. Miss Crable!
Yes, Dr. Turner?
I can't open the door. It's locked.
Oh, sorry, Doctor. I'll have to get the keys from Carl.
Keys to unlock this door?
It's very special lock, Dr. Turner.
You don't need any keys. Just open the door from your side. Miss Crable! Miss Crable! Where are you? Miss Crable!
Antarita, she won't stop crying. I just can't get her to stop.
I will get her to stop. A clever one, aren't you, child? Pretending to commit suicide so the doctor would take you away.
The doctor, where is he?
A splendid idea you had, leaping out that window. We'll see if we can help you this time.
No, don't come near me.
Carl, we've only a very few seconds. Get her across to the window.
Don't make me do it, Antarita. Please, you don't.
You wretched, sniveling coward. Do you want us both to hang? Help me get this girl to that window.
You'll be sorry you made me, Antarita. You will, you will! I couldn't help it, Dr. Turner. I couldn't help it. I just lost my head, that's all. But she made me do it. Don't you see? Don't you understand how it was? She made me do it. She drove me, Dr. Turner.
All right, now settle down. And do stop calling me Dr. Turner.
Stop calling you doctor? You?
Well, no, I'm not a psychiatrist. But I'm going to see that you meet one.
Huh?
I happen to be from British intelligence, Carl. I suppose I have you to thank for that letter.
Letter?
Yes, the one supposedly signed by Sheila Campbell, telling us she was off to Dublin, Ireland.
Oh, yes.
They would communicate with us in 5 days.
Well, Antarita, she made me do that, too.
That was an inexcusable mistake, Carl. You see, Sheila would never have written Dublin, Ireland. No, an Irishman assumes that everybody knows where Dublin is. How about that, Miss Ross? Am I right?
Well, I know where it is, all right. And I'm going back there as fast as I can.
Oh, now, Julia, London isn't as bad as all that, you know.
Maybe not. I suppose it all depends upon the murderers you meet.
Why, child, you wouldn't want to meet a nicer lad than Carl here. After all, it isn't everybody who'd pitch his aunt through a bedroom window just to save your life. Yes, he's really a very nice boy. Sergeant, you better take him down to the cellar now and have him show you where he buried Sheila Campbell.
Antarita, she made me do it.
I know, she made you do that, too. A woman of character, Miss Crable. I'm sure you'll miss her very much. But that's the way it goes. This espionage, Carl, is a very uncertain trade.
And so closes The Woman in Red, starring Katina Paxinu. Tonight's tale of suspense.
Spotted about the globe, wherever wine grapes grow, there are a few wineries whose products are made for world enjoyment. Among such wineries, right here in California, are those of Roma. And we who live in America have the pleasure of enjoying Roma wine at exceptionally low cost. For we buy it free of duty and free of excessive shipping costs. For instance, Roma California Sherry is the queen of appetizer wines. And not only that, but a wine so delicious it is suitable to serve at any time, cool or chilled. But no matter what your preference may be, you will find a Roma wine costing far less than you would expect to pay for such distinguished wine. In Roma, you have the old world art of winemaking, plus the extra care, constant tasting and testing, which modern knowledge adds to that ageless art. That's why Roma wines have a universal appeal, why they are America's largest selling wines. I'll spell out the name for you. R-O-M-A. Roma Wines. Made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is Katina Paxinu. I hope you enjoyed our suspense play this evening and that you don't hate me too much. I'm not really as bad as that. Next week, I know you will want to listen when Mr. Orson Welles will be your star.
Suspense is produced and directed by William Spear. Don't forget, then, next Thursday for Orson Welles in Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines. R-O-M-A. Made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Time and the little gray cells. These will always catch the criminal. Agatha Christie's Poirot. From the thrill-packed pages of Agatha Christie's unforgettable stories of corpses, clues, and crime, Mutual now brings you, complete with bowler hat and magnificent mustache, your favorite detective, Hercule Poirot, starring Harold Huber in The Deadest Man in the World.
Mr. Poirot. Oh, thank heaven you're in. I was afraid that... Please close the door quickly. That's better. Thank you. He may have followed me if he knows that I came to you.
Mademoiselle, you have the advantage of me. You know my name. I do not know yours. But no matter. You seem to be in trouble. I have found that a cup of tea is...
Oh, no, I mustn't stay. We haven't time.
Mademoiselle...
Shepherd.
Shepherd. Mademoiselle Shepherd, what you have said is intriguing, but confusing. If you want my help...
I'm sorry. I haven't made anything clear, have I? You see, Derek killed my dog.
Mademoiselle, are you asking me to investigate the death of a dog?
Oh, no, you don't understand. I know I'm telling this badly, but...
Perhaps it is my fault, Mademoiselle, for being impatient and hastening to conclusions, eh?
You see, I live at Manhattan. You've probably never heard of it.
A small suburb of New York, about 37 minutes by train from the Long Island station.
Oh, you know it then?
No, a small hobby of mine. I read timetables.
Oh. Well, I live there with my Uncle James.
Pardon, Mademoiselle, but if my memory does not betray me, James Shepherd is a famous name. Is he not called...
The luckiest man in the world. Yes, that's Uncle James.
I have often asked myself if the newspapers were not wrong to call him lucky. I myself would have them change it to the shrewdest man in the world.
What makes you say that?
A simple deduction. Any man who wins the grand prize in the Dublin sweepstakes 40 years ago takes all his winnings and boldly breaks the bank at Monte Carlo, and then, Mademoiselle, has never gambled since. There is a man who makes good use of his little gray cells.
I suppose some people might look at it that way, but others say that Uncle James is tight.
Well, no matter. Was it your uncle who sent you to see me? Is he also concerned about the death of this dog?
Oh, no. Uncle James mustn't know anything about this. He's very ill, his heart. If he found out what was hanging over me, I'm afraid it would kill him.
I see.
Everything was all right until about a year ago. Uncle James was raising his rose, and we were all very happy. And then Derek Redfield took the house next to ours. He was young and attractive.
And you are also young and attractive, and so you fell in love. Eh bien, that is only natural, Mademoiselle.
Yes, but what happened next isn't. Derek is... Oh, he's charming, Mr. Poirot, but he was insanely jealous. I noticed it before we became engaged, but he was just difficult then. After we became engaged, well, it was impossible.
And so you broke the engagement and returned his ring.
How did you know?
Mademoiselle, that is obvious. You tell me you are in difficulty. You tell me you were engaged. And yet I see no ring on your hand. Voila, you have given it back.
You're right, but that's what started all this. Derek is going to kill me.
Oh, come now, mademoiselle, you are not serious.
I was never more serious in my life.
Ah, mademoiselle, if we were to suspect every young man who threatened to kill his loved ones when the affairs of the heart went badly, poof, half the population would be in jail.
And what about the dog? What about Taffy? He said he'd kill Taffy, and he did.
But, mademoiselle, what makes you so certain your dog was killed?
This. I knew you wouldn't believe me, so I brought it along. This is the meat, or part of it, that poor Taffy found in the garden last night. He ate it and died. It's horrible. Just smell it, Mr. Poirot.
Yes, it is unmistakably poison. I confess this puts a different aspect on the affair.
Then you will come down to Meryton and help me.
No, mademoiselle?
But why not? Surely you believe me. He told me he'd kill Taffy as a warning. He knew I loved Taffy with all my heart, and he poisoned him. I'm frightened, Mr. Poirot. You must protect me.
Mademoiselle, I am not a guard for the body.
Oh, but you must, I tell you, you must.
Could you not go away for a little while?
Oh, it's no use. He'd follow me. Anyway, I can't leave Uncle James. Oh, Mr. Poirot.
Have you spoken to the police about this?
No, they wouldn't help me. I was depending on you. I thought you'd do something. Seems funny that somebody can be killed. Somebody can know she's going to be killed. Nobody will help her. Doesn't that seem funny to you, Mr. Poirot?
Excuse me, mademoiselle. I had to do that. Hysteria is not only unpleasant, but it also accomplishes nothing.
I'm sorry. Would you mind raising the shade? I'd feel better if there were a little more light.
Not at all. Voila. Better?
Much, thank you.
Perhaps a cigarette. I myself find they have a singularly soothing... Pardon. Hello?
Mr. Hercule Poirot?
Speaking?
This is a warning. If you know what's good for you, stay away from Elaine Shepherd.
Who is this? Mademoiselle, Hercule Poirot has changed his mind. You may expect me at Meryton this evening.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Poirot.
No thanks, mademoiselle. I do not like people who kill dogs, and above all, I do not like to be threatened.
Derek?
Elaine, here. This way.
Derek. Oh, Derek, my darling.
Anybody see you?
Not a soul. I left the house the back way. You know no one ever comes here. Oh, Derek, why couldn't you come back with me on the train?
Are you crazy? We mustn't be seen together now. That'd ruin everything. Just when we have it all in our grasp.
All right, darling. You know best. Everything went just as you said it would. I was afraid you wouldn't see him pull up the shade.
I knew he might prove difficult, but I was positive that phone call would get him. The clever Monsieur Poirot.
He'll be here this evening.
Sure, just the way I figured it. The servants will be out tonight, and the luckiest man in the world will soon be the deadest man in the world. And we'll have the money.
What about Anne?
Oh, he probably left her a few thousand, but what's the difference to us? We can afford to be generous. There's millions there.
But Anne's his adopted daughter. He's terribly fond of her.
Yes, I know, but Anne's only 7 years old, and you're his niece, his own flesh and blood. You'll see. He's left practically all of it to you.
Yes. I hope you're right, Derek.
What's the matter?
I know we've been thinking about this for a long time, Derek, but the doctors did say that Uncle James doesn't have long to live. Couldn't we...
No. We've been waiting a year now, and his luck's still holding. We might go on waiting for another 10. You don't want that, do you?
No, but...
We want that money now, Elaine. Now, when we're young enough to enjoy it.
Oh, Derek, are you sure nothing can go wrong?
There isn't a chance in the world for anything to go wrong. Unless you slipped up somewhere today.
I did everything you told me to, only...
Only what?
Oh, I don't know.
Ah, you're just nervous. Perot's coming down, isn't he?
Yes.
Then that means he's fooled. I've got everything all set. You know what you have to do when you get back to the house, huh?
I know. I've been through it a million times.
That's a girl. When Monsieur Perot arrives to stop me from killing you, we'll make him an accessory to another murder.
Here you are, buddy. The shepherd joint.
1,000 thanks.
Okay, but if it's all the same to you, I'd rather have one tip.
And that, too.
Oh, Monsieur Poirot, come in. You don't know how glad I am to see you.
Mademoiselle, it is a great pleasure to receive such a hearty welcome.
There's a deep, dark plot behind my welcome.
I suspected as much.
Yes. You see, tonight is the servants' night out. I didn't want you to run away because you'd have to put up with my cooking.
But, mademoiselle, that will be a pleasure, if I may help.
You?
But people who have had the pleasure of sampling the cooking artistry of such famous chefs as Escoffier, Oscar, and the immortal Monsieur de Gouy, these people, mademoiselle, say there is yet one greater chef.
Who?
Hercule Poirot.
Oh, then I'm doubly glad to have you. Oh, there's Uncle's phonograph. That means he's awake. Wouldn't you like to go upstairs and meet him? That is, if you don't mind climbing 3 flights.
Oh, I should be delighted, but did you not tell me that it would upset him to know that I am in the house?
Oh, don't worry about that. I'm going to tell a little white lie. Now, don't you be surprised at anything I might say.
On that score, be at ease, mademoiselle. I have come to expect extraordinary things from you.
Uncle James, this is Mr. Poirot. Mr. Poirot, my Uncle James.
I've heard of you, Mr. Perot. Wait until I turn this phonograph off, and then you can ask me some questions.
Questions, monsieur?
Sure. And the only reason I can see for a famous detective like you coming to Manhattan is that you suspect me of murdering someone. All right. Fire away.
No. I assure you, monsieur, my visit has no such purpose.
And then you're here to find out how I broke the bank at Monte Carlo. You'd be surprised how many people want to know.
Well, that of a surety I would love to know. But I am certain that is something beyond my poor powers of discovery, eh?
You're just as smart as they say you are, and I like you. So I'll tell you how I did it. I was just lucky as the devil.
Now, Uncle, Mr. Poirot really came down because he heard about your roses. He's interested in gardening.
Oh, of course he is. Any smart man would be. I tell you, Mr. Perot, the roses are all right. Of course, not as fine as they used to be when I was able to get out and tend to them myself. And now my greatest pleasure is playing records on this phonograph.
And a very fine machine.
Mr. Poirot is also a good cook, or so he says. He's going to help me with the dinner.
And so I am, mademoiselle. Now, what do we have?
Well, there's a duckling.
With a sauce bigarade. I insist on it.
If you know how to make it.
But of course.
And some string beans. But I can take care of those. You just boil water and...
No. It is a sacrilege. You must not destroy the flavor. They must be steamed gently, mademoiselle. And...
All right, you win. Come along and show me.
I will indeed, mademoiselle. Directly after I have my bath, I will make a sauce bigarade that would make Escoffier himself jealous. Ah, mademoiselle, I thank you for a magnificent dinner. Superb.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. And the sauce bigarade?
A masterpiece. I have never prepared it better.
I hope you didn't mind my asking Derek over after dinner.
No, I did not mind, but I do not see what you hope to accomplish.
I know it's probably silly, but if Derek sees that you're actually here, he'll realize that I'm serious and leave me alone.
I shall not threaten him, mademoiselle. Threats are useless.
No, there he is. Oh, no, don't bother. I'll let him in.
Elaine, I got your message. I came right over. Does it mean you forget... Who's this?
May I present Mr. Hercule Poirot? This is Derek Redfield.
Poirot? Well, if you did this to impress me, Elaine, you've certainly succeeded. I've heard of you, Mr. Perot.
And I of you, monsieur.
Yes, I know. I can just imagine what Elaine's been telling you. You must think I'm a pretty bad sort of guy, but, you really got me in a spot, Elaine. How about a little drink to sort of help me out, huh?
Would you like something, Mr. Poirot? Little sherry or port or something strong?
Port will do excellently, mademoiselle.
Then if you'll just press that button next to your chair, the maid will bring it. I'm too lazy to move.
This one?
Mm-hmm.
I suppose Elaine's told you how I made a complete fool of myself and scared her half to death, Mr. Perot. But I hope you can realize how it is when a fellow's in love.
Mademoiselle, it has just occurred to me. There is no maid to bring the port unless she has already...
Of course, I completely forgot how stupid of me. It's only a little after 9. Servants won't be back until 11. I'll get it.
Hey, what did you ask me over for, to ignore me? I was hoping that maybe we could straighten everything out tonight.
I'll tell you exactly why I called you when I come back.
The danse macabre, eh? Monsieur Shepard seems to have a rather morbid taste in music.
Look, Mr. Perot, you can ask me any questions you like, but I've got to convince you that I don't mean any harm to Elaine.
Tell me, monsieur, you did kill her dog?
Well, yes,
Here we are. I hope you'll find the port to your liking, Mr. Poirot.
Elaine, I just admitted that I killed Taffy, but I only did it because I love you. You know, sometimes you want to hurt the person you love.
Derek, I asked Mr. Poirot to come down here to show you that I'm serious. When I tell you I never want to have anything to do with you again. I can never forgive the way you've acted. And if you make any more threats, Mr. Poirot will know how to deal with it.
But, Elaine, if you'll only listen...
I have nothing more to say to you, Derek. Oh, Uncle's turned off the Victrola. What time is it, Mr. Poirot?
It is 9:15, mademoiselle.
I'd better run upstairs and see if Uncle wants anything. Good night, Derek.
But, Elaine...
I said good night.
Mr. Perot, I'm desperate. Maybe you can understand the way I feel. Would you talk to her and put in a good word for me?
I am afraid, monsieur, that I would find it slightly ridiculous for me to plead the suit of a man who terrifies a lady to such a degree that she seeks my services to protect herself from him.
But I...
Sacre bleu! Mademoiselle! Mademoiselle!
It's Uncle James. He's fallen out of the window. He's dead.
Good morning. What's your name?
Hercule Poirot. And yours, my little one?
Your name is funnier than mine. I'm Anne Shepard.
Then you are the sister of Mademoiselle Elaine.
Oh, no, Elaine's my cousin. Not really, you know, because I'm adopted.
Yes, I see. Your father was...
Do you think Daddy will be away long? He told me this morning that he went away.
As to that, I could not say, but...
How did your mustache get to grow so long? Daddy has a mustache, but not one like that.
Ma petite, very few men have. How long have you been living with your daddy?
Oh, a long, long time. But you haven't told me whether your mustache is real.
I assure you, my little one, it is real. Just like your hair.
Oh, you have to brush your mustache then, like I have to with my hair?
Oh, yes, indeed. One has to take care of a mustache, you know.
Could you show me how you brush it now?
I would like to, ma petite, but I have not the time.
What is ma petite?
It is French. It means my little one.
When Daddy comes back, I think I'm going to learn French.
You love your daddy, eh?
I should say so. Are you going to live with us now?
Perhaps for a little while.
How long?
I do not know. It depends, you see, my little one.
Why? Is it because of the noise last night?
Dis donc, do you like fairy tales?
Oh, yes. Sometimes I tell them to myself. Go for a walk in the woods and I make them up.
Oh, but how that is nice, eh? Perhaps you would tell me one sometime, eh?
Oh, no, I'd rather have you tell me one. I like you.
And I like you, my little one.
Can you tell me the story about the Snow Queen?
Alas, that is a fairy tale I do not know. But I will tell you another one. Once upon a time, there was a great, big forest. And in this forest, there lived a very little girl.
Now I've seen everything.
Inspector Stevens, do you know Mademoiselle Anne Shepard?
Well, hello, little girl.
Hello. He was telling me a fairy tale.
I heard him. But would you do me a favor and leave me alone with Mr. Poirot for a little while?
All right. If he promises to finish the story.
I promise.
Bye. Don't forget your promise.
Well, Poirot, there doesn't seem to be any trouble about this one.
No. The coroner, he has ascertained the cause of death?
No question about that. He died from a fall out of his bedroom window onto those jagged rocks while you and Miss Shepherd and Mr. Redfield were down here in this room.
Are you quite certain, my friend?
You told me neither of them left the room.
Well, Mademoiselle left to bring some wine, but she did not have sufficient time to run up 3 flights of stairs.
And he was wearing a wristwatch, which was pretty well smashed up. The hands had stopped at 9:15. There was a medicine bottle and a spoon on the floor near the window. Now, what I figure is that he must have felt sick, got up, tried to get the medicine, and he fell out of the French windows.
Perhaps.
Yeah. What do you mean, perhaps?
Me, I have an idea it was no accident.
You mean you...
Yes, my friend. Murder.
What? Murder?
A particularly vicious and carefully planned murder.
Do you know who did it?
I think so.
Well, what are we waiting for, Poirot? Let's get going.
Gently, my friend, gently. I think it was murder. I even think I know how it was done. But alas, I could not prove it. The murderers would get clear away in a court of law.
You mean you're going to let them get away with it?
No, that I will most certainly not allow. But we must annoy them, Stevens.
That's the first time I've ever heard of annoying murderers. I generally arrest them.
I do not like murderers, my friend. And when we arrest these, we will make certain they are not set free. The little gray cells, Stevens. The little gray cells have found a way.
What do you mean?
Murder breeds murder, my friend. And a murderer always repeats. If he poisons once, he poisons again. If he stabs once, he stabs again. If there is an accident once, there is an accident again.
What are you going to do about it?
Me, I shall help to create an accident. I am going to telephone a lawyer.
And now that we are all together, I think that we can proceed with the reading of the will. As the late Mr. Shepherd's attorney, I am the trustee of the estate. I, James B. Shepherd, being of sound mind and body, do him. I believe that we can skip all that. Here. All my property, both real and personal, I leave to my adopted daughter, Anne Mary Shepherd, to be held in trust for her until she attains the age of 21. To my loving niece, Elaine Shepherd, I bequeath the sum of $2,000.
Some water, please. It appears Mademoiselle Shepherd has fainted.
What about it? What happened? Will you stop shaking and tell me?
Uncle James left everything. Left it all to Anne.
What?
All of it.
I don't believe it.
It's true. We were all there. McBride read it to us.
But it's impossible. Didn't he even mention you?
Yes. He left me $2,000.
$2,000. That's good. That's very good. What are we going to do with $2,000?
I don't know. Oh, Derek, it's all gone wrong. I knew it, Wood. I knew it. I'm sorry we ever started. We never should have done it.
Hey, wait a minute. I think I have an idea. Sure, that's the solution. It's easy.
What?
If you'd only stop and think, you'd see the way it has to be.
Derek, I don't know what you're talking about.
Who inherited the money, Elaine?
Why, Anne... No. No, Derek.
I say yes.
Derek, you mustn't. Listen to me. Remember what you said about planning things? The people who didn't think things out made mistakes.
Never mind that. I know what I'm doing.
No, Derek, we planned something, thought it all out. Look what happened. Even if we do something to Anne, I still won't get the money.
Don't be a fool. You have to get it. You're the only living relative. Now, listen, Elaine. Inspector Stevens has gone back to New York. We're perfectly safe.
I won't help you do anything to Anne.
What makes you so soft about Anne all of a sudden? A bride who doesn't even belong to your family. Where does she come in for anything?
Oh, Derek, I'm frightened. I won't do this with you.
Oh, yes, you will. That's one thing I'm sure of now. We're together, Elaine. Together for life. Don't forget you were with me on one murder. And you're going to be with me on another.
Come in.
Mademoiselle, I have come to say goodbye. My train leaves within 10 minutes.
Oh, yes. This has been so dreadful. I hardly know what to say to you. Such a terrible accident. If you'll send me your bill.
No, mademoiselle. You owe me nothing.
That's very kind of you. Of course, now I'm afraid I shall have to get used to economizing.
Mademoiselle, before I go, is there anything you would like to tell me?
Tell you? Why, no, I can't think of anything.
You are no longer afraid of Monsieur Redfield?
To tell you the truth, I've had so many things to think about. I haven't even given Derek... Well, he hasn't entered my mind.
What are your plans?
What?
Do you intend to stay on here with Mademoiselle Anne?
What? I hadn't considered it. I don't know.
She is a very charming child. I spoke to her this morning and told her the truth about Monsieur Shepherd. She is very sad. I think you should see that she is helped.
Oh, I intend to. I'll do everything in my power.
I am sure you will, mademoiselle. Au revoir.
Walk much more, Elaine.
Oh, you've got to grow up to be big and strong. Remember, I promised you ice cream.
Don't think I'd like it now. Can't we play Indian?
I didn't know little girls played Indian.
I didn't make it up. Roy taught me. You know Roy, Uncle Derek?
No.
Do so. He's a boy who lives in a big house down the road. See, this is the way we play. I run away and hide.
Anne! Blast that brat.
You'll frighten her. Anne, dear. Come back.
Where did she go?
Here I am. See, I'm very good at it. Sometimes even Roy can't find him. He's a scout.
Anne, I don't want you to do that again.
Yes, you might get hurt. There might be some bad men in the woods.
Oh, pooh.
Come here, Anne.
But you're so near the edge.
I said come here.
No, I don't want to.
Anne, did you hear me?
Yes, but I don't like you. I'm going to run away and hide.
You're not going to run anywhere. There, I've got you.
Oh, Mr. Perot.
Mr. Perot. So you didn't take the train?
As you see. I am afraid that woods and flowers do not agree with me. I must have the fever of the hay.
Cut it out.
Pardon?
That means stop trying to fool us. You're a little cleverer than I thought.
A little? Oh, monsieur, for the sake of courtesy, let us say a great deal, eh? Come here, Anne.
Go.
Just how clever are you, Perot? Hold still, Anne.
Ah, monsieur, really. Such a transparent little plan, eh? You send a charming young lady to my apartment with a very sad tale. She is so distressed. I must protect her from this terrible fiancé. And everything prepared for me, even to the poisoned meat. This meat so strongly dosed and evil-smelling that not even a starving dog would have eaten it, monsieur. So I say to myself, these people must have a reason for wishing Hercule Poirot at Marathon. What is it? And that evening I find out. You have murdered Monsieur Shepherd.
I told you. Shepherd.
Is that all you have to say, Perot?
And you, mademoiselle, the window shade. Did you really believe that such an old trick would deceive Hercule Poirot? You become hysterical and you need light. Oh, mademoiselle, you asked me to raise the shade, and then the so convenient telephone call.
So what? You can't prove we murdered anyone. We were right there with you when Shepherd died.
Ah, no, monsieur. Monsieur Shepherd did not die at 9:15. You killed him earlier, much earlier, before dinner, in fact, while I was bathing. That is the only possible time. It is easy to set the hands of his watch. Then you came over and played your little comedy with me.
Oh, you're crazy. You heard him playing his Victrola as well as we did.
I heard the Victrola, monsieur.
Then if he was dead, who started it?
That, monsieur, is what makes me to burn. I started it myself, when Mademoiselle Elaine asked me to press the button for the servants. After making so much bother about their being out, you simply had the wire set for that button to start the racket automatically in Monsieur Shepherd's bedroom. That was supposed to prove he was alive. You removed the wires last night.
All right. You have it all figured out. But you've overlooked one thing.
I think not. It is not Hercule Poirot who makes mistakes.
But you made one this time. This is the last bit of detecting you'll ever do because you're going over the cliff.
No, Derek, no.
Here, hold the kid for me.
Monsieur, you are even more stupid than I thought.
Yeah, this is perfect. Everyone knows the kid liked you. You went walking together and fell over the cliff. Those shoes of yours weren't made for the country. Another accident.
I think not. Give me the child, mademoiselle.
This is it.
All right, Inspector. I believe you've heard enough.
There we are, Redfield. You haven't a chance.
Why, you little smart aleck. You'd never have proved a thing if the will hadn't left all that money to that brat. You couldn't have proved it.
Precisely, monsieur. That is why I induced the lawyer to read a false will. The real one left everything to Mademoiselle Elaine.
sure to listen again at the same time next week when Agatha Christie, America's favorite mystery writer, brings you her favorite detective, Hercule Poirot, starring Harold Huber in The Book and the Corpse. Agatha Christie's Poirot is directed by Carl Eastman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
At 9:30. From San Francisco, station KPO presents Tonight at 9:30, the fourth in a new series of programs designed to bring into the spotlight the best in San Francisco radio talent. Music, comedy, drama. A different show each Saturday, presented from San Francisco on Tonight at 9:30. Tonight at 9:30, we present an original radio drama, a story of suspense and fear, of crime and remorse, titled The Devil is a Woman, written and directed by KPO producer George Snell. Our drama features in the stellar roles two of San Francisco's outstanding radio personalities, KPO announcer John Grover and the versatile young actress Yvonne Patey, heard on many local programs. Later we shall talk to them about their work. But now, the lights dim, the curtain rises, and the spotlight's on The Devil is a Woman.
I am William Burden. I've discovered that solitude is conducive to philosophy. Too bad some people have to go to prison to find solitude and philosophy, like me. Yes, in prison a man has time to think, plenty of time. And I've thought a good deal. What about? Oh, I've come to the conclusion that woman is the devil. But as I see it, what I have done is a long chain of inevitable deeds, one leading to another. It keeps going over in my mind, even now, when it's all over. It keeps turning in my head like wheels. I suppose I'm weak. How could I have done it? Sometimes I still can't believe that I really killed a man. Yes, it all began as twilight entered the bookshop. My shop, with its dusty books and its quiet. The bookshop of William Burden.
Is anyone here who can wait on me?
Good evening.
Oh, I was afraid nobody was in. I'm looking for something to read.
Well, what do you have in mind?
Oh, I don't know. Anything, a novel, something not too heavy.
You want a book from the lending library?
Oh, yes, I don't want to buy a book.
That's just the trouble. People never want to buy a book. Just step over this way, please.
Oh, here's one I've heard about. I'll take that.
All right, if you'll just give me your name and address for my records.
Yes, it's Irene Delamore, 36 Riverdale Apartments.
All right, Miss Delamore, thank you, and come again. Come again? Yes, she returned many times. And as time went on, I took to noticing her. The quick, intelligent way she responded to any suggestion about books. Her interest in many subjects. And, of course, her great physical charm. I'd been trying to study. I planned to write a book. But it became impossible. I thought of her. It was wrong, but I thought of her. Then one day she called me on the telephone.
Hello, Will?
Yes? Who is this?
Irene.
Oh.
I'm so sorry to trouble you. I haven't been feeling well.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I have 2 or 3 books that are terribly overdue, and I hate to keep them.
Well, that's all right. You don't have to worry about a little thing like that.
I know, but it's against my principles. Would it be too much to ask? Could you drop over for them?
Why...
After all, it would be nice to see you.
Well, all right. Yes, I'll come.
So you did come.
Yeah.
Come and sit down. I'd like to talk to you. You're not in a hurry.
No?
Sit down. Well, here we are together.
Yeah.
Well, for a man who reads and writes, you don't say much. Yes, no, yes.
Well, I'll admit I'm not exactly scintillating. You have beautiful hands.
No, they serve their purpose.
They're so well cared for. You don't use them much. What do you do?
Pass the time as painlessly as possible. Why? Do I look like a woman with a past?
Frankly, yes. You're certainly not usual.
What do you mean by that?
Well, for one thing, you come straight to the point.
I'm clairvoyant, too. I see you're a man who wants, maybe the moon.
I don't know about that.
Yes, you do. I can read you so easily.
I wish I could say the same about you. Who are you? Where do you come from? What do you do?
What is there to tell? I live here. I'm single, though I have been married. Well, what else do you want to know? Oh, just a minute. I better answer it. Hello? No, not at all. Oh, just sitting here reading. Yes, I was. Well, you needn't... Well, what about you? You hadn't better. I don't know what you're talking about. No, really, that isn't so. What about you? All right, I don't care what you think.
Well, who was that?
Oh, nobody. It was nothing at all. What am I thinking of? I haven't offered you a drink.
Well, it's been very pleasant here with you, but I'd better be going. Have you the books?
Oh, yes, the books. See, where did I put them? I'll get them for you, but why leave so soon? It's early. You'll make me think you didn't like it here.
Not at all. On the contrary,
Well, isn't this cozy?
Pete!
Who's your boyfriend? What kind of a game is this?
Let go of my arm. Who do you think you are?
You know. And if you don't, I'm going to teach you fast.
Why, you keep your hands off her.
So I gotta keep my hands off her, huh? The little man tells me I gotta. That's a laugh.
I'd advise you to leave her alone.
He advised me to leave her alone.
Who is this fellow, Irene?
Ask her, little man. Now I'm gonna take you apart.
You've killed him. You killed him.
What happened?
You killed him. You smashed his head with the ashstand.
What?
Why did you do it?
Well, he attacked me. Who is he?
My husband. You did it. You did it on purpose.
Don't be a fool. He was trying to kill me. Oh, we got to get him to a doctor.
No.
Well, why not? He may not be dead.
You don't know who he is, who I am, or anything. Why did you do it?
Yeah. He's dead. No heartbeat. You and I are in serious trouble. We got to think fast. Why did I come here tonight?
Yes, why?
I believe you invited me.
And you wouldn't want anybody to know you were here, would you?
No, I wouldn't. Now tell me about him. Who is he?
I hated him. Oh, it's so awful.
Stop it. Now control yourself. There's no time for hysterics. You've got to tell me about him now.
I swore to get even. We couldn't get along. He began seeing other women. I thought I could make him suffer the way he made me.
But who is he?
Don't you know? What a dope you are. Pete Snarr, the well-known gunman.
Snarr?
Sure. And I'm his wife. Now do you get it? Now why don't you call the cops?
No. Can't do that. We've got to get rid of him. What time is it? We've got to get him out of here. You're up to your neck in this, too, remember? It means prison for both of us. Manslaughter.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to get him out of here. I'm going to get rid of him now.
His car's probably outside. He usually drives alone.
We'll put him in it, and I'll drive somewhere and leave him.
Hurry now. Take him away. What if somebody comes?
Why? Is somebody coming?
No, but you can't tell. Hurry.
I'll be seen. I can't go lugging a body around. It's only 10 o'clock. How'll I get him downstairs?
I don't know.
3 flights. I'll be sure to run into someone. Why didn't I think of that? I can't think straight. Who's that?
Come on. We know you're in there. Open up.
Don't make a sound.
Irene, what are you doing in there? Yeah, what are you doing? What? No, I guess she isn't home.
We saw that, didn't we?
Irene, open up now. We know you're there.
Ah, come on. She's there. Might as well go.
Yeah, let's find out.
Quick. Turn out the lights. What was that?
I don't know. I can't imagine. Some party hounds.
Oh, what's this? Look at the rug. Blood. You'll have to scrub it. You'll have to clean this whole place. Pick up every piece of hair, even. You got any gloves? I gotta have gloves.
No, I don't know. Get him out of here.
I'm waiting. Wait till it gets late. Late. I smashed Snar with the ashstand. I can't understand how I did it. He was choking me. But I couldn't be involved in this anyway. What had become of my life? I summoned strength from a reserve I didn't know I had. Snar had driven up in his car. About 1 o'clock, Irene and I carried the body down. I put it in the back of his car and instructed Irene to keep away from me. Under no circumstances was she to get in touch with me. I drove away with the body. I was worried about Irene. Had she loved her husband, that hideous thing, Black? Oh, I couldn't trust her, could I? I was in her hands. But she was at my mercy, too. An accomplice. I could deny that I'd done it. As I drove, I felt easier. I would outwit them. I'd cover my tracks. I'd overlook nothing. Most dangerous part was behind me. For a few blocks, I drove straight along deserted streets, reveling in the thought that I was safely out of the apartment. A red stoplight loomed ahead. I jammed on the brakes. It seemed forever until the light turned green. But at last it did. I let the clutch out. The motor died. Oh, what if I couldn't start it? What if it wouldn't start? I tried the starter again. Nothing happened. I broke into a cold sweat. I tromped on the starter. And then I saw strolling toward me, swinging his club, a policeman.
Well, what's the trouble, buddy? Can't get her started?
No.
Well, probably flooded your carburetor. Well, you might as well get out. Roll her over at the curb and let her sit till she drains.
Probably start now. I'll try it.
No, she's flooded. You can't sit here in the street. Cramp your wheels. We'll push her over at the curb.
Well, I can't get out.
Huh?
I can't do any heavy pushing.
Oh, well, why didn't you say so? Well, I can probably give you a shove. This is a big car. There, she's coming. Boy, she's heavy enough. You'd think the back seat was full. Ain't got something hidden in there, have you?
Quite cold tonight, isn't it?
Cold? Say, this is one of the hottest nights I ever seen for this time of year. Say, that's a swell job, this boat. These big cars really roll, don't they? Don't see many models like this one. Only 2 or 3 in town.
Think I'll try again.
You got a green light, buddy. Watch it now.
I was trembling so I could hardly hold the wheel. Where should I go? I remembered Pinewood Road up in the hills, swung the car into Hillcrest Boulevard and began to climb. As I looked down into the canyon, my scalp crawled. One swerve, and I could imagine how the car would catapult end over end, mangling its quick and its dead in a heap at the bottom. But what if it rolled? Rolled without me? That was it. I slowed down, looking for a likely place. Soon in the path of the headlights, an observation point loomed. A place where sightseers stopped to look down the valley. I drove the car to the edge of that precipice and got out. I know what I'll do. I'll get it done. Then I won't be afraid anymore. Got no time to lose. What's that? Oh, thought it was a car coming. Gotta hurry. I'll look and see if the car will hit anything as it goes down. No, there's nothing but a shed or two. Now the body. Oh, getting stiff. I'll put my hand under the arms like this and pry the body out. Oh, the feet, they're tangled. Oh, this thing's horrible. Horrible and unwieldy. Can't manage it. Can I do it? Can't let myself think. Here, I'll shove. Shove it in the front seat like this, under the wheel. The arms, they won't go in. Get in there. Oh. Get in. Get in there. There. That's it. In now. Now take the brake off. There it goes. There. It's moving. It's going. Got to shove. There. There it goes. In the days that followed, I was haunted by what I'd done. What had I done? I killed a man. Had I left a clue? Had Irene kept faith with me? I lived through every moment of that horrible evening 1,000 times. Feverishly, I read the newspapers. They reported that a car had been found smashed up in the canyon. The driver had been killed in the accident. I breathed with relief, but only momentarily. Fear came back. What about Irene? I never wanted to see her again. I hoped she'd disappear forever. Then I remembered the library card. I'd destroy it. Where was it? I searched frantically. I'd lost it. I must have dropped it in her apartment. I turned the shop upside down. The card was not to be found. It was, I can't remember, 2 days, I think, after the thing happened that she appeared in the shop.
Well, you don't seem very glad to see me.
What are you doing here? Don't talk so loud. Didn't I tell you not to come?
I must say you're not very polite.
Right. Come in here. It's just as well you came after all. I must have dropped a card with your name on it at your place. Did you find it?
Do you mind if I smoke? Have a cigarette?
Did you find the card?
Take it easy. Guess who came to see me last night?
Oh, this is no time for guessing games.
All right. With Sonny Prandtl. But you wouldn't know him.
Go on.
I don't like snoopers, do you?
What do you mean?
Oh, people who go poking their noses into other people's business.
Irene, for heaven's sake, take this seriously. Talk straight.
I can do that, too. Only you may not like it.
I don't like any of this. I didn't ask for any of it.
All right, big boy. Sonny Prandtl broke in on me and found your precious card. That's not all. He found a pencil with WB on it. Only I don't suppose it was yours.
Who is Prandtl?
A guy you wouldn't appreciate. One of Pete Snar's pals.
Did you give him the things?
Give him? Oh, sure. He coaxed me out of them.
Oh, you've got to get them back. Does he know anything?
No, not yet.
I've got to have them, Irene.
Well, I thought you ought to know. Forewarned is forearmed, they say. So long, big boy.
After she left, I was terrified. What had caused this change in her? I locked up the shop and walked. I walked miles. Should I pack and leave town? I was tempted to do that. But wouldn't it be better to confess and take my punishment? With time off for good behavior, there might be a few years left in which I could have peace of mind again. When the evening edition was on the street, I rushed to buy a copy. There it was. Police believe canyon accident may be murder. My eyes burned through the paper. Body and car identified as Pete Snar, notorious underworld character. Police grilling suspects, including a woman known to be associated with Snar. Goes by the name of Irene Smith or Delamore. I had to get away. I walked in a daze through crowded streets back to the shop. Should I run? Should I? I couldn't tell. I couldn't think. Yet I had to appear natural to anyone who might be watching me. And perhaps Irene would be stronger than I had thought. She would realize it was her neck as well as mine. I might win through yet. First, I had to find out what happened to Irene. I went to the phone and dialed her number. I waited. Then the operator said the phone had been disconnected. Strange thought crossed my mind. Prison might be good for me. I was cold, clammy with exhaustion. I was so tired when I returned to the shop I could hardly stand. I hardly knew what I was doing. My safe was a small one. Stood behind the counter. I'd take the bonds and the cash, get away. Trembling fingers, I bent over and twirled the dial on the safe and drew the door open. I was reaching for the money box when a voice said,
"All right, Mr. Burden, stand up. My name is Vincent. Do you know this woman?"
Irene.
Oh, Will.
Looks like you know each other all right. This dame is taking a murder rap. There seems to have been some connection between you two.
No, I tell you there isn't. You promised if I confessed you'd make it easier for me.
Well, I'm a man of my word.
Then why do you want to bring me here for?
Just want to clear up a little matter. I'm curious about that library card and the pencil.
A pencil?
Yes, with the initials WB on it. But our friend, Miss Delamore here, can't explain how she got the pencil or the card, which I think came from your files.
I'm all confused.
It doesn't mean anything, though. This woman has confessed to the murder.
Irene, you didn't do it.
What's that?
Irene, I won't let you do this. I'll tell you. Yes, I'll tell you. I murdered Pete Snar.
Phew. Well, he said it. You see, Cowper, I told you he was the kind of screwball who wouldn't let a woman down.
You're as hard-boiled as they come, sister. All right, let's go, Burton. You have an appointment with the law.
And that's the story. Or almost all of the story. Later on, when I could think straight again, I found out what had happened. Vincent said,
"Burton, it's always been my principle to go the shortest way to my objective. After we traced Miss Delamore and subjected her to grilling, she agreed to turn state's evidence. Yes, she pinned the murder on you. But it occurred to me we could save ourselves a great deal of trouble if we could get a confession from you. By having Irene pretend she'd committed the murder and taking advantage of your strong moral sense, we went the shortest way to our objective."
Irene hadn't taken the guilt on herself? She was lying all the time?
Yes. But it was only a matter of time until we'd have had sufficient evidence to arrest you. We'd had our eyes on you ever since the pencil and card turned up in her apartment. There were probably fingerprints on the car. And through Irene, we had a source of information by which we could check every detail. But it's all much simpler if we have a confession.
Yes. There's just one question I want to ask.
Mm-hmm.
What makes you think I have a strong moral sense?
Well, sir, I'll tell you. Because Irene was technically as guilty as you are. But you wouldn't let a woman take the rap.
And now the lights are on again, and we have just a few moments in which to talk with our stars this evening, Yvonne Patey and John Grover. How do you like playing such roles as the one you took tonight, Yvonne?
Very much, Hal. The more dramatic, the better.
Well, I imagine many of our listeners will be surprised to know that you play a very different role every afternoon on KPO.
You mean Barbara Tate?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and I hope those who tune me in at 4:30 Mondays through Fridays will think of me as Barbara Tate rather than of Irene.
Well, I'm sure they'll get a truer picture of you that way, Yvonne. And now, John Grover, how did you like your part as William Burden, the conscience-stricken bookseller?
Well, I felt sorry for the man, Hal, but it was a nice, fat part.
You're right there. And for the record, we want to tell everybody that you do the smooth announcing job on the Standard Hour, the Standard School, and, let's see, aren't you the one with the peculiar family, Uncle Bagsaddle, Wilberforce, Hysteria, and all the rest?
Sure am, Hal. You've been listening to Barbara Tate, too, I see.
Well, who doesn't? Well, John, you and Yvonne have really proved your versatility again tonight at 9:30, and thanks for a fine performance. Tonight at 9:30 has featured an original radio drama, The Devil is a Woman, written and produced by George Snell, with Yvonne Patey and John Grover in the starring roles. Included in tonight's cast were Lou Tobin, Dick Ellers, and Bert Horton. Next Saturday night, we will present a special dramatic program celebrating the 99th anniversary of the birth of Thomas A. Edison. A feature will be a demonstration of Edison's earliest phonograph records. Be sure to listen. Friends, the war years have taught us that human life is expendable with tragic ease. With the return of peace, we are apt to think that no longer will life be wasted so cheaply. Yet the fact is, more lives are lost through accidents on our streets and our highways than are or have been lost in war. A little care, a little forethought can reduce this appalling toll of life. When you drive your car, drive carefully. Observe traffic regulations. Make sure that the safety factors of your car have been checked. Then drive safely. We can defeat the specter that haunts our highways if we will join with determination in an all-out effort to drive safely. Tonight at 9:30, a weekly Saturday night feature on KPO came to you from the NBC studios in San Francisco. Hal Wolf speaking. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.